All right. Got a lot done yesterday. Got a lot done this morning. All right, let's see if we can keep the streak going. How's everyone doing? Late? Not that late. Face cam? No, I know. I have OBS open, actually. That's how I'm streaming to you. What's up? All right. We don't have much time, do we? You know. Well, actually, I'm going to be here for a while. We don't have a lot of time in the sense that there's a lot to cover. I went thrifting today. Very fun. I do had a good time. Where I got jump scared by Vosh. Every time, man. Me when the guy who has a scheduled live stream starts the stream at the scheduled time for the live stream. Ah! That's you. You sound ridiculous. I'm crocheting a whooper. That sounds great. Want to start with Zoran's music video? No. I'm sure we'll get to it, though. I'm sure we'll get to it, though. Oh. Look at this fucking dweeb. Look at this National Guardsman. Can you see? You see he's got... You see he's a dork? I just think he looks funny, that's all. Trinidad and Tobago just made being gay illegal again. Good thing no one lives there. Ah, my coffee. Thank you. No. That's okay. That's what God made the floor for. It hit on top of the... Yeah. You actually landed it dead on that one. Very well done. How are you today? Didn't get much sleep, but doing well otherwise. Things have been heating up. Look at Seattle. Look at my city, dog. People are getting crazy out here. Is that ICE protests? No, this is taken from the Syrian civil war. I don't even know what the hell is making the machine gun noises. I have no idea. It's not a machine gun, you know. Sounds like it. Paintball guns? They're just firing on auto? I mean, I guess you can. I feel like whenever I see the cops fire them, single shot, but I guess there's no reason why you couldn't fire those in a... automatic. Any places you'd recommend to get a feel of the city of Seattle? Well, definitely not the federal courthouse right now. Oh, they're bringing in the trash. Police rescuing one of their fellow officers there. That's crazy, man. I feel like the Seattle protests, if anything, pound for pound, are a lot more wild than the LA ones. Because in LA, it's like, oh yeah, after dark, some people are throwing rocks at the cops, and in Seattle during the daytime, it's like, oh no, they're just wrestling police officers. They're grabbing their guns. Look at this shit. That's crazy, man. That's fucking crazy. Holy shit. Anyway, I didn't see nothing. Yeah, I wasn't around when this happened yesterday, but Seattle blocked the entrance, or the Seattle protesters blocked the entrance to the federal courthouse. The federal courthouse stopped letting people in, even though it's a public building. And they stopped letting people attend what are normally public immigration court hearings. ICE tried to leave the building, so the protesters got a bunch of, like, Lime bikes, you know? And walled off the way out.
Right now, a demonstration is happening outside the Seattle Federal Building where people are trying to stop ICE from leaving with immigrants who have been detained.
Fox 13's Alejandra Guzman is right next to all the action. We do want to let viewers know there is a lot of graffiti and signs with profanity, so she's tucked away, as you see here, in a corner to avoid showing our viewers that.
Okay, thank you.
But with all that said, in terms of safety, Allie, what are we seeing with this demonstration?
Well, Matt and Hannah, as you guys mentioned, there was a couple dozen protesters surrounding the entire federal building with signs that are calling against ICE's actions, as you guys mentioned.
The funny thing about the Seattle one, I feel like in LA, during the day, most of the people there are like regular people. And at night, it's like looters, vandals, and hoodlums. Whereas in Seattle, it's just Antifa.
Things have remained peaceful for the time being here, and I want to step out of the way and show you a little bit about what we're dealing with. We are across the way, so you may see some cars in the way here, and it's very hard to avoid. Some of the start to open. It's unclear if this is ICE. And those who are inside the gate at this point, I'm stepping back because there is some explicit language that is happening at this point. But I want to take you back to that Marine veteran and show you, let you hear exactly what he had to say about why he's here day after day. Let's listen.
What ICE is doing needs to be witnessed. People can't be disappeared without being seen. I'm a former
Fox 13 Seattle actually having a more did ABC 9 over in Los Angeles ever interview a protester? Did they ever bother to, or were they contented watching from afar and speculating on like how evil one's soul must be to like throw a rock at or ABC 7, sorry. Probably speculation. Okay.
Marine. I signed up to defend the Constitution a long time ago, and ICE needs to hear. They need to hear from somebody that looks like them, that sounds like them, that talks like them. They need me telling them that this isn't right.
And that is some of the sentiment that many here have echoed here today. They want to witness and get a glimpse at those faces that unfortunately they say are being forced out of the country and are separating families. I think our photographer Colby is trying to give you a better look at this face-off between the demonstrators here and those federal agents who are just on the other side of that garage gate there.
Zooming in to not show the puck.
To the federal building. But again, we know that those need to be detained, or those that were detained need to be taken to the ICE processing center.
The reporter on the seat is like, watch your profanity. Taking the sign down.
In Tacoma.
Come on, man.
We have reached out to Seattle police to figure out exactly what, if anything, they are doing to step in this situation. Again, it's a wait and see at this point because we're still trying to figure out exactly when those people, how many people are going to be taken down to Tacoma. But as of the hour, we've not heard anything from federal agents. There is a lot of chanting going on. As you guys can see, that garage just came down. I don't know if federal agents were trying to get a clear glimpse as to how many people were out here. But again, this is just one of the 4 entrances and exits.
This was near the beginning. This got pretty spicy,
Live
obviously.
From Fox 13, this is breaking news.
We start with breaking news, a clash at a federal building in downtown Seattle,
going down
and things
all over
escalating quickly just a short time ago. This video on your screen taken around 8 p.m. shortly after several Seattle police vans and squad cars pulled up to the federal building in downtown Seattle. You can actually see the protesters and Seattle police clashing. You may have noticed a man fell to the ground. What looked like either pepper spray or pepper balls had been launched directly at him. Good evening and thanks for joining us for Fox 13 News.
First Madison, we did see.
Did they shoot the guy in the face? Yeah, probably. Whatever. It's all good. Just glad they finally found a use for all the fucking Lime bikes around the city. LA County District Attorney news conference is on? Yeah, sure, we'll take a look. What's up, man?
Mr. Rodriguez allegedly passed out commercial-grade fireworks to a group of protesters who lit them and threw these commercial-grade fireworks at police officers at the intersection of First Street and Los Angeles
Horrible.
Street.
Oh,
He's
wait, hold
also
on 1 second. Chutta count but good footage? I'll take Chutta count but good footage. Back in Seattle. Funny because like LA is really not that left of a city. It's really not. Like you can look at the voting totals. Seattle is an extremely left city. So obviously like over here it would be like the protesters aren't regular people. They're all communists, you know? We're gonna get Chaz too, God willing. The fucking Lime scooters. The Lime bikes. Very good, very good. They're tying it together with wire, so it's like impossible to move. Very good, very good. A large Antifa caliphate in riot gear has taken position on the south side barricades, which have grown larger. Incredible term. What the fuck do you mean by that? Yep. Antifa caliphate in riot gear. Holy shit.
Jump, Katie, jump! Jump, Katie, jump! Jump, Katie, jump! Jump, Katie, jump!
Oh, they're telling her to kill herself. I guess she's a known factor.
Let's not forget that STD protects fascists. No more deportation! No more deportation!
Dude, so many of the people here still have their fucking Chaz gear from like 4 years ago. Like seriously, it's like people are like, it's time. They open up the wardrobe. They hit the button on the wall that opens the secret panel in the in the back of their bedroom, and the black umbrella and the tech jacket and the black cargos. Yep. Where is my super suit? Exactly. Except they wouldn't say it like that because there's like 5 black people in Seattle. They'd say like, where's my super suit? Something like that. Do you have one? I'm wearing a black shirt right now. I don't know if double RL branded. I don't know if Ralph Lauren branded merch would like go hard at the protest though. I feel like I might attract ire from both sides with that one. I don't know. I don't know if that would be like good protest gear. I'd show up in like a Carhartt or something. Oh, was that the described minor assault? Additionally, Antifa backed me into a corner and minor assaulted me. My security guard arrived at the perfect time. Was that the minor assault in question? I guess that must have been. Oh, I know this lady. I just didn't know she did like work in Seattle with the Post Millennial. All right, well, enough of her.
Attorney here in Los Angeles, and I think all of you saw something earlier today where he is doing the same thing with federal charges. So I just say that, and Mr. Hochman said it perfectly and articulated it very well. There's a big distinction between individuals that protest and demonstrate to violent, destructive.
Oh, that's why she's being noisy. She's locked in here.
Basically anarchist. I mean, just creating that chaos. What we're talking about are the individuals who don't care about the issue at hand, because we will facilitate all peaceful First Amendment activity. But when you have people that are out here to commit acts of violence against our deputy sheriffs or police officers, or they're destroying our city, we're going to stop it. You see it, it's frustrating, and as the days have gone on, arrests are climbing, and now the prosecutions are taking place. And just this warning, because if you didn't get caught the last couple of nights, there's a lot of evidence out there, and you're probably going to get detectives or others knocking on your door and arresting you and bringing you in for either...
Hassan is fucked.
That we've talked about. So just a little bit on some of the cases. On Saturday during civil arrest in Paramount, a local gas station was burglarized, looted on Alondra Boulevard. After the unlawful assembly concluded, Compton deputies responded to the gas station to secure the location and take the reports of the burglaries that had occurred. While at the location, an individual shouted at them and threw 2 full cans of beer in their direction. And I don't think it was to say thank you. It was for...
It might have been. Hassan wanted to go out into the curfew last night, Lamau. That's inadvisable. That's a little bit inadvisable, I would say. Yeah, things have been ramping up in LA. They have issued a curfew in downtown Los Angeles. So that's super cool. The commander of the National Guard detachment, or at least one of the National Guard detachments that has been sent to Los Angeles, has given the order to begin temporarily detaining civilians so they can be arrested. I'm sure this is kind of a gray area, but I believe they can legally do this without the Insurrection Act. It's not technically the power of arrest, it's detainment. Does that mean zip ties? I think it's just holding a person for a second. But there's no real reason to be charitable to them. National Guard troops have already temporarily detained civilians in the LA protests over immigration raids, the commander in charge said Wednesday, but they quickly turned them over to law enforcement. That's great. About 500 of the National Guard troops have been trained so far to accommodate agents on immigration operations. Ugh. Sherman warns that he expects the situation will escalate. Ugh. Are they going to deploy to Seattle or just LA? Well, the memo that Trump signed applies not just to LA, so they could, you know, do it anywhere. The danger here is that there's no definition of temporary detention for military detention. They can just abduct people, throw them in a hole somewhere, and forget about them. Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's true. Yeesh.
On felony vandalism charges. Just as I wrap up and before I turn it over to my partner, Chief Jim McDonald, I just want to reiterate, we will facilitate the peaceful protest, and thank God 99% of them are taking place in this one square mile area here in the city of Los Angeles, and then when you saw in Paramount and Compton on Saturday. We are going to do everything we can to protect our employees when they're being attacked. If you come to demonstrate, that's great. If you come to throw things at us, attack our employees, you're going to get arrested, maybe not that day, but later, and you're going to get prosecuted. And not only may you serve significant time in jail, but there's going to be fines behind that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief McDonald, and I'll be available for questions after he has completed his portion.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna, and thank you all. Good afternoon. And again, you'll hear some common themes here, certainly. I want to start by expressing my sincere gratitude to all of our officers and deputies on the lines for their professionalism and dedication. They've been asked to work long hours in dangerous and unpredictable conditions, and I'm grateful and proud of their resilience. I also want to thank our dedicated partners from local, state, and federal agencies for ongoing partnership and unwavering support during these challenging times. The Los Angeles Police Department recognizes and supports the right to peaceful protest, but when individuals choose to weaponize that right, by assaulting peace officers, endangering lives, or committing crimes under the cover of a crowd that is no longer a protest, that is a crime and it won't be tolerated. 3 individuals have been charged with felony assault on our officers, including the use of fireworks and motorcycles to cause harm. These were deliberate attacks. Acts of
I imagine it's going to go on like this for quite a while. Hold on, I'm trying to find a fucking thing that I saw. Muting doesn't help, not gonna lie. Doesn't help with helping me find the thing. That's true. I suppose that's true. You know what? You're right.
California are considered explosives, and they can kill. Our officers should never have to face targeted violence while standing on a line to protect others. I want to thank the district attorney for pursuing felony charges in these cases. It sends a strong and important message. If you assault a peace officer in this city or this county, you will be held accountable. Additionally, I'm also pleased that there are charges related to looting and vandalism, crimes that took advantage of the unrest to target businesses and city property. In one case, a retail store was burglarized and tens of thousands of dollars in merchandise were stolen. In another, graffiti was sprayed onto a historic public building while an accomplice stood watch. These crimes don't advance any cause or further any message. What they do is harm to our communities, our small businesses, and our civic institutions. The LAPD will continue to investigate all incidents thoroughly and work with our partners in the DA's office to bring every offender to justice. We remain committed to protecting First Amendment rights, restoring peace, and holding criminals accountable. I want to thank our officers, our partners in this community for their resilience and cooperation throughout this event. Thank you.
I can't find the exact thing that I was looking for, but that's fine because there's lots of versions of what I wanted to look for out there. We'll go with Pew Research. The problem with these protests, I guess, or I should say, the problem with how people view these protests is that Americans have generally very Hitlerite views on immigration to begin with, and also very inconsistent ones. They're very difficult to target. Normally, on an issue like this, like, say, for example, the Iraq War, the Vietnam War, or hell, the genocide of the Palestinians, you have a very clear line. You're for it or you're against it. And sometimes whether or not you're for it is kind of wishy-washy, right? There were people who said, I'm not in favor of the Vietnam War, but I don't support criticizing America. They did the same with the Iraq War. Likewise, there are plenty of people who went like, well, I don't support, you know, what's happening to the Palestinians, but, like, I am very concerned about anti-Semitism. Like that, you know. People do muddy the waters a bit, but usually there's a clear and defining line. The problem is that basically all Americans believe in ICE. There is no coherent political movement towards eliminating ICE. It's not talked about broadly. It's not acknowledged or recognized. That's not even an option on the table for some people. And I think this is totally the Dems failing. Yes. There is now. Not really, no. So the problem here, nearly all who favor deporting some immigrants living in the country illegally say that committing violent crime is grounds for deportation. So this is the issue, okay? The issue is that if you want to get anywhere near a majority opinion on removing ICE, you have to do something about the majority of Americans who have conditions on which they're okay with people being deported, but, you know, conditions where they're not, right? So, for example, the committed violent crimes things. You know what this reminds me of a little bit? Whether or not you can say the N-word to a black guy if he's being like a dipshit, or like if you can misgender a trans person if they're being a dipshit, which is like, do you support a certain position insofar as it's you being kind towards a member of a minority group, or do you principally oppose anything that would delegitimize that minority group? Does that make any sense? Like, if you think that we should deport undocumented immigrants for committing violent crimes, you support this, all of this. Because as we've seen with this regime, right, like Donald Trump, you know, they're going after the violent criminals. Of course they're not, but that's what they say, you know. In reality, it is a pretty hard line on one side or the other, you know. Yeah, any opposition is redefined as violence. Anything that is necessary to be defined as, you know, a violent crime, you can do so. It's not like there are consequences for lying, right? Like how a lot of Dems move from no person is illegal and kids in cages to, yeah, we should ramp up deportations. Dude, the nobody is illegal shit, I cannot believe the Democrats were like, there was a period of time where that was like kind of mainstream Democrat messaging during the first Trump term, you know, when it was fashionable to be anti, you know, immigration crackdown, right? They were lying. Oh, they were lying. They were absolutely, they were lying. Yeah, 100%. We have like extremely inconsistent opinions on what kind of immigration enforcement are acceptable. Dems can be Hitler about immigration, but Trump will still say Biden was pro-open borders. I feel like narrative matters and being correct matters, but how do you take back reality? You just have to be pro-open borders. Like, the problem is that the right is given infinite permission to take the most extreme stance at all times, and the left has to hem and haw and pearl clutch and, you know, wiggle their fingers over every tiny step over to the left. The problem, and listen, this isn't just us, okay? This insane take on immigration, this ridiculous Western civilization is being destroyed by migrancy, is hitting every fucking country right now. It's happening in Ireland, the UK, Germany, France. It's happening in Spain. It's happening in Portugal. It's happening in Italy. It's happening in fucking Greece. It's happening in Turkey. Every country that we and lots of non-Western countries, but I'm focusing on the Western ones. It's happening everywhere. And all of it is bullshit. In every country, it is bullshit. Total bullshit. Past a point, you have to acknowledge this is just a failed experiment, okay? The idea of a nation state as this distinct, walled-off entity is not compatible with the modern world. Listen, you can have closed borders as long as you're willing to have closed trade. Like North Korea or Turkmenistan. No, I mean it. Like, it doesn't make sense. It used to be there was basically no trade, no communication between borders, for the most part, you know? You have, like, local operations or whatever, but largely, you know, industry was domestic. People stayed where they were born, or at least in the area they were born. From the middle of the 19th century up until post-World War II, that was the world for basically everyone. And only since then has the globalized economy and everything that comes with it made it so easy to move between. But people want A without B. Oh, I'm sorry. You want your economy to benefit from the enormous industrial potential of China and India, but you don't want Chinese and Indians in your country. Well, too bad. That's not how it works. This is clearly a failed experiment, okay? The periods of history that we look back to when we think of like what peak America or peak United Kingdom or peak France of or whatever, you know, you go back to the 1800s, all of those countries were open borders. They did not have borders. Not only did they not have borders, they didn't even have a coherent understanding of what we would now consider to be like a basis of citizenship. People would literally walk into the country and then they were there. That was it. And all of the shit that we remember these countries for in I guess, antiquity or in a pre-modern sense, you know, that happened in that time period. Anyway, like the problem ultimately is that like this inconsistency is a consequence of there not being any kind of like defined, unified understanding of what anti-ICE activism is supposed to look like. When did that paradigm fundamentally change? After World War II. The idea, I mean, well, it's in actuality, it's very complicated, but like more or less around that time. And that's just largely because the world got more complicated and the surveillance state grew out. The government now keeps more tabs on you than ever before. It used to be, you know, what was a census? It used to be the government didn't know very much about the people who lived within the borders it controlled, you know? It collects taxes, but didn't immigration go pretty bad for Sweden? No? Did it? The only thing I know about immigration affecting Sweden is that there was like a big spike in their rapes because the police changed their definition of rape. I mean, I'm sure there are like problems. Countries have problems. Sweden's still one of the happiest countries on Earth. Lol. I just think that people don't understand how little our way of life depends on this like reinforcement of the nation state and the border and the separation of citizenship and non-citizenship. If you've lived in a big American city for any length of time, you know, Chicago, New York City, Los Angeles, whatever, citizenship is irrelevant. You've interacted with people who are undocumented. You've interacted with lots of citizens. You've interacted with people who are documented immigrants but don't have citizenship. None of it makes any difference to you. You don't care about any of that. What you care about is shared values, you know? You care about the cost of the groceries. You care about the availability of housing. We treat these things like they're sacred. They're very new. It used to be, you come into America, you literally just come in here on a boat. Literally, you just take a boat. People just showed up. Chinese, Italians, immigrants from all over the world. They just showed up. And this isn't just the United States. I talk about it from a U.S. perspective. It was like this basically everywhere. Obviously, there's a lot of complexity country to country. I'm not going to boil down like world history. I don't know enough to boil down world history like that. But it's just insane. But nobody takes this position anymore. The fact of the matter is, like, there is nothing natural about this militarized border situation that we've been reinforcing, you know? And even in countries that got away with not having it for a while, like say, for example, I don't know, Western Europe, the reason they got away with that is because they were able to wall themselves off with Turkey and Spain, or with Morocco, I suppose. You know, they had buffer states whose job it was to absorb the flow of non-white immigration. Turkey has far, 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 far more migrants in its borders than any Western European country. Because they're there, you know, they're the bridge. A bunch of the founding fathers wrote really weird pieces on the threat of German Catholic immigration in the 13 colonies. Yeah, the swarthy Germans, the Germanic hordes, yeah. Whatever, man. Anyway, I don't see this improving anytime soon because unfortunately, this is just the way the world works now. You know? Like, it's just so wild to me that people think there's something natural or historically persistent about this, you know? Like, oh, yeah, you can visit America whenever you want. You just have to get, like, the you know, visa or whatever. You just have to have a passport. You can just go right over. Oh, you know, economic activity with America? Well, you can buy stuff from them, and there's lots of ways you can contribute to economic activity in America, right? You can't work a job there unless you have the right visa. But even then, you know, there's a lot of variance within that definition. Oh, to be a citizen and vote? That's like a 30-year process. You're going to have to suffer and bleed a lot for that one. Vosh thinking Sweden has no issues with immigration is just wild. Did I say they have no issues with immigration? I think I said the opposite. Muslim refugees in Europe are not the same as Latino immigrants in the US in terms of any measurable statistics. Look up crime stats, employment. It's fundamentally different situations. Look up crime stats. I'm not going to Google Sweden brown person crime stats right now. I do remember though that the year after there was a big Muslim immigration surge, you know, Syrian refugees to Germany, there was a drop in crime on average, and the vast majority of crimes refugees commit is to each other in packed-in little camps that the government forces them in. Maybe the situation is different in Sweden. Certainly it's possible. The problem, though, is that, like, and this is the arrogance of the Westoid, if you'll forgive my contemporary language here. You want to benefit from an economic system that extracts wealth from 80% of the world's population, but then you get angry and entitled when you ever have to interact with the consequences of that deprivation. Like, why does radical Islam exist? Western oil companies in the Middle East. Why are those people so poor and poorly educated? Oh, I mean, not me specifically, as far as you know. But, like, you know, I'm not saying you personally are to blame. I'm just saying you should recognize... I think people have an easier time with this when it's in the context of their own country, right? Like, if you are a wealthy... So, for example, I was born in Beverly Hills. I grew up in a very nice neighborhood, and I went and I got good schooling, you know? Though most of the wealthy kids in Beverly Hills went to private schools, I went to the public one. I'm not going to complain. And when I, like, interacted with poorer people in Los Angeles. I had friends in East Hollywood, in downtown Los Angeles, in South LA, and a lot of them were. I'm just gonna, you guys are gonna have to. All right, for everyone who's sensitive in the audience, plug your ears, okay? This is the anti-woke hour. A lot of these people were not white. A lot of these people were somewhat less educated than me. You know, as it turns out, if you can believe it, the South Central education system did not treat them the same way I was treated by my education system. We talk differently. We've had very different cultural experiences. Had a good time nonetheless. You know, we're coworkers, we're friends, we get along. Sometimes, though, when hanging out in their neighborhoods, I can't deny it, you know. Some of the people there, I find them a bit boorish, right? There are some communities in Los Angeles that I don't like very much, in large part because I just don't like the, I don't know, just a bunch of, like, poor layaways, you know, like a bunch of, you have nothing to do at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday? You're drinking. You're sitting on a brick stoop and you're drinking, you know? Country bumpkins in my South Central? But I'll be real with you, right? Because I'm about to turning it around, okay? That's chill, though. Listen, different upbringings. I'm going to turn it around on you, though. If you come from my background and you see that and you get, like, upset at them, you are a retard. You're a stupid idiot baby retard. Fuckwit. Dog, they're on the other side of the coin you started on. Like, you can't you can't laud the gap between you and people you think are lesser than you and then get mad at them for being on the other side of the device that privileged you. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Like how insane do you have to be to look at it that way? Do you not understand that what you have was taken from them in a broad sense, not directly, of course. It doesn't mean you should feel guilty. I'm not saying you should, you know, be contrite or get down on your hands and knees or feel bad or whatever. It's not a personal moral failing on your part. Just be aware of it. And if you can't acknowledge that in a sort of cross-border sense, you know, an international sense, then what are you talking about? Cry me a river, Vosh? Over what? I don't know. I'm rambling. You guys get Mexican immigrants that are 1% different from Americans anyway. Europe gets Somalis that are still 60% on government assistance after 20 years, like in London. Damn, that's crazy. You have your migrants, your refugees aren't immediately economically productive, especially after being walled off into enclaves and like forced out of society. The crazy thing that you don't understand, because you're intellectually inferior to me, is that you think the difference between Mexicans and me versus Somalis and you is meaningfully different and empirically verifiable. 1% difference. There is more than a 1% difference between me and my white neighbor. You're the one who boils this down to essentialization. You're the one who looks at, oh, okay, well, if you use like the numbers and the skull shapes and something, like Mexico to white American versus Somali to United Kingdom resident, it's the same. Like, you are the one who's trying to shove a square peg into a round hole. This whole conversation is so dumb. Well, obviously, yeah, but that's the point. Like, people are fucking retards when it comes to this topic. They dispose, even liberals, they dispose of any like higher reasoning and they revert back to this like, well, they're different, or like, yeah, okay, well, if you're illegal, you have to follow the rules. I guess it's fine if you're illegal and you have a job, but if you commit violent crimes, now it matters that you're illegal. How does the underlying validity change there? It makes no sense. Hear me out. What if we just let them become citizens? You mean like what happened in America for hundreds of years prior? Like the normal way we've done it? The problem is the left doesn't have proactive conversations about immigration. It has reactive conversations about it, which come from a starting point of pushing back. The real problem, actually, with this talking, or sorry, with this topic, is that on average, immigrants are not taking the progressive side on the topic. Because immigrants who come in legally, and therefore have more social legitimacy to speak up, are the ones who are most resentful to the illegal immigrants because they think that they're delegitimizing both groups. So unfortunately, there's not much solidarity here. The myth of like class or ethnic solidarity is just that, a myth. I doubt it's existed as much throughout history as we tend to ascribe it in retrospect as well. Remember that clip of those illegal Turkish migrants crossing the border in Texas who were interviewed and said they support deporting illegals? Yeah, that was really funny. Anyway, we're just straight up rambling. There's like a million things to cover today. Okay, we're at war with Iran? Finally? Yippee! Today, the Secretary of Defense confirmed that Iran's terrorist regime is actively working towards a nuclear weapon. For the sake of our national security, the security of our allies, and millions of civilians in the region, this cannot be allowed to happen. Can we just let, like, one thing happen at a time? U.S. evacuating personnel from the Middle East amid growing tensions with Iran. Okay, so are we giving Israel the go-ahead to bomb them? Did somebody have a talking to with Trump, or possibly the people actually in charge of the administration? They were like, listen, okay, you need us. They're evacuating from Iraq as well. Iraq as well? Ooh, okay. Israel's gonna fucking deploy the Samson option. Jesus Christ. Israeli officials have said the IDF have been on extremely high alert in recent days for a possible escalation with Iran. The evacuations were announced 3 days after Trump held a meeting on Iran with his top national security team at Camp David. Ah, he got a talking to. He got a talking to. They were like, listen, we know the Muslims gave you a cool plane. However, it's really important to the military-industrial complex and to Palantir that we continue using the Middle East as a testing ground for our new toys. I don't know. This one seems pretty bad. Evacuating from Baghdad. U.S. can't do a conventional war with Iran? No, 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 no. Not us. We would just, like, provide support to Israel. Can I get another source on the Iran having nuclear weapons or working towards nuclear weapons point? I'm trying to find, because we just have the Tom Cotton tweet, and I apologize for my partiality, but I don't really trust him that much. I mean, what he said is obviously correct. Iran's been working towards nuclear weapons for a long time. Oh my God. I can't believe it. They actually did. They actually had a talking to with Trump. They really did sit him down and had the conversation. Yeah, the Muslims gave you a big plane, but we need to support Israel forever and ever and ever, no matter what, until we die. When has Trump ever said this about anything? This is about a deal that he's been bragging about making for months now. I don't know, Trump told the Pod Force One podcast on Monday when asked if he thought he could get Iran to agree to shut down its nuclear program. I don't know. I did think so, and I'm getting more and more less confident about it. When does he ever talk like that? Serious question. Think of how many times he's ever said, yeah, I don't know about getting a deal with this one. I don't know. They gave him a talking to. No one knew healthcare could be so complicated. Well, that was probably also when he had a conversation with the people around him, and they were like, yeah, we're not doing this, actually. Dude. I feel like the Israel shit's been ramping up lately. Tulsi just put out a weird nuke war video that I believe was made for Trump. What? Oh, yeah, I saw this one. No, this was about Russia, though, not Iran. Right? New, the U.S. ordered all embassies in striking distance to convene emergency action committees, send cables back to D.C. about what measures they're taking to mitigate risks. That led to today's departure for Iraq. Risks for what? The pizza index is spiking. Guys, anytime you see these photos, they're old. They're old photos. I've been seeing it's the same photos every time, no matter how many times they update Google Maps and slightly change the format. These are probably from like fucking... Oh, actually, this one says from... I expected this to be older. 21st of January. Maybe this one's older? Dude, the MIC definitely tugged the leash on Trump. This is all coming like really, really, really quickly. Jesus Christ. Well, war abroad would be the perfect accompaniment to the end of democracy at home. U.S. slams UN conference on Israel-Palestinian issue, warns of consequences. Okay. Trump's administration is discouraging governments around the world from even attending a UN conference next week on a possible two-state solution between Israel and the Palestinians, according to a U.S. cable seen by Reuters. Even following the conference will be viewed as acting in opposition to U.S. foreign policy interests and could face diplomatic consequences from Washington. Increasingly unlikely, the sixth round of nuclear talks between the U.S. and Iran will take place on Sunday in Oman as planned. Inside the MAGA versus Hawk battle to sway Trump on bombing Iran. Huh. This is from yesterday, though I suppose it's been quite prescient. What is Iran itself saying? That we're the devil? Presumably? Iran threatens to strike U.S. bases if conflict erupts over nuclear program. Iran's defense minister has said his country would target U.S. military bases in the region if conflict breaks out with the United States. Okay. That makes sense. During a private lunch with the president at the White House last Wednesday, conservative talk show host Mark Levin told Trump that Iran was days away from building a nuclear weapon, an argument Trump's own intelligence team has told the president is not accurate, according to an intelligence official as well as another Trump ally familiar with the matter. Levin urged Trump to allow the Israeli government to strike Iranian nuclear sites. You know who I envy? I envy the people of the future who, through a historical lens, will be able to untangle the Israeli-American relationship and make sense of it in a way that isn't always like massive JQ fodder. Because holy fucking shit, it is insane how cucked we are to them. I know that it's all like corporate contracts, but like the extent to what, the constant, the non-stop deference to them and their interests, and it's this tiny little rogue state. Jesus Christ. Levin's been waging a private war against Trump's longtime friend and special envoy leading talks, Steve Witkoff, who also attended the meeting. Oh my God. Levin worked at, I'm just learning now. Levin worked in the administration of Ronald Reagan and was a chief of staff for AG Edwin Meese. That's great. Endorsed Ted Cruz in 2016 and declared himself never Trump. Great, great. Beginning with the start of Trump's first presidency, he became pro-Trump. Great, great. Classic. Dude, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Was it Hawley or Cooper that we saw the tweet of saying that Iran is close to building a nuclear weapon? It was Cotton? Okay. I had in my head that it was Hawley for a second, and I was like, Jesus Christ, of all the people. The, like, fake populist, you know? Hours after Levin's meeting with Trump, Tucker Carlson, who had clearly been alerted to the gathering by someone familiar with what happened, took to X to accuse Levin of trying to bully U.S. into war. There is zero credible intelligence that suggests Iran is anywhere near building a bomb or has plans to. None, Carlson tweeted. So why is Mark Levin once again hyperventilating about weapons of mass destruction? To distract you from the real goal, which is regime change. Young Americans heading back to the Middle East to topple yet another government. Man, being a Nazi really does let Tucker Carlson sneak himself into stuff that occasionally sounds like the correct version of an argument, doesn't it? Based? No, not based. We know Tucker Carlson's position on Israel has a lot to do with Jews and not very much to do with the immorality of regime change. U.S. condemns Canada allies over move to sanction 2 far-right Israeli ministers. Yeah, that makes sense.
Sanctioning 2 is just in. CTV News has confirmed Canada is joining the UK in sanctioning 2 Israeli ministers. Itamar Ben-Gvir on the left and Bezalel Smotrich on the right have both been sanctioned over comments they made about Gaza. Canada and other Western nations have been putting added pressure on Israel over its actions in Gaza and had warned of concrete action in response to the humanitarian crisis. This news is just coming into the newsroom.
This is fucking rough, man. Did Mark Levin just, like, win? Like, Mark Levin just casually strode up to Trump, said, yeah, by the way, Iran's gonna nuke us tomorrow, left, and then Trump was like, okay. Other MAGA figures, from Charlie Kirk to activist Jack Posobiec. Activist Jack Posobiec? I guess it's a pretty broad term. Have used their public profiles to bolster the case for diplomacy. Like Tucker Carlson, strong opinions on Jews, not so much on regime change. Are you people still arguing about immigration? I'm about to deport both of you to a YouTube chat. You keep that shit up. Quit distracting me. They're all debating one person. Yeah, that fucking troglodyte who was encouraging me to look up like rape statistics in Sweden. Yeah, I know. I was on the internet back in 2017. I'm fully familiar with these talking points. You know an argument's going to be good when the other side opens with Google fucking FBI statistics. It's going to be a solid argument. Okay, okay, let's go to the beacon of truth in these difficult partisan times. CNN.
Earlier this week, the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency said Iran had not been cooperating with the organization and that the agency could not certify Iran's program as peaceful. Rafael Grossi, Director General of the International...
Why would Iran comply with the program? Isn't the point of Trump's deal to open up Iran to investigation so that they could make that... Like, why would they comply with that right now?
The International Atomic Energy Agency has been supporting the talks between the United States and Iran. He joins us now live from Vienna. Great to have you with us.
Thank you very much. Good to see you again.
Yes, good to see you. So let's begin with those talks that I understand you've been working closely and intensely with the US and Iran. To what end, and what can you tell us about your involvement?
Well, what I should say, what we should recognize, first of all, is that this is a negotiation between the United States and Iran. And the negotiator is Special Envoy Ambassador Steve Witkoff, and the Foreign Minister of Iran, Dr. Abbas Araghchi, is the Iranian negotiator. Of course, I talk to both very regularly because of the obvious reason, I would say, that any agreement, to be credible, to be serious, will have to be verifiable. And we are the agency that has been verifying Iran for decades. And it is, of course, to be expected that if we get to the point of an agreement, what they agree
What cut jacket would you recommend for this gentleman? Actually, I think that, at least by the standards of what we typically see, his jacket looks quite nice. I don't really like light gray jackets that much, but look, the collar's hugging the back of his neck. It seems to fit him well. He's sitting with it unbuttoned. You know, when you sit down in a seat, you're supposed to unbutton the single-breasted suit jacket, because otherwise it kind of like pinches and folds around the lapels. His tie isn't tight enough. I suppose that's true. But he's also a European, so it's possible that their, you know, degenerate standards might vary with regard to this sort of thing.
Verifiable. There should be a system to ensure that all these principles that hopefully, and we can discuss.
Why does it look so big on him? Because you're used to decades of people aping the Italian skinny suit style, where you can see the veins in people's biceps bulging through the fabric of their polyester spandex blend synthetic suit jackets.
About this, hopefully will be reached at some point, can be guaranteed as being observed. So our role is a supportive role at this stage, and we hope that if the process continues, then it will become more formal, more open.
Donald Trump has been asked about these negotiations quite a bit in the last few days. He told reporters at the White House on Monday this. I just want to play some sound.
They're just asking for things that you can't do. They seek enrichment. We can't have enrichment. We want.
Oh my! Dude, I didn't hear this audio. When was the fifth talk between Iran? When was the fifth talk? That was a little while ago, right? So just now Trump is saying they're asking for things we can't do? I can't believe it. The deep state handlers got to him. That's so explicit. The talk was that long ago, but only now, suddenly, he's like, no, it's not possible, actually. He's so fucking God, man. I mean, Biden probably would have done the same thing.
Want just the opposite. And so far, they're not there. I hate to say that, because the alternative is a very, very dire one, but they're not there.
We can't have enrichment. Those words from Donald Trump. Do you agree with President Trump that Iran should not be allowed to enrich uranium at all?
It's not for me to agree or disagree with the negotiating position of the president. I think the president has done something very, very important in reaching out to Iran. This is very, very important because there was no diplomatic platform. There were no conversations.
It was just last week or 2 weeks ago that he tried to do a side deal to allow enrichment. Even Schumer made that shit video on it. Oh, that's true. The side deal that Schumer made that video on, the Taco Trump video, was in response. Yeah, it was in response to Trump like trying to negotiate a side deal to allow for partial enrichment, right? It's a phenomenal time to be a conspiracy theorist, and the crazy thing is that Alex Jones is with the regime. Like, if you like, Alex Jones is out there with like the Soylent, you know? Pay no attention. Don't question Donald Trump. Military industrial complex wants us to invade Iran. Better sign up. You love America, don't you? But like, but this is like the best time to be conspiratorial, dude. It's crazy. Trump doesn't have the mental faculties to like do the song and dance you would normally have to do to make it seem like you're not having your strings pulled, you know?
between Iran and the United States. And while this was happening, Iran...
No, I agree that the tie is wretched. There's no dimple. It's loosely tied. It's asymmetrical. The tie is wretched. I was only talking about the cut of the jacket.
Continued enriching uranium at very, very high levels, at 60% of uranium, one uranium isotope, which is very, very close.
Trump's just repeating whatever he's told to say right now, it sounds like. Yeah, but you have to understand, Trump has been pushing for diplomatic negotiations with Iran for months. He has been snubbing Israel for months. He has been deepening ties with countries like Saudi Arabia and Qatar and the UAE for months. And then after all of that, out of nowhere, with no prior prompting, for him to go, oh, actually, the deal guy, I can't do this deal. I don't know. I don't think it's possible. In fact, no need to even show up to the sixth meeting. Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, sorry. We're going to have to die for Israel, actually. Like, yeah, it's just so transparent, you know?
The type of enrichment you need to make a nuclear weapon. So we were having a situation where we were on a collision course or a proliferation course, if I can put it like that, without anybody doing really anything. So I think this has been tremendously important that this process has started. And of course, why not recognize it that Iran engaged? But what I think the president is referring to there is, of course, the bone of contention that seems to be affecting the negotiations, which has to do.
I'm tired of listening to a European. Fox News. This is from 2 days ago. 2 days ago. That's before the current news wave.
What do you make of the Ayatollah saying that they have to enrich? They have to be able to.
No, they won't be enriching. If they enrich, then we're going to have to do it the other way. And I don't really want to do it the other way, but we're going to have to.
What's your latest?
There's not going to be enrichment.
President Trump is standing firm. He insists any nuclear deal with Iran would not let it enrich uranium, while also hinting the U.S. could use military action if Tehran continues enriching that nuclear fuel. Joining us now is retired General Jack Keane, a Fox News strategic analyst.
Jesus Christ, he's fucking melting. Look at him. Oh my God.
Great to have you here. Axios also said the same. Israel has been assured by the U.S. it won't strike Iran unless talks fail. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Israel has told the U.S. it won't strike unless talks fail. But the president's been very clear on this, that the Iranians will not be allowed to enrich uranium. So I know that there are people in the media, maybe people in the region, that want to have daylight between the United States and Israel.
No? Don't you think you're being superficial might make people self-conscious? What? About the tie dimple? No, people should be self-conscious about not knowing how to tie a tie. That shit takes like 2 seconds. Okay, real talk though, it is actually fucking crazy how many people will say, I don't know how to do a thing, and then in the age of the internet, continue to not know how to do a thing. Like, you can just know anything you want at any time. There's probably like a 60-second video on it. This is like a learned helplessness, and this isn't tie specific. I mean this for everything, you know? It's like, damn, really? You didn't want, like, you didn't realize you didn't know and then wanted to learn like really quick? Like, if you were in a hurry or something, I understand, but if you had like time to, you know? No motivation for self-improvement when there isn't any upward mobility? I don't think that's true. I think that the drive for self-improvement has to come from within. Otherwise, you're kind of like a wretch. All humans are equal, except for people who need external motivation for self-improvement. I'm better than those people. I'm just kidding. I totally like it when people compliment my clothes. I'm virtue signaling so hard right now. Me like getting into all this and not thinking like, ooh, people are gonna compliment me. Yeah. I'm totally virtue signaling right now. Ties are a literally useless item. Guy who just found out that clothing is decorative. What?
Thank you for joining us for CBN News Watch. I'm from Graham. Ahead today.
A wide range of options.
I take that as a yes.
Yes.
On Tuesday, U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee told Bloomberg News the U.S. now holds deep doubts about a Palestinian state, and he doesn't expect to see one in our lifetime. In an interview with CBN News, Huckabee pushed back against French President Macron's statement that he would declare a Palestinian state.
The president of France would like to have a Palestinian state. I suggest that he host one on the French Riviera. He has that property. That's his. He can do what he wants. But for him to impose something on a sovereign nation like Israel and tell them what they're going to do, I thought not only was inappropriate on its face, but ill-timed. Israel's in a war for its life.
Macron has since walked back his push for a Palestinian state.
What is this narrativizing? Hold on 1 second. I'm jumping between this because I'm trying to find like a specific video link and I'm not finding it. I need more news. Critical support for French imperialism to establish a Palestinian state. I'd be okay with France invading Israel. Okay, you know what? You want to see how far this goes? I've been waiting on a closer for a bit now. Honestly, like, I want to be clear, okay? I'm jumping around because I might have accidentally doubled my dextroamphetamine dose this morning. But this is actually a huge fucking deal. Like, legitimately, they full on just got Trump at Camp David. And they said, listen, dog, it's been real. I'm glad you got that plane. We're pledging allegiance to Israel, okay? We're all dying for Israel. There's no way around it. And Trump was like, okay. Like, that's where we are at right now. Please look at this. I lost my mind when I saw this. In line with the government's new push.
After the October 7th
Why is it so quiet?
anniversary, that horrific day, the anniversary of October 7th, after that, they added new drinks to the menu. One was Sweet Senoir, in honor, a tribute to the leader of Hamas, who tortured Jews, who orchestrated the October 7th attacks. That's the world in which we're living, that they do a drink honoring him, and can't do that. And so we've sued them, and we're going to stop this from happening. And anywhere in the country, if you do this, we're coming after you. Cannot do this.
I mean, this is insane. It sounds funny, but it's actually horrifying. The Department of Justice has filed a lawsuit because they had joke menu items referencing terrorists. For Israel. Of course it's for Israel. Obviously it's for Israel. Isn't it kind of a free speech violation? It doesn't matter. Fighting this in court is going to bankrupt that business. This is, like, genuinely, it is so over. Listen, this is a degree of clownish Israel worship that I would have, like, accused people of being hyperbolic for suggesting just a few months ago. Pam Bondi just like, oh, can we argue that you're being glib about Israel in, like, the branding of your business? We're going to sue you. Sorry, actually, U.S. citizenship test from now on. Just recite the Israeli national anthem. It's bad. Worse than freedom fries. It would be like if the government sued people for calling them French fries. Which they didn't do. This would be like the DOJ suing somebody because they named a drink the Gin Laden or something. It's insane. Yeah, no, it's... Do you think they had like an all hands on deck meeting where, you know, Miller was like between clenched teeth? Okay, so in addition to the whole MAGA thing, we also worship Israel. Everyone, you're going to have to do 5 pro-Israeli things this week and we'll report back on Sunday. Okay? Okay. And then Pam Bondi, like, this is the best she could come up with. Do you think she Googled, like, in quotes, you know, a bunch of Palestinian or Hamas leaders and just saw anything pop up, anything domestically, and just decided to run with it? Israel worship is kind of central to evangelical end timesism. Yeah, but that's not, like, the reason why they're doing this, okay? This shit right here is not to appeal to evangelicals, okay? I promise you. This is deep state shit. Bondi says one thing, but the DOJ says they refuse to serve Jewish people. Yeah, that's because Bondi is the one who was given the order to find something to do that looks pro-Israel, and the DOJ is the one that had to actually file the lawsuit. Obviously, the DOJ's lawsuit can't say, they made a reference to a terrorist in a drink, so, yeah, basically, like, they should die. They can't do that. So instead, they have to say this. Is there any evidence of it? I don't know. But in order for me to believe them, I would have to trust the DOJ right now. So I'm just going to assume there's no evidence of this. Maybe they chased out, like, Israeli customers or something. Specifically, the lawsuit alleges that on 2 separate occasions, Harara ordered Jewish customers, identified because they were wearing baseball caps with Stars of David on them, to leave the coffee house. During one incident, an employee told a Jewish customer who was trying to make a purchase, "You're the guy with the hat, you're the Jew, you're the Zionist, we don't want you in our coffee shop, get out." During another incident. That'd be bad. I just don't trust the DOJ. Prove it in court. Also, even, like, even if the owners of this coffee shop, or whatever the fuck it was, were bigoted, the idea of, like, this being a civil lawsuit in all cases, unless it's anti-Israeli, in which case the DOJ will sue, that's psychotic. Anyway, looking forward to dying in the mountain ranges around Tehran. Doesn't the gay cake suit make this legal? No, different thing. Different thing, different case. I live in Oakland, and there's 2 things about this cafe thing. The guy who's alleging discrimination is literally a Zionist provocateur who has gone and harassed Palestinian activists before. As a general rule, like, you can just doubt anything the DOJ or any Zionist or any person who is in any capacity defending Israel says. Seriously, like, it'll lead you in the correct path pretty much every damn time. You looking forward to watching Alex Jones, like, sweatily tweet out defenses of Trump when he starts drafting people to go to Iran? It's fucking crazy that as soon as Trump took office a second time, even though Alex Jones had been critical of Trump before, he was like, fuck it, and he just fully committed to being a regime slob, you know? How is he still relevant? He's not so much relevant as he used to be, but he's obviously always been, like, a grifter. So it's not like his beliefs changed or whatever, you know? Dude, we've got so many fucking things to cover. My friends in the military think we'll be in a full-on war by 2027. Yeah, probably. You hear about Greta Thunberg being deported? Yes, I cover that. Washington Airport will halt flights at 6 p.m. Saturday night during Trump's army parade. You see the tanks rolling around D.C.? Really, really cool stuff. We're getting a trifecta, man. We're getting a fucking trifecta. We're getting the martial crackdown on protesters, the war brewing in the Middle East, and the dear leader fucking birthday military parade all at once. WAPO is saying U.S. intelligence officials are worried that Israel might strike without U.S. consent. Listen, they don't need to worry, okay? U.S. intelligence officials have never trusted Israel because they're obviously a rogue state, antagonistic to the United States. But the country is ostensibly led by the Trump administration, and the Trump administration would love it if Israel went ahead with this. In fact, I think that these officials are anti-Semitic, and I think that Pam Bondi should arrest them. Intel officials can cry about it all they want, but listen, okay, the regime says glory to Israel, and it's not like we live in a democracy, so... Oy, oy, oy. They're still arguing about immigration. Oh my fucking God. And it's all essay posts. American leftists not remotely trying to understand why immigration is a contentious issue in Europe because they assume it's pure racism as immigrants to Europe. Okay, this is the reason why nobody cares to talk with people like you, okay? Because you exist in a permanent state of inflicting a persecution complex on yourself when you won. Every government in the West got way the fuck more racist after 2015. You're acting like your position is the disadvantaged one, the silent one. You cry out in the night and nobody hears you. Every single government listened without data, without good cause. They all jumped on these talking points. And nobody here has said, I certainly haven't said, that immigration doesn't bring issues. It's a logistical difficulty, and there are differences in immigrating people in from different areas. For example, many of the people Sweden took in were literal refugees. Now, I know this is probably difficult for you to comprehend, but everybody is aware of the fact that immigrants and refugees are two different categories of new people entering your country. And refugees, because they're coming from an area that's war-torn, presumably, right, might be a little bit more disadvantaged. They might be less educated, less wealthy, they might have fewer work skills, they might have greater cultural or linguistic barriers that they need to overcome. This is obvious. But you pretending like other people don't get this is a fake ploy. It's a smoke and mirrors. Nobody thinks this. Everyone understands this. But by crying about it, it's very clear you don't want to talk about what these differences are or how to deal with them. You want to cry about how nobody's listening to you. And it's been like this for 6 years since I started this channel. Every time this conversation comes up, no racist wants to talk about, well, what do we do with it? Every racist wants to talk about how brave and daring they are for being racist and how mean everyone else is and how unwilling they are to come to terms with reality. You know, it's like that entire fucking, it's like that entire class of people who want to say, like, did you know black people have lower IQ than white people? And then you say, well, yeah, that's like the data. What of it? And they're like, the left doesn't want to acknowledge that black people have higher crime rates than white people. It's like, okay, yeah, we know they do. It's like a, you keep telling everyone. We're aware. It's like a well-established fact. It's pretty like well settled. Okay, so what do you want to talk about? Do you want to like talk about why that is? Like what led to that? Do you want to talk about any of that? No. They just want to jerk themselves off about how brave they are for bringing it up, you know? It's so fucking boring. Like, look at the dude, it's every message from this person. It's incredible the consistency with which they speak in this way. Are you saying the immigrant groups in the US and Europe are the same? I bet you they didn't say that. Are you saying whether an immigrant group commits a lot of crime and are a net drain of the economy doesn't affect popular opinion on immigration? Nobody would say that. You're making this up. Nobody would say that. You're just incredulously asking follow-up questions. Like it's the same, dude. It's so tedious. You live in La La Land, dude. It's like you want to lose elections for alternity. You're not having a conversation. So not a single coherent argument then. Got it. Let's keep losing elections then. You have literally not provided a single argument in any sentence, in any message. You have not taken a single affirmative position. All you have done is incredulously ask questions and then get mad at other people for not answering the next set of questions that you thought in your head they didn't answer to begin with. Oh my God. You don't win elections by dismissing real challenges as racism. It's not a dumb hill to, it's just a dumb hill to die on. No one did. No one did that. You want me to source crime? Look at this one. You want me to cite crime stats, which you apparently don't believe in anyway? You really think that? You really think that person doesn't believe in crime stats? You really think you're talking to like a person who from like epistemically won't engage? Or did you invent that? And now you're finding an excuse to not provide any information to back up your claim. This is just a right-winger? Well, it's a concerned troller, yeah. But I do, listen, okay? It's not that I'm mad at this person, okay? It's that I feel smart when I identify an underlying trend in a person's bad arguments, and then I get to keep reaffirming that point over and over. It makes me feel smart. So when I say like this person is a tedious concerned troll who won't make any arguments themselves, but will invent other people's arguments to be incredulous about because they like jerking themselves raw over the fact that they're brave enough to acknowledge these difficult facts, and then it's like, oh, that's actually the only thing they do, you know? You get me. Anyway. It's got to be a long stream, folks. Yeah, Trump has said that he'll be cracking the skulls of any protesters. Didn't even say violent protesters, but you know, what difference does it make, right? There are going to be nationwide protests in response to this. I don't know if there are going to be protests at the scene. I don't know how much you can protest like the military parade. I don't know if anyone's going to pull like a tank man kind of situation. I don't know. It'd be great TV. Yep, it'd be great content if they got rolled over. Even if they didn't, you know? Did you see Elon Musk caved? Really? That's fascinating. Did you get that from my title, Elon bends knee? Did you get that from like what you saw in my title as you clicked on the live stream? Is it officially called a birthday parade? I mean, that's what it is, but no, it's like an army anniversary parade. All right, just put the ongoing civil unrest in the bag. I gotta piss. I'll be right back. Then we start the thing that you all want to see, which is the fucking. Actually, hold on. I have way the fuck too many tabs open. Click. That was an authentic one-to-one. Every click was met with a click. Burb.
stand for everybody in America, but not fascists who are trying to get us out.
It was a frothy one. Do your Kegels like me, and miracles can happen. All right, who's having fun? These guys, apparently.
Why are you standing on the wrong side? I'll be here tomorrow. I'll be here Friday. I'll be here Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I'll be here. We're getting mugged by a random Los Angeles citizen.
With a non... The packs these guys are wearing makes their ass look huge. I see what you mean. By live. What is my beloved ABC7 doing? Oh, I don't see him. I don't see ABC7. Oh, this is the same location. At least you can see a little bit more of the crowd here. That's a decent number of people considering the fact that it's only 3:30. What time is curfew? I actually don't know. Probably like relatively late, like 10. It's 8? Okay. A little early. Not at all like Seattle's vibes, huh? Alright, hold on. 8 p.m. is when all the stuff starts. That sucks. Well, presumably that was the point. Texas National Guard deployed to San Antonio ahead of planned protests. City officials hold press conference Wednesday morning. Nice, nice.
KSAT 12, the Night Beat starts right now.
Breaking tonight, Governor Greg Abbott sending members of the Texas National Guard to San Antonio.
This is in response to protests that are planned for tomorrow in downtown San Antonio. We know that for several days now, people have been demonstrating against recent ICE raids and also arrests of undocumented migrants.
In Los Angeles, tensions have been especially high between protesters and law enforcement. Here in San Antonio, both the mayor and the police chief, William McManus, support peace.
Oh, I love that. Did I see the police blurring? Yep. Oh, okay. The police were blurring some profanity in the graffiti. I thought they were blurring the cops' faces, which, by the way, they will do.
And the police chief, William McManus, support peaceful protests like the ones outside San Antonio City Hall last weekend.
Now, they plan to hold a joint press conference with the city manager about those protests tomorrow morning at 9. We're going to be streaming it, and you could watch it online and also on KSAT Plus.
Things have been pretty active, actually, in the Dallas, Houston, and San Antonio. Oh, wait, maybe not Houston. Might be mixing my Texas cities up. Texas protests. How spicy did it get over there?
Anti-ICE protests are erupting across Texas. Hundreds of protesters gathered for hours in downtown Dallas. They're speaking out against ICE raids happening across the country. Dallas police called the march an unlawful assembly last night and began deploying pepper spray and smoke to clear the crowd. In Austin, there were also large crowds marching and protesting over the weekend. Texas DPS says 4 people were arrested after a protest at the Capitol last night. Tear gas and pepper balls were used to maintain order. An ICE spokesperson sent us a statement about this that reads in part, quote, ICE respects the constitutional right of people to peacefully protest. However, assaulting, resisting, impeding, or harassing ICE officers and special agents or interfering in any way as they're executing their official duty is against the law. If any person assaults a federal law enforcement officer, they risk being prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, end quote.
Families away from their communities.
Same messaging every goddamn time.
Away from their cities, and they will not be silent.
Meantime, here in San Antonio, ICE detainments continue outside Immigration Court downtown. Today, a Cuban man says his Bolivian wife and 2 children were detained after an immigration hearing.
We called very.
Homeland Security seeks weapons drones for LA immigration crackdown. That's nice.
Right now, it's 4,700 personnel, so 4,000 from the California National Guard, 700 Marines, and our mission is to protect federal agencies, our federal partners, their personnel as they conduct their federal mission, and even more in particular as they do the enforcement of federal law.
That's great. Yeah. Homeland Security seeks weapons drones for LA immigration crackdown. Department of Homeland Security has asked the Pentagon for help. Oh, is this the leaked letter from Kristi Noem to Hegseth? We covered that like the other day. The request came Monday. Yes, we did cover that. It's unclear what type of weapons Homeland Security officials are seeking for the immigration crackdown in California. Also unclear who would use them and who they'd be used against. Neat. Obstruction of justice is the only civil disobedience that can be done here, right? Otherwise, it's just being rowdy. I'm not sure what you mean. Obstruction of justice is a they'll charge you with that. Not sure when I saw this today. Nothing changed after Floyd. What is this? Facebook link. Officer kneeling on someone's neck. Yeah, police have always done shit like this. The thing about George Floyd that was exceptional wasn't the kneeling on somebody's like back or upper neck or whatever, or upper back or neck or whatever. It was the fact that it was for like 9 minutes after he said he couldn't breathe, you know? Yeah, the video length. Also, he, you know, died.
Y'all need to educate yourselves. Oh, they loaded the gas can. Oh, big boy over here. This is not what you signed up for. Hey, you drink more than that gas, pussy.
It does seem like the crowd's getting a little bit more belligerent. See how that goes so far. YouGov poll from 2 days ago. Do you approve or disapprove of recent protests in Los Angeles against ICE actions? 36% approval, 45% disapproval, 19% not sure. Man, 26% disapproval from Democrats. That to me is the most telling statistic here. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy, dude. Oh, man. It really is a one-party state. These polls are depressing. Well, man, like I said, we don't have a coherent counter argument on like the immigration stuff, you know, like the outside of just abolish borders, everyone be a citizen, whatever, or like radical changes. You have Democrats hemming and hawing over like, well, maybe we should have a path to citizenship for the illegal immigrants that are good people, you know, like. Yeah, the immigration process, becoming a citizen should still take like 10, 15, 20, 35 years maybe. But like we should give them a path to it. Like they should get to do like an American gladiator ninja warrior thing to like prove that they're really American, and then maybe there's like a raffle and some of them can maybe become citizens, but only if they're like the good ones. And if they ever commit any crimes, then of course they're out, you know? Like we don't have any real left-leaning position. I mean, obviously you have like abolish borders and the internet left, but that shit ain't happening. Isn't the counter argument we will do this shit but more efficient? I mean, it definitely doesn't help that Biden spent 4 years capitulating to the right on immigration issues. I don't know how YouGov corrects for only being able to collect from people who are political junkies. Yeah, it's a YouGov poll is not super reliable, but you know, we'll take from it what we can, okay? It's like every button but the right one. Hey, don't give me copyright struck. The media coverage on the protests is super confusing. I'm honestly not surprised so many people aren't sure. You'd think literally all of LA is on fire by how it's being covered. I mean, that's not confusing. That's what the media does every time. The media serves the interests of capital, and capital in this case is lined completely behind Republicans. Look, hey, listen, if you want a clear-cut example of how captured media is, go look at how mainstream media covered the beginning of the BLM protests in 2020. You will find a lot of mainstream news outlets covering favorably, like Portland Antifa throwing tear gas grenades. In fact, media coverage of the beginning of the Black Lives Matter protests was so favorable that a majority of Americans approved the burning of the Minneapolis police precinct shortly after George Floyd's murder. Because people were like, yeah, well, that was the police precinct where we're from the guy who did the kill, the guy who did the murder. So like, yeah, of course. A majority of Americans. The burning of a police precinct. The media decides how people feel about things. And back then, the media understood that Trump was unpopular, ineffective, couldn't do anything, and was probably going to lose soon. And then he lost. After January 6th, it was even worse, right? After January 6th, even Fox News was condemning Trump because they thought, oh, he's gone. Trump lost the election and then he fucking failed a coup attempt. He's gone. He's out. It's going to be a Democratic Reich for 30 years at least. This is going to do for the Democrats what FDR did in 32. I mean, they're going to lock the fuck in. And then what happened? Merrick Garland never did anything about Trump. Biden fumbled the bag. Here we are. The media decides who wins the elections. The media decides everything. They are more in step than ever before, possibly in all of human history. So why isn't the media having the same disposition? Because we lost. Because the Republicans won. Maybe forever, or at least indefinitely. If Trump could do Jan 6 and not face persecution for it, then this is a one-party country. The Republicans are the only group in this country with any meaningful political power. It doesn't matter if the Democrats win elections. The cultural power and the capital power is held by Republicans. How do we take back the media? I don't have any answers to that question that I feel comfortable elaborating on right now. But like genuinely, capital has aligned on this. It's just, there's no, And to people who think I'm being cynical about this, by the way, I unfortunately, I think that this is informed cynicism. I think this is one of those things where a little bit of information might lead you to do like a hemming and hawing, you know, like, well, it's complicated, there's a bunch of factors, but then the more you learn about it, it's like, no, the media has just decided who they're going to support and what narratives they're going to take, and they're locked in on that. Because they're all owned by like 5 people. It's it really is the bell curve where like 0 IQ people, or I guess, I don't know, 85 IQ people are saying like, you know, dude, media, the deep state controls everything. The economy's fake. It's not real. And then the 100 IQ people are like, no, it's actually a really complicated, like multivariate set of factors that determine what happens in it's democracy, and the people in the democracy have power and so on. And obviously the economy is complicated and there's a lot of things in it that are like very subjective, but that doesn't mean it's not real. But then you get over to the other side of understanding and it's like, no, actually the economy is like entirely fake and the media does decide. It's just that before this moment in history, the media had not made up its mind in the way that it is right now. And I think a large part of that is just total social media control. Because unlike traditional media, like Fox News or CNN and, you know, their Disney, right? Like the institutions they own as well, where you have like these big complicated corporate decisions. Dog, Elon can decide how Twitter is run himself. Jeff Bezos can step in and just tell the Washington Post, like, yeah, you can't run critical coverage of Trump anymore, basically. ABC, CNN, no. Like we're living in an era of very consolidated control, and a lot of that control is held by oligarchs. I mean, people who are like forces in themselves. They're not just like one person on a board of directors, you know? You understand what I'm talking about, right? David Hogg officially out as DNC vice chair. We'll be having another election. Great. Well, there you go. It's in the best interest of the media to glaze who's ever in power. No. That used to be the case, but the Democrats have proven that's not necessary. Republicans reward loyalty, but the Democrats are too cowardly to punish you if you don't favor them. So actually, the media doesn't need to glaze Democrats. Like, Fox News spent Biden's entire term lying about him and trashing him. What punishments did they incur? None. Donald Trump attempted a violent insurrection. What punishment did he incur? None. No meaningful one. Nothing compared to what should have happened. Meanwhile, Fox News literally just got a, was it ABC correspondent fucking suspended for criticizing Trump in a tweet. So why would media suck up to the Democrats? It's not like they're going to do shit. They're pussies. Oh, they fired him? I'm sorry. The last news I heard was that they suspended him. They fired him? They fired a senior correspondent for criticizing Trump? Can I get a... They did? Okay, great. Yeah. Not renewing the contract? That's firing.
Sucks. I know if all your country sucks, but it's fun. How to make a change?
That's great. Anyway, yeah, the economy is fake and rich people, fuck you, CNN, and rich people decide who wins the elections. More so now than ever before. I don't know if the Democrats... Oh, well, I don't know if it makes a difference if the Democrats win, to be honest with you. Like, like, okay, I hate to be insufferable with this. You know the ratchet effect? The argument that, like, Republicans exist to turn to the right and Democrats exist to prevent you from going back to the left? Okay? I actually don't think that argument was true up until now. I think versions of that argument have been true. I think that in pieces, you see an element of that effect taking place in many elections, in many presidencies, Democrat and Republican, certainly since Reagan, right, with Clinton. But I think that we have finally reached like perfect synthesis. We have finally reached like the 100%. It's like the Democrats have been soft booting that for years, for decades, and now finally, at last, they have that political modality fully operational. You know, the real uniparty. I can't believe they fucking fired him. I can't believe it. I don't want to say he was one of the good ones, but like by the standards of well-known correspondents, he was pretty good. Relatively. Yeah, he wasn't absolute shit at least. Media's dead? Yep. And it might just be like this forever. Palantir will be getting a databases on every single one of yours fucking cock length and dickhead tip color. You know, I have no idea. And as if like a perfect, you know, affirmation of how dead media is, here's how CNN covers the firing of a senior correspondent from another news company due to pressure from the presidential administration. Reactions mostly split along partisan lines, with pro-Trump columnists arguing Moran should be fired and anti-Trump writers lamenting he was suspended for speaking truth about power. Thank you, CNN. Really? Right-wing people think it's good, left-wing people think it's bad? Thank you. My God, the future is so bleak. Yep, it's bleaker than you could possibly imagine.
I mean, at the end of the day, we're all human.
Beans and rice.
Don't see it as themselves. What teenagers? I think so, yeah. Bro, that's the best.
So all the anti-voters are finally right now? I don't know about that. I don't think this really validates the argument that like there was no like betterment to voting for Hillary Clinton over Trump or whatever in 2016. Like even in hindsight, I don't think that's true. I think there would have been like a difference. I think the real mistake was that Trump should have won in 2020. And I really mean that. Biden winning, failing to do anything about January 6th, and then capitulating to the right on immigration was like the flare shot into the sky to let Republicans know they could do anything they wanted. Whereas if Trump had won in 2020 and then just blundered COVID and fucked everything up and just he had the same neocon advisors, he still had holds on him, he didn't have time to build up Project 2025, and then he just like whimperingly, he might have died in office from the stress of it all. Just like everyone hates him. Nobody can believe he won 2 elections. He's like a joke to the world. Are you laughing now? He should have won. He should have won. But man, can you imagine being the time traveler with that knowledge? Can you imagine going back to 2020 and being like, listen, this is going to sound fucking crazy, okay? I know that we're having the BLM protests, COVID is happening, and Trump is in office right now. He needs to win again. Trust me. It's actually one of those like time travel scenarios where it's like, listen, okay, if Hitler doesn't become the Fuhrer, double Hitler becomes the Fuhrer in 34. Who the fuck is double Hitler? You don't want to know who double Hitler is. We made this mistake. Turn back now. Hitler squared. You know, there's a book that I remember enjoying quite a bit when I was a kid. Is it the Pendragon books? Okay, it's about it's like a young adult novel, and it's about a teenager who finds a way to go to different worlds, including Earth in the past and the future, through like a like a portal, and they can do like time shenanigans. Was that Pendragon? Am I thinking of the right name? Am I mixing up Pendragon and Aragon? Is Aragon that, or is Aragon the one with the dragon? Pendragon, yes. Okay, the plot of Pendragon's, I think, third book, was that he went back in time to Earth right before the Hindenburg disaster, and he prevented the Hindenburg disaster, and then he found out... No. It was that he was told that he needed to go back and prevent somebody else from fiddling with the Hindenburg disaster, to prevent it from happening. And the argument was, if you prevent the Hindenburg disaster, actually there were spies there that were transmitting information between Germany and America. And one of the things that would have gotten leaked from America to Germany in World War II would have been Manhattan Project files early. And as a consequence, Germany would have gotten the bomb slightly earlier than America, and they would have used it to win the war. So in actuality, like, you need to go back in time and you need to make sure the Hindenburg catches on fire. You need to light that fucking match. Yeah, no, that shit was hype as a kid. Absolutely. I remember that being good, but I also read it when I was like 12. So who the fuck knows? Anyway, I guess that's the argument I'm making now. History would condemn you? Yeah, history would not know about double Hitler, but you would get to die in the stockades knowing that you prevented double Hitler from rising. How do you still keep going despite all this despair-inducing news? I junk it. Crazy style. I with my beautiful partner, you know, we junk it. I slap them down with that nasty dick game. I play video games. Hey, listen, okay? Also, sometimes people give me money for making dick jokes, and that's pretty nice. They tip me.
Security guard making $8 an hour. You don't have to do this. You can go back to mall security. Oh, look at the mega boss right here. Oh, someone wants this little motorcycle. I like to ride my bicycle.
What the hell is happening? Trying to get me copyright striked. I see how it fucking is. Again, I disagree that Trump winning in 2020 would avert all this. I know that. You know how I know that, Alia88? It's hinted by the fact that you opened your statement with again. This is the second time you've said that, and I read it the first time. So the second statement was unnecessary. The disagreement of one person in chat has been noted. Actually, it's more than one person. Just letting you know that I saw it. In the future, I hope to not have to clarify this with you every time. Anyway, basically what I'm saying is that I am MAGA, but only in retrospect. Trying to get me fucking copyright striked. I see how it is. It's okay. They'll run out of they'll run out of licensed music to play eventually, I assume. Oh yeah. 54% of Americans think burning down Minneapolis police precinct was justified after George Floyd's death. I remember this. People really did think this was a new moment in America, like an unprecedented surge of public support for both anti-racism and anti-police brutality. But it meant nothing, as it turns out, because as it turns out, people are very stupid, and people just believe what they're told by the media and social media. Honestly, it's not even the media, it's social media. I don't think that many Americans are having their opinions and stuff changed by media, because only dinosaurs watch the media. People watch, like, second-order interpretations of the media. People like me going over clips. So, like, which gives, like, the appearance of authenticity, even though social media is a bot system. Literally, like, you know, like Joe Rogan, for example, the pinnacle of fake authenticity, has been for years and years, but only recently was he bought for political purposes, at least to the extent that he is now. Just, Even the NBA is promoting Aiden Ross. Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't they? Aiden Ross has like real money and connections behind him. Do you think he landed that Trump interview off of just having numbers? You think the Aiden Ross was able to pull Trump onto his live stream just because he had like a certain number of people watching his streams? No. No. These people, all of these far-right people, they have connections, they get emails, they get told, hey, you know, I've got a crazy opportunity for you, you know? There's even some money in it for you. You want to hear more? Joe Rogan literally just agrees with whoever he interviews, left or right. That's not true. That's an old perception of him. He has been bought. Have you seen the way he talks about Elon Musk? It used to be true, but somebody offered him a deal that was better than whatever he was getting before. Rogan's a reflexive contrarian mostly. Yeah, you've seen him have a conservative on? Not so reflexively contrarian when it's MAGA talking points. Isn't it just because he's friends with Elon, though? No. He did not talk about Elon that way before Elon became a Republican superstar and one of the, at the time, leading members of the administration. FBI to investigate funding of the Los Angeles anti-ICE protests. Organizations involved. Jesus Christ. Dude, if you contribute to a bail fund for the protesters in Los Angeles, you might get visited by the FBI. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, is this word from Kash Patel? Okay, thank God. It might not mean anything. The FBI is investigating any and all monetary connections responsible for these riots. FBI Director Kash Patel said in a statement to Just the News. He literally only announces things via podcast. I genuinely haven't heard of the FBI doing anything since the new administration came in. He's just saying this. So thank God, like genuinely, thank God. The U.S. is such a joke, Lamau. Yep. Chinese century. My NBC 15. This isn't a partisan news station, is it? Who wrote this? Following mostly peaceful demonstrations in response to multiple immigration raids in Los Angeles last week, anti-ICE protests began erupting. Immigration officers were assaulted, vehicles burned, and businesses looted. If you have to watch out for a burnt car, that isn't a peaceful protest. That isn't America. That's anarchy, acting ICE Director Todd Leons told Fox News. Me watching out for the burnt cars. He wants you to run right into them. Oh, just... Is Terry Moran next in the TV news to Substack pipeline? You know what? God bless him. Get that bag. Also, there's something about his face that I like. He looks like he's out of the 1950s. You know what I mean? He's got like a news face. He has a news anchor face. Get him on Zateo? That would be funny.
Breaking just moments ago, NBC News reporting that ICE is preparing to deploy tactical units known as Special Response Teams to 5 Democratic-run cities. Those cities, Seattle, Chicago, Philadelphia, Northern Virginia, and New York. It's not clear if these raids will begin immediately, but all special response teams in those areas have...
Northern Virginia? Am I stupid? Is there a city named Northern Virginia, or do they just mean Richmond? The Richmond area? Why wouldn't they just say Richmond? I guess like Fairfax, Arlington, basically outer DC. Okay, whatever. Richmond plus. Richmond is not Northern DC, Northern Virginia. Am I forgetting? I remember driving to Richmond from DC like pretty quickly. It's central? Oh, wait, 1 second. Oh, wow, you're right. I was way off in that. I thought I remembered it being... Huh, okay. Yeah, I thought I remembered it being like just a 50-minute drive in the 95 down from DC, but clearly not. Must just be misremembering. Maybe good traffic. Maybe.
Breaking just moments ago, NBC News reporting that ICE is preparing to deploy tactical units known as special response teams to 5 Democratic-run cities. Those cities, Seattle, Chicago, Philadelphia, Northern Virginia, and New York.
Yeah. They're trying to incite more protests. Dude, I can't believe it, but I think they're really committing to it. I think they're really going for it. Like, this is it. This is going to be the make or break for American democracy.
I was last seen up the icicle.
Have there been any found supply caches?
Oh, this isn't general coverage. This is for a specific incident.
At least 378 people have been arrested over the last 4 days. California Governor Gavin Newsom is urging protesters to stay peaceful. He also filed an emergency federal court order to try and block National Guard troops and Marines from engaging in immigration raids in LA.
Trump is pulling a military dragnet all across Los Angeles, well beyond his stated intent to just go after violent and serious criminals. His agents are arresting dishwashers, gardeners, day laborers, and seamstresses.
Just outside of LA, more Marines are ready to enter the city if needed as the protests continue. And Texas deployed its National Guard to San Antonio in anticipation of protests planned for today and Saturday. Texas Governor Greg Abbott said they will arrest anyone who hurts someone or damages property.
And protests also happening in our state. Protesters in Seattle clashed with police last night as they tried to stop people from being taken to the Northwest ICE Processing Center. It happened near the federal building in downtown. Police used what looks like pepper spray and non-lethal rounds to disperse the crowd. Protesters tried to prevent ICE from detaining people awaiting immigration hearings by piling lime bikes and scooters at the entrances to prevent people from exiting the building. Those bikes have been removed, and it appears to be much quieter in the area this morning. And while the protests here weren't as destructive as those in Los Angeles, Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes was asked how he would handle the situation if President Trump deployed the military to our city, and Barnes said he would probably go to jail.
I will do everything in my power, I want to be clear, to protect
this is our police chief.
Anyone in Seattle from anyone who comes to this city with the intention to hurt them or inhibit their First Amendment rights. And what that means is at some point, I will probably go to jail and be in prison.
Barnes said he expects to be jailed because a federal judge was recently arrested in Wisconsin, and President Trump is threatening to jail Governor Newsom in California. His comments were made during a confirmation hearing yesterday in front of the Public Safety Committee. A full council vote to make...
We charged the chief with aura farming. Yeah, I saw an article on this. Seattle PD is pretty bad. I don't know much about the chief here. I know that we've had like a revolving door of chiefs of police lately. Seattle Police Chief Barnes. So he must have come in recently. How recently? How recently? Let me see. Beginning of the year. Beginning of the year. Last one sexually harassed a bunch of officers. Yeah, I heard that. I think I covered that too. Barnes been on the job for 3 months, is expected to be confirmed the city's permanent police chief as soon as next week. Bet he wasn't expecting this when he took the job. Good on him, though. Yeah, well, you know. The bar is pretty damn low these days. What would Trump playing his hand too early look like here? Unfortunately, like, I don't want to be too doomer about this. Or I don't want to be doomer at all, because if you say I don't want to be too doomer about this, people in chat are going to be like, well, you're being doomer at all. I'm not being doomer at all. In my opinion, right now, unfortunately, I have yet to see any evidence that it's possible for Trump to overplay his hand. Like, the level of dicklessness from the Democrats continues to astound. I have no idea what, like, the line would be, right? I have no idea where you'd, like, where are you even going with this, right? Like, what is the plan of the Democrats? Have you seen anything out of Schumer and Jeffrey? Don't answer that. We know the answer. Literally, the only person who's been trying to aura farm out of this is Gavin Newsom, who I fucking despise, but he's been doing a good job in the context of his role. I mean, he's literally deploying military to point guns at civilians. Yeah, and what's happening? These protests are pretty small. Also, the media is, like, overwhelmingly adopting... Here's a video going around on how the protests can win. A TikTok video. All right, I'm ready to be politically educated. LA win conditions. This is a 6-minute TikTok. I didn't know they made TikToks that big.
That's it. So any municipal break, these are LA's win conditions. That's it.
You know what? So, sure. I'll engage with it. Sure.
Any municipal breakaways. Glendale just canceled its ICE contract. That's precedent because every city that follows turns protesters.
How do I full screen? Where's the full screen? Seriously, a drop down for full screen?
To a policy cascade. So the goal is just to turn LA into the first domino, and it puts public pressure on Santa Ana, Long Beach, etc. to follow suit. The second win condition is any public...
We're moving so quickly. Come on, I'm a live streamer. I have to draw everything out for half an hour at minimum. Oh yeah, draw it out. Yeah, no, the withdrawal of the ICE contact from Santa Ana is good, and the precedent is good. Unfortunately, it doesn't change the fundamental nature of the dynamic, right? Because the real issue right now isn't just whether or not ICE has enough beds in their detainment facilities. They don't, right? It's more so like, can they get away with anything they want? I do agree, though, that if you can challenge the root of this, right, which is the fact that the president can get away with anything that he wants to, I think that this becomes more meaningful. You know what I mean? Up until then, it's kind of like a edge case battle.
Moral awakening. NPR time to finally portraying protesters as concerned citizens and not just rioters. The goal is just to keep centering family stories, detain workers, union arrests, and make the morality too heavy to ignore, because the public is starting to distinguish between federal cruelty and local compassion. The third...
I would like to believe that's true. I mean, I don't. I would like to, in the sense, like, I wish I lived in a world where I thought this was the case. It'd be nice, you know? We saw the unreliable YouGov polling earlier, okay? Right now, the numbers don't look great. Shorter, more LARPy, shorter attention span version of how to win. Okay, one thing at a time. I'm engaging with this fairly, okay?
Win condition is lawsuits and oversight. So California's AG, their Attorney General Rob Bonta, just sued over unauthorized federal enforcement, right? Back this lawsuit with mass mobilization. This turns any narrative into legal leverage. But also also cross-city solidarity. So San Francisco, Chicago, Boston, Houston, they all had their spin-off protests. If a synchronizing message emerges out of this, 5 to 7 cities chanting the same demand at the same time, it'll overwhelm the federal media control immediately. But there's key risks.
I flatly disagree with that. Not just I don't know. I think that is just wrong. It's optimistic. It's extremely optimistic. Do you think your cynicism could be your age? Okay, you piece of shit. I'm 31 years old, for one, okay? And for two, the problem is that it's not just a product of, oh, I've seen this play out before or whatever. I really do think people are underestimating how cordoned off the majority of the American population is, how controlled they are. I think that media, I think that there was a window of time where social media was more or less uncontrolled, and for that reason, narrative spread through it like wildfire. It felt like a democratic medium, right? Like, you know, oh yeah, the government may control the mainstream media, but we're out here telling the real stories. That time is over, man. We are so past that. The biggest podcasts are all like corpo or politically bought, you know, pundits. It's not authentic. There is some authenticity, but it's not, you know, it's not enough. I just don't know how reliably you can get this kind of solidarity out of people. The fact of the matter is, for most Americans, the only way in which their life is changing is that they are seeing news media, both social and traditional, telling them that downtown is getting fussed up by crazy lefty protesters. They are not directly experiencing anything else happening right now. It's not directly affecting their pocketbooks. This isn't like a reaction to any shift in their material conditions, and the messaging they're receiving is very, very, very controlled. I'd be willing to bet, even if we took a look at something like MSNBC, right? And that's like as lefty as you're going to get from mainstream media, you know? I'd be willing to bet that a lot of their rhetoric still hems and haws over, well, not all the protesters are the violent ones, but of course we condemn the violence. And that's like the most left position you'll see outside of like communists on Twitter, which most people are not getting their news from. John Oliver is as left-wing as the media gets. Dude, if the media was as left-wing as John Oliver, we'd be living in a communist utopia right now.
There's key risks, and we're going to go through those too. There is currently no unified demand. In the raids is vague. That is not going to work. Protect sanctuary cities by law. That's a little better. Abolish ICE is polarizing. We need to be concerned about the message. Movements without demands become media spectacles without memory. Any rally.
Unfortunately, yeah, I think this stuff sounds good, but the problems that we're dealing with are a lot more fundamental. Like, for one, how do you get a centralized demand out of a bunch of reactive protests with no movement or no leader behind them? You don't really. That can't really happen. We don't live in a uniculture anymore, you know? Also, you know, media capture. I don't know. What should the message be of the protesters? I don't know. It's not really like what should it be. It's more like what is the message and how do you respond to it? I mean, a lot of them just fucking hate ICE. But that's the most you can expect. Like, throughout history, usually reactive oppositional protests just tend to kind of, you know, they just fucking hate the thing they're protesting against.
That is behind winnable ass, like emergency citywide ICE moratorium. That's a way to fix that.
Abolish ICE is the only unifying message I've heard. No, it's not. The Democrats don't believe in abolish ICE. They believe in, like, what if ICE was nice?
That's the way to rally behind that, because that's something better to say than in the raids. Emergency citywide ICE moratorium. See what I mean? See what I mean? Get that narrative together. Then here's our other risk. Violent optics do persist. Like really bad. Burning cars, highway blocks, tactical gear versus flag bearers. The medium turns the just cause into a chaotic image of fear and disruption. So visual peace With
I don't know. I don't really. Why are you people so fucking racist? Jesus Christ. Better one? It would be a total shame if this video ever made its way to protesters in LA. Oh, God.
So, I study a lot of history, as you folks know, and one of the areas I'm particularly interested in is revolutionary history. And having done quite a bit of research on the topic, I've learned a few just interesting facts about it. Like, one of the things that determines a successful revolution...
We're not having a revolution, though. These are protests.
...is a thing called decentralized action.
Also, why is he talking like this? Why is this guy doing like a corpse husband bit? Why is this guy talking like a Valorant husband? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Police forces and security forces are set up to deal with big protests. You know, if there's like 100,000 people marching through a city, the police are equipped to control and disperse that. But what they're not good at doing is dispersing lots of protests. So it's actually, historically speaking, a lot more effective if you have, say, 10 1,000 people protest than it is to have one 10,000 person protest.
Not necessarily at all. It depends. If your goal is like militant resistance, then yeah, absolutely. If your goal is like a massive show of solidarity and support, then you want one massive protest so you can get like video and pictures of how many people are there. It's complicated. Like,
or even better, in terms of, you know, historical success, even better, 100 protests of 100 people. When you're dispersed that much, police forces don't have the resources to really contain anything.
But what is your goal if you're not being contained? Like, what are you okay, so you're uncontained. What are you doing? You're in 100 different places, you know? You're downtown, you're in a different part downtown, you're over here, you're over here. Okay, what do you do now? Like, you're just yelling at what? Like the sky?
And they generally quickly lose control of the situation. Anyway, no idea why that's coming to my mind right now, but I just think that's a really interesting, you know, historical detail that, I don't know, maybe you guys find interesting too. And maybe it gives you, you know, something.
What is this like thrice reposted just asking questions ass? You can just what a curious detail I've chanced upon. Who wouldn't want it to get out to any dissidents, would I? No. Well, oh dearie me, it seems I've hit record on this, but let me just turn this off before anyone sees this information and makes use of it. Beep. Play it up. Play it up. This is kind of like what you said a few streams ago about how it's good to constantly move from intersection to intersection, blocking different roads instead of staying in the same place. Yeah, but that's if you're belligerents that are just scuffling with cops. But that's about movement. What he's talking about is like what you would do in a revolution. And it's true. In like revolutionary militant action, you know, there's probably a lot more value in like a bunch of, you know, loosely coordinated, you know, spread out micro groups. Yeah, tactical warfare shit. But what are we talking about? We're talking about protests here, you know? It wouldn't hurt to think ahead. Okay, buddy. Yeah, you go down to the front lines. Yeah, Miss Genderlin, we're talking about revolution, but like right now the LA protest is like 100 people yelling profanity at a bunch of disinterested looking National Guardsmen, you know? the unfortunate part here is that at George Floyd protests, the people who did the whole nimble movement from street to street, where the people bashing out storefronts and looting while the bulk of demonstrators was holding police up at a couple of major intersections. Well, the problem with the George Floyd protest, like, you have to identify, like, where in the chain of command did something go wrong, okay? Like, okay, most protests fail, right? Because there are a lot of them. Like, every year, someone's got something to yell about, you know. For the most part, these don't work. Okay? And you have to identify why, right? Sometimes you've got big ones. George Floyd protests. What went wrong there? Well, for one, they were the biggest protests in American history. Tens of millions of people. So they did not fail in terms of the public support. That shit worked. They were on that, you know? In terms of the actual, like, moment-by-moment engagement with the police, the logistics of engaging in these protests. Honestly, I think the BLM protests were helped out quite a bit by the viral videos of police officers curb stomping and, you know, in some cases killing people. Grim, but, you know, that's how it is. I don't think they failed in that respect. And there was a lot of civil unrest during the BLM protests, I think, that people excused because they understood it as this big, historically significant moment. So that's all fine. So where did it fuck up? People say it was message discipline. That is bullshit. Protests are capable of getting things done without every single one of the tens of millions of participants at protests being in lockstep on the specifics of their policy. The problem was they had no people sympathetic in power. I mean, you've got Nancy Pelosi kneeling, you know, you've got AOC, but you don't have, like, a meaningful political bloc that's willing to carry on that message. You also don't have an implicit threat. See, protests, you know, maybe they work because they sort of elicit sympathy from people to a large extent. For example, the Civil Rights or the Voting Rights Act was put in because people were kind of, like, horrified by the brutalization of the black protesters by the police. But the black protesters throughout the civil rights movements were well organized enough that people understood they represented a significant civil and economic threat to the country. To have millions of people being openly belligerent, not engaging with society at large, right? That was the threat. It's like the Montgomery bus boycotts, right? Where, like, you know, the implicit threat of a protest, like with a strike, is the ongoing effect it might have. Now, the BLM protests lasted a while, but without a meaningfully sympathetic bloc in government and a cohesive set of goals, I think most people correctly assumed the BLM protests would die out and they wouldn't have to do anything. And they were right. And unfortunately, I think a lot of people are going to look at this much the same way. See, the government can sustain crackdowns for years. You need to outlast them. The civil rights protests went on for years. I mean, we're talking years and years of militant organized. People made their lives out of this. I mean, it wasn't just like a Sunday trip or whatever. I mean, this was like a significant portion of people's lives in adolescence. Decades? Yeah, in a broad sense. But, you know, if we're talking like the main chunk, people talk about the civil rights protests. Here's the problem. Nobody wants to do this shit anymore because nobody believes in anything. I'm bringing it back to the nihilism topic. The people who are here in Los Angeles protesting, do you think they'd be willing to do this every day for the next 10 years? Don't answer that. We know the answer. We do not have the investment. People just don't care. They're not connected enough to their community. So there's no threat. I mean, what's the threat? People also need to work to survive. Well, they did back in the civil rights protest days, too. But they made it happen. They also had more mutual aid during that time as well. Yeah, people knew their neighbors. That's literally it. There are no real avenues towards power. Yeah, it feels like people's power just isn't really a thing anymore. I don't know. We laud the French for their willingness to protest, but how much have they actually gained from those protests, you know? Like, the farmers, they dump shit in front of City Hall or whatever. I wonder, these marginal gains they fight for, how much of it is performative? Would they not have gotten this through political pressure without the protests? I wonder, like, to what extent... Does protesting even change anything anymore? I don't know. Latin America still is the sauce. Does it? How many months now have protests raged against Javier Milei? They like him? Yeah, well, people like Trump. Dude, the reason France is a nice place to live and America is a shithole is because in France they don't let their government fuck with them without challenge. No, I disagree. I think this is ahistorical. There are a number of reasons why social democracy persists in France, but why is it then that the French have a weaker social democracy than, say, Norway or Finland or the Netherlands? And Norwegian people, Finnish people, and Danish people aren't known for being particularly rowdy with their protests. I don't think that works. I think it's more complicated than that. I'm not saying protesting doesn't work. I'm saying that lately it hasn't been working. I don't think it has a good victory record. How do you square this with your claim that fascism is unstable? I think they work together perfectly. But keep in mind, when I say fascism is unstable, I am not claiming that the Trump regime is going to collapse and be replaced with something good. Right now, it seems like the most we could hope for is a Gavin Newsom presidency, where his first action as president is to formally apologize on behalf of the Democrats about the whole trans women and women's sports thing. Like, fascism may be unstable, but that doesn't mean, for one, that you can't just exist in perpetual instability, right? Like, you can just sort of have that tumult indefinitely. And also, there's not really any guarantee that you get something transformatively good at the other end. From my understanding, those three countries have higher routine civic engagement. Sure, and I think that's a sign of a healthy democracy, to be sure. But the idea that protests are the way you make your government better, like, that's it. It's just like a one-to-one. Like, the more people protest, the more government equals good. This is clearly untrue. It's a component of it, but it's really just about power. Maybe in countries with a strong social democracy, the real force there is cultural power. You have governments that are free to pursue the development of their social democracies in post-war Europe. They don't have to dedicate a bunch of their money to the military because America's covering that for them, so they put it into the sovereign wealth fund, they put it into their healthcare or whatever the fuck else. They don't develop a culture of, like, MIC complacency the way America did. Vosh, what are the consequences to ignoring a protest? What were the consequences to ignoring the George Floyd protests? Massive. Tens of millions of people. What were the consequences? Very good. I think it's another people are too comfortable now. People aren't as rowdy as at protests nowadays. Oh, sure. What is it? You know, you're 3 missed meals away from a riot, no matter what. That is true. If everyone started starving, or if there was war, nuclear, you know, attacks, then yeah, presumably people would very quickly rediscover what it looks like to get silly with it. But we're not there. Modern states are just too powerful. Modern capital is too powerful. In many cases, it feels like the state is powerless. You know? City governments are all bankrupt. Nothing changes. Everything's rotting. State governments are all bankrupt. Nothing changes. Everything's rotting. National government seems to be only capable of, like, incrementally increasing military budgets. No big projects. Can't do anything. Everything's too entrenched. Debt too high. Interest payments too high. It's the pedophile billionaires who get to gallivant around without a care in the world. You know? Remember when everyone thought the Russian anti-war protests would overthrow Putin? Yeah, it turns out you need the CIA for that.
Everything on cells, bro. Like, that shit is crazy now. That's terrible. City government to its own soldiers.
Well, given the competence of this administration, I'd say you'd be past those 3 meals pretty soon. How long can a nation be run this badly before we start to see mass suffering? It's been like 40 years since Reagan started turning every good trend in America into a bad trend. And it hasn't happened yet. Every leftist thinks that they live in the era that's on the cusp of revolution. Like there's like millions of housing insecure people. How many American children are food insecure right now? So a significant percentage of them. I love how the CIA has assassinated like 90 presidents or dictators. It's actually insane. They don't even do that anymore. We don't make things in this country anymore. Somebody in chat posted this morning that around 50% of people in Florida are living paycheck to paycheck. There's your missed meals. Where's the revolution? 18% of children? From 2023, so it's probably gotten worse since then. 82% of households with children were food secure in 2023. 17.9%, or 6.5 million households with children had household food insecurity. So that's cool. There's your missed meals. Where's the revolution? And there are countries out there that suffer worse leaders with less food on their plates too. I think there are so many factors here, right? There are so many factors involved. Cultural complacency, a desire for better things. I don't know. A huge and consistent factor is, it seems to me, how easily people can get distracted. If anything, that might actually be the number one, because it's kind of like it's multivariate, right? Like a lot of other things factor in, or factor into that. But the easier it is to distract the population from their legitimate grievances, the more you can sweep things under the rug. And Americans are like infinitely easy to distract. It seems like every time there's a real meaningful change, it's because a population is either unwilling to be distracted from an issue they care about, or well, actually, no, I suppose that's my main point, right? I'm just going to blame it on phones. I mean, I do think that's part of it, yeah. Like, people are really easily distracted because of their phones. That is true. I do think that's true, to an extent. But chat's going to crucify me because it's a boomer take, and also I contribute to the problem, so... Syria finally flipped. It's only a 12-year civil war away. Well, yeah, sure, but that's a civil war. That's different. We're talking about like unrest and protests and stuff, you know? So basically the next revolution will come when the next solar storm hits. I mean, that sounds like a joke, but that like might actually be true. If there's ever civil unrest that gets so bad that it leads to either a mass blackout or we get the cascading junk in space. What's that called? Is that the Kepler effect? No, that's something else. When all the satellites get knocked out and we can't communicate anymore, that would probably Kessler syndrome. Thank you. I was thinking of Kepler effect or something. That might do something. Yeah. A little bit bleak to think that, though. Like, yeah, the only chance at meaningful social reform is some cataclysmic upheaval caused by a global communications blackout. No, it won't. You covered this peasant brain stuff on your drone video, lol. No. People are peasant brained because of media. We're getting stupider because of the information that's being fed to us. I think that a random US citizen today would in many ways be stupider than a middle-class person in 19th century France, even with all of the information in the world at their fingertips, because people are very confident in what they're told they should know. And there's a lot of stuff people believe that they think is common sense that is definitely not common sense, and they've been kind of insulated from the consequences of being wrong about stuff. Whereas in the 19th century, presumably there were a few more things where like you just died if you were bad about it, you know? Like washing your hands. Stupider, yes, but they could show the Frenchman the infinite knowledge of the universe with a device in their pocket. Yeah, but people don't use that. Nobody uses their phone to get smarter. People are getting stupider. We thought access to the internet would enlighten humanity, but we have data on this now. People are objectively getting stupider because of these devices. Is this feed done? Oh, it's just frozen. That's cool, but try living without your phone for a week. I mean, obviously, like, my work relies on my phone and stuff, but I guess a lot of people's does. So if you put me in an environment where I was without my phone and that it was fine, like I guess my bills and all the other crap would get taken care of, like I left it to a secretary or something, I'd be fine, I think. I do like my phone quite a bit. I do like using it the way that I use it. But, you know, honestly, it's not like I'm the better example. Most of the time when I use my phone in a way that isn't like utilities, right? Like, you know, responding to emails or whatever, I'm watching like video game Let's Plays on my phone, like I'm chilling, which I enjoy doing very much. I enjoy those. I find those very entertaining, you know? There are plenty of content creators online who I think, you know, provide, you know, I value that very much, you know? I don't really have an issue with people doing stuff like that, you know? Life should be enjoyed. It's just so easily weaponized. And nobody uses their dang phones to get smarter, okay? Not to say I'm perfect about this. I'm definitely not. But you, and I mean you watching this, you need to have the trend in your head. Like if you don't know a thing and you just realized you don't know a thing, you should look it up. Like we should use this for something. We should like use the technology for, how did this turn into a fucking tech rant again? Listen, the point that I'm getting at is that it's making society better is complicated and I have no idea how to do it. There. Also, fuck you, AP News. Fix your shit, stupid piece of shit. You do the Walmart bit? Oh, I did see this. I look forward to her being, she's gonna, they're gonna fucking execute her on Trump's birthday or something. Walmart heiress's anti-Trump ad ignites huge MAGA meltdown. Yeah, she put out a big full-page ad encouraging people to attend the No Kings rally. So, you know what? I'm not going to complain. Also, stop linking me Daily Beast. I can't get around their goddamn ad block. Or paywall. No Kings, June 14th, mobilize. Hey, that's pretty soon. We are a people of principle and honor. We honor our commitments and stand by our allies. We defend against Russian dictators. We uphold and defend the Constitution. We care for veterans and children. We respect our neighbors and trading partners. We support a healthy national and international economy, community, and environment. We are the world leader, trust to uphold the stability of the rule of law. Lib shit, but, you know, we're all getting sent to the gas chambers, so, you know, I'll take it. We are the people of the United States of America. The honor, dignity, and integrity of our country are not for sale. Our government is of the people, by the people, for the people. Yippee. Paid for by Christy Walton. Yeah, just right there. No kings, no graphic designers. True. No kings makes you RSVP, which drives me nuts. Well, that makes sense for a protest. I mean, you can just like show up, you know, normally if you want to. I can't believe they fucking killed the AP News guy. Who are the other people live streaming this? I see con channels. Major emergency. Chaos. Los Angeles riots. Military deployed. Live.
And other cities. I'm really concerned about Chicago, maybe some other California communities, Santa Ana. Would they do that? San Diego, maybe. What about Austin?
Listing
Austin
cities
too, man. Austin. I don't know if y'all saw the feeds yesterday in Austin, but Austin was pretty wild. They were doing mass arrests in Austin. I saw them marching in New York City last night. I didn't see anything really bad, but just going through the streets loud. The mayor of Los Angeles, or the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, said he ain't going to tolerate it. And as we discussed, I do think that I think New York NYPD is the most elite from other cities to do this. It could be a staging ground, but
this guy's got his own hat. JLA investigates. I should get my own hat. It says JLA investigates on the hat. I should get my own hat. I have this denim indigo dye RL one. Little tight on my head. I mean, all baseball caps are tight on my head. This is a relatively large one. But it doesn't say Vosh. No, but it says RL, and my shirt also says RL, so it's consistent. It's JLR, not JLA. All right, you linguistic prescriptivist. You alphabetic prescriptivist. Shut the fuck up. The fuck is this? U.S. Army's Twilight Tattoo Show in Virginia. Okay, this is some other shit. This is some other shit entirely. You look weird in the hat. Wow, thanks. Look, it's just, I've got a big head, okay? I'm like the opposite of Hassan. I've got a big-ass head. Most standard fucking baseball caps do not fit my head. Not every guy's a hat guy. Yeah, but I wanna, the baseball cap is like Americana. It's Americana personified in hat form. I need it. Vosh would look good bald. I did shave my head once when I was in high school. I do have a good skull shape. Why don't you support the Mariners? Not really a sports guy. The audio in this live stream is fucked. Hit the right fucking channel. Look at that. You believe the ICE raids in Los Angeles are justified? 62% yes. I think this is another big issue, which is that, like, the tepid non-messaging, the tepid, come on guys, cut it out messaging of Democrats is so much less effective than fucking hatred, which is what the Republicans bring to the table. You know what I mean? Like, Republicans always dominate every conversation they're in because they're so much more emotionally engaged with hating you and hating blacks and Latinos and everyone, you know, women and Jews and everyone, than the Democrats who just kind of like meal mouth their opposition every time, you know, their hands in the air. Oh, well, you know, we recognize that some black people commit crimes and they should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, but don't lump the regular non-crime committing black people in with them. Like, it's no one's gonna... Better to all follow a shit plan than to have no plan. That's literally true. That's true in a lot of, like, social situations, you know? If you've got your 10 friends with you and people are like, where should we eat? You know? It is much better to fucking commit in 2 minutes to a place that's like than to spend like 45 minutes doing a bunch of, you know, round table voting that leads to nothing. Commit to Waffle House? Commit to Waffle House, exactly. Judge says Mahmoud Khalil cannot be detained or deported based on Rubio's determination. That's great. We'll see if anything comes of it. Sorry, I just had that link there. Isn't that exactly the argument used to support dictatorships because they get shit done? Well, yeah, that is. The idea that a dictator can do things much more quickly and effectively than a broken, dissolved, you know, uncommitted democracy, which, by the way, is exactly what the Trump administration is doing. How much happened during Biden's administration? Nothing. Because everything was done by committee, everything was half-hearted and bipartisan, everything was moderated, everything was mitigated. Everything got passed through the ringer 50 times. Meanwhile, Trump just does 100 bad things. Whatever. Now, call me an optimist. I do think it's possible to take a aggressive approach on doing good things. FDR did it. It's totally possible, but for some reason it never pans out that way. Didn't they go to Denny's and Breaking Bad or something? No, he just went to a roadside diner, I'm pretty sure. Denny's is an infamously bad American chain restaurant. IHOP is obviously better than Denny's. I've never been to a Waffle House, so I can't comment on that. I'm pretty sure he actually did go to a Denny's. Really? Okay, I just don't remember that. What the hell? Dude, no one wants to cover the fucking protest. Is there seriously no one down there? I'm looking at the live feeds right now. Okay, New York Post. Give it a shot. More background noise while we ramble about the fucking decline of the country. Vroom. Agenda-free TV? No, because agenda-free TV has a guy talking over it. Beep, beep. So does your stream? Yeah, so I'm trying not to compound the issue. As these protests have continued, more and more of the coverage that I see in the live feeds that I look for on YouTube are from people who, I'm just going to guess this person's right wing. Nationwide chaos. This lady was discharged. Speaks out against Trump deploying Marines to LA. Breaking, 300 plus arrested as violent anti-ICE protests spread from Los Angeles to cities nationwide.
Appears to have just been a singular vehicle.
Oh, there he is.
Okay, we got a chopper. Let's see this new. Yes, we got a chopper heading out. Post call on Wednesday. They're gonna have a call, 7:30 p.m. Is that today? That's today. This space will be where you find our latest alignment going on No Kings Weekend to ensure you have an up-to-date. How do I go to this thing? Join info on. I mean, I want to hear the call. You have to sign up or something.
Oh, it's a crime channel. Ugh. Most popular video in the past month by a big margin. Austin Metcalf's black friend defends him, not a racist. I don't even know what this is in reference to.
Austin is not who the black community is saying he is.
To show and read this post from one of Austin's role model and an older brother every time for free. Maybe him here.
I don't even know what this is in reference to. What the fuck am I doing this stream, man? Actual live. Volume warning left ear.
Hey, thank you. Oh, you're so welcome.
That wasn't too bad.
Sorry guys, we're broadcasting at the same time, but Mike, can you please
okay. We don't want to use any feeds that have TV 18 at the end because all of them are just rebroadcasting old footage.
Waiting for 40 minutes.
This is not from today. This is probably from yesterday. For real? Yes. LA protest live, that's mint. I gotta say, I'm surprised that like KTLA and ABC7 aren't there. Wasn't ABC7 there well before 5 p.m. the previous days we looked? I swear, I remember them and KTLA being there like way earlier than then. Maybe because it's not violent, they don't want to show it. Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking. There might be like a coordinated ignoring here. This is from ABC 10.
We've said this as a warning to people who are thinking about conducting these illegal acts, pretending that they are engaged in protests, but at the moment they engage in the illegal acts, they are no longer legitimate First Amendment protesters. They are criminals, and they will be prosecuted as criminals. If people want to hurl insults, we will protect that. If people want to engage in crimes, we will prosecute crimes. So hurling bricks, hurling cinder blocks, hurling fireworks will not be tolerated in this county, now or ever. So when we talk about the cases that we have brought, I'm going to highlight 5 cases today that we have brought in order to, again, not to give an example of the types of cases that we are bringing, and as importantly, the types of potential criminal consequences the individuals who've engaged in this criminal activity will face. And in saying that, we will be having literally dozens and dozens of additional cases that will be brought to us from law enforcement to consider filing. In the weeks to come, we will look through all those cases. And by the way, as a quick aside, for any individual who's engaged in criminal conduct but did not get immediately arrested, let me provide some bad news for you. There's a tremendous amount of video out there through social media and otherwise. We will know who you are, who engaged in this conduct. We will track you down. We will arrest you. We will prosecute.
This is the same script as the other guy? Yeah, I mean, it's the same. Just put the other subject in the bag for a second. Remember how RFK Jr., with no warning, fired every single member of the vaccine advisory board that the CDC had? All of these, like, you know, the top minds in the field. We got some new ones. 8 new members. Just 2 days after Kennedy removed all sitting members of the advisory committee. Kennedy said in a post on Twitter, of course, "Great Barrington Declaration. What in the malware is this?" Okay, I think they linked. I think they did the wrong hyperlink because this is clearly supposed to link to a Twitter post, but instead it links to some kind of, you know, signature request for a medical bill. I'm not entirely sure. Just RFK Jr. Twitter. Phishing site? Well, I'm sure it was just a mistake. I do not see any announcement of a new board on Twitter. In fact, he's been weirdly quiet on Twitter, actually. April 26th right here. May 9th right here. May 11th, that's when he swam in the poop water. And then here's a kid. June 9th. Fake news? No, I just don't know. Maybe he tweeted it from like a different account. Okay, Junior, Twitter, vaccine board. Okay, here we go. It was from the Secretary Kennedy account. That makes more sense. Oh God, and it's an essay post. Oh God, this is how you can expect to get all of your like in-depth government news drops from now on. Jesus fucking Christ. Thank God for Elon's Twitter Blue. If it weren't for that, he would have to break this out across like 27 tweets. Average dono. Okay, so who are these people? I'm not taking RFK's word in it. Who are the 7 people he's decided should be on the advisory board for vaccines? Let's see. Martin Kulldorff, a biostatistician who previously served in the vaccine safety subgroup of ACIP and who was a co-author of the Great Barrington Declaration. Okay. So the Great Barrington Declaration is what the earlier hyperlink directed me to. What the hell is this? Great Barrington Declaration. Let's find out together. Read the declaration. Look at this. The Great Barrington Declaration. As infectious disease epidemiologists and public health scientists, we have grave concerns about the damaging physical and mental health impacts of the prevailing COVID-19 policies. Okay, gotcha. It is a declaration asking for an end to lockdown. Nice. And no, look at the very top. Dr. Martin Kulldorff. Very, very good. Okay. All right. Well, that's number 1. Martin Kulldorff was fired from Harvard University for refusing COVID vaccination. He later claimed it was because he was, quote, too pro-vaccine. cityjournal.org article, Harvard tramples the truth. And this is written by, you guessed it, Martin Kulldorff. It's just him complaining about the lockdowns. I'm skimming. I remember this guy from the drama about him getting fired from Harvard. Oh my God. Since mid-2021, we have known, as one would expect, that COVID-acquired immunity is superior to vaccine-acquired immunity. Based on that, I argued hospitals should hire, not fire, nurses and other hospital staff with COVID-acquired immunity since they have stronger immunity than the vaccinated. COVID-acquired immunity fades, like, really quickly after you get it. We should actually, no. We should fire our vaccinated health professionals and we should hire, like, the ones that are still sick. Because if they're still sick, that means the immunity will last longer. Vaccine mandates are unethical. No, I don't think that's true. I think that the polio and smallpox vaccines, etc., are actually like really, really good. in my personal opinion. This is end time shit. Yeah. I like how earlier in this article, this guy argues that his authenticity is enhanced by the fact that he's done all of this work without any sponsorships from pharmaceutical companies. But then he goes on to, and I bet you money's exchanged hands, join Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s vaccine advisory panel, indicating that there is, in fact, a financial incentive in this particular kind of crankery. All you have to do is look at Jimmy Dore to see that the anti-vaccine hysteria, the anti-lockdown hysteria, did make quite a few people their careers. Anyway, that's guy number one, okay? Here's guy number two, Robert Malone. I recognize this name. A physician, scientist, and biochemist who made early contributions to mRNA vaccine tech. He was dubbed a misinformation star by the New York Times for spreading false info about COVID and mRNA shots, including claiming he was an inventor of the technology. This guy went on Joe Rogan, didn't he? I remember this guy. This guy is really bad. This guy has made an entire career out of lying about mRNA vaccines because he was like vaguely associated with their creation. This guy isn't even like a scientific figure. This guy's been disgraced for decades. Well, maybe a decade. Is this the guy with 4 stage 4 cancer friends? No, I don't think so. Like to get, okay, again, remember that this guy is on the vaccine approval board. Now, with that being said, let's read just a little bit of this. Mel Gibson was the cancer guy? Yeah. In November 2021, Malone shared a deceptive video on Twitter that falsely linked athlete deaths to COVID-19 vaccines. In particular, the video suggests that Jake West, a 17-year-old Indiana high school football player who succumbed to sudden cardiac arrest, had actually died from COVID-19 vaccination. However, West died in 2013 due to an undiagnosed heart condition. Malone deleted the video from his Twitter account and received a cease and desist from West's family. Malone later said on Twitter he did not know the video was doctored. Twitter actually suspended Malone after he shared on that platform a video about the supposed harmful effects of the Pfizer vaccine. Malone made the unfounded claim that COVID-19 vaccines are, quote, damaging T-cell responses and causing a form of AIDS. He claimed he had a lot of scientific data to back up his claim, but did not cite evidence. He sued Twitter, along with 2 other doctors, for suspending their accounts. Yep, here he is on Joe Rogan. He said that society in its reaction to COVID-19 was just as during the rise of Nazi Germany. Spoken at anti-vaccine and anti-vaccine mandate rallies. He has a Substack. Elon unbanned him. And he lives on a horse farm with his wife. That's nice. So, yeah, that's another one. That's number 2. We now know about 2 of the people who have been made members of the vaccine advisory board. Cody Meissner, a professor of pediatrics at the Geisel School of, or Geisel, I don't know, of medicine at Dartmouth, who has previously held advisory roles for both CDC and FDA. Okay. He is also a signer of the Great Barrington Declaration and co-wrote an editorial with FDA Commissioner Marty McCarry during the COVID pandemic arguing against masking for children. Okay. Relatively minor compared to the last guy, but seems like the recurring pattern we're going to see here is that every single one of these people will have achieved some degree of notoriety for being a COVID conspiracy theorist. Insane how over it is for this country. We're never recovering from this. The Democrats would need to exhibit like Mao Zedong or fucking Ho Chi Minh levels of like social and cultural control to pull us out of this death spiral that we're in, you know? No, like literally, liberalism cannot pull us out of this. This is a level of overwhelming, tyrannical devolution, like social devolution, that moderate reform simply cannot address, you know? It's not possible. Retsef Levi, a professor of operations research at MIT, a critic of mRNA vaccines, posting on social media in 2023 that, quote, "We have to stop giving them immediately." Okay, conspiracy theorist. Vicky Pebsworth, longtime nurse with a PhD in public health. Nurse. She previously served on the FDA's Vaccine and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee and on the National Vaccine Advisory Committee's Vaccine Safety Working Group for the H1N1 vaccine. Okay, some experience here. As of 2022, Pebsworth served on the board of the National Vaccine Information Center, an anti-vaccine group. She's spoken publicly about her son experiencing long-term health issues following vaccines at 15 months old. Okay. An anti-vax Facebook group. Yeah, is it autism? Fucking Facebook group. As a Canadian, y'all are so fucked. Yeah, well, you know what? You'll catch whatever mutagens we develop on this side of the border, okay? I'm gonna cough on you. Joseph Hibbeln, phenomenal name for a Nazi. A psychiatrist and neuroscientist who previously worked at the NIH for many years. He primarily studies nutrition and brain health. Oh, is this like a normal guy? Michael Ross, clinical professor of obstetrics and gynecology at George Washington University, Virginia Commonwealth University. James Pagano, an emergency medicine physician licensed in Florida and California. So the last three here are not having any attribution, any accusations made against them here with regard to anti-vax conspiracism. We'll see. It is entirely possible some of these people may be completely non-problematic. Angela Rasmussen, a virologist at the Vaccine and Infectious Disease Organization at the University of Saskatchewan. However, others are, quote, unbelievably anti-vax people. They are 100% not going to approach this in good faith. None of the new members immediately responded to a request for comment. Okay, yeah, anyway, we're all gonna die. I don't know. What do you want from me, dude? It's fucking crazy. I feel like I'm watching Lysenkoism happen all over again. I feel like I'm watching in disbelief as this shit happens again. They're declaring mRNA vaccines to be a Jewish science, not worth pursuing. This feels like a social experiment. Well, yeah, in that line, you can take some comfort in the knowledge that future doctors will, in fact, be able to learn a lot from the period we're about to experience. How the fuck does this help the bourgeoisie? Well, ignoring quantum mechanics in Nazi Germany didn't help the fascist regime there. Fascism is irrational, you know? RFK Jr. is the purest example of that. How like irrational anti-empiricist conspiracism still favors them, right? Because the fact that they have RFK means that they attract the support of certain types of people. People who might not otherwise like the Republicans. RFK picked the Hibbeln guy because he did a study about how omega-3 causes autism? Huh. You might actually be right. They love this kind of shit. Nutritional insufficiencies of omega-3 highly unsaturated fatty acids may have adverse effects on brain development and neurodevelopmental outcomes. This fits in line with the kind of stuff they propagandize over. It might actually be that. I wonder if RFK Jr. just, like, flipped through a list, you know? So eating fish causes autism? No, no, no. Not eating fish causes autism. Nutritional insufficiencies of omega-3. You need more fish. The advancement of physics in Nazi Germany didn't benefit the rich, but medical science benefits the rich here. I think that if the Nazis had taken, you know, quantum physics seriously, they might have been able to build the bomb, and then they could have won the war. But they didn't. And also they chased out all of their Jewish scientists, who then worked for us. So it ended up hurting them, like, pretty badly. Look, what you got to understand is that all of this is being done in the service of the oligarchy, but the oligarchy is really stupid, and so are all the people working for them. Unfortunately, like, we're not seeing a stunning display of competence from the administration, just weakness from everyone else. They're not pulling off some big power plays here, okay? These people are genuinely very, very stupid. I mean, we all watched Elon get radicalized live. Like, he went from an insincere liberal dipshit, fake, you know, Tony Stark on Twitter over time to buying into the conspiracy theories that he was using Twitter's algorithms to promote. Like, we saw him get radicalized by fucking reply guys, you know, by cat turd, by the neo-Nazis that he follows. A lot of the people in the Trump administration are probably, like, similarly susceptible. They probably also think vaccines cause autism. Like, why not? That's a stupid guy thing to believe. Yeah. One of these days... It's so frustrating, man. That's true. It definitely is. Let me see what's going on. Dallas.
Que han hecho una comunidad. Lo que miramos en este caso es que una familia que no estaba cometiendo un crimen,
I do not
que
speak
estaba en
this
su
language.
carro tratando de salir de su comunidad, los atacaron con carros, con agentes químicos, con armas letales que estaban apuntando
He said
contra
family.
ellos.
Thank you for the update.
Sin justificación, sin una razón legal. Estamos hablando de una familia que no estaba cometiendo un crimen. Estamos aquí diciendo que lo que está haciendo este gobierno no es correcto, no es justo, no es legal, y vamos a proteger la comunidad, vamos a proteger la familia.
It might be a quiet day for the protests. This is San Antonio? It's a decent number of people. I mean, you know, relatively speaking, I suppose. We also have major demonstrations on Saturday. Yeah, it's just like, again, it's difficult to believe in the commitment of these protests I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens on the 14th. Love the Antifa flag right up front. That's cute. Are these Saturday protests like the real deal? That's the tough thing, man. All protests are the real deal. You know? That's the problem right there, you know? You see this as like individual moments, blips of attention to be capitalized on, when in reality, change can only be met through sustained, continual suffering. If it didn't take suffering, everyone would already have the life they want. Isn't this lack of confidence in protest the result of media bashing? Yeah, to a large extent. Do you think it's worth going to DC to protest Trump's birthday parade? I see people saying folks shouldn't go because they're going to crack down hard. That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. Chat, did he talk about David Hogg? There's not really much to talk about. Did you hear about the woman getting shot point blank? I heard about it. I guess I just don't... It's not that I don't care. I'm still cooling down a little bit from the Australian reporter clearly getting shot by a sadistic cop, and then she went on air to basically say, yeah, don't talk about it, guys. No biggie. I don't want to be part of the story is all. Sorry about that. We're supposed to make the police look good. Sorry we didn't do that time. Woman going home, trying to get to her apartment.
They're telling her to move, but that's a public sidewalk. They're telling her to move. Watch, if they shoot her. Holy fuck.
Good on the lady filming here. Really good on the lady filming. You got the filming, the commentary, running over. That's good. That's pro-social behavior.
Come here.
Oh.
Sit down. Sit down. Where'd it get you? Really, fuck off. She's not doing anything. Come on. We're moving, assholes. You got it. Hang on. I just need to get out of their sight. Here. I got some supplies in my bag. Sit down.
You know, I get criticized sometimes for the cynicism. I will say the key difference between me and the misanthropic nihilist jerk-offs you see or whatever who give up on the whole process is that I believe, unlike many people, that humans are fundamentally good. See, whenever the power goes out, whenever there's a big blackout, what do you see in the streets? People playing. Seriously. Every time. I have always believed this. I even say this with the Republicans, don't I? I say, you know, besides all the politics, you can drive through rural area, red states, go through Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana. Most of the people you interact with are going to be right, fine, nice people to you. And it's not like inauthentically nice. Well, you can? Yes, there are sundown states, or sorry, sundown towns, of course. But even if you're black, I would be willing to bet that the majority of interactions you would have, driving in, you know, you're just running around the Sun Belt or whatever, would be more or less positive. I think that people are naturally pro-social. I think that's kind of like a, we're kind of biologically locked into that to a large extent. Or at the very least, that's the default. It's the norm you have to be pulled away from, you know? You have to be taught to not be like that. Anyway, sorry, I'm just trying to be a little positive. I know that's what I'm thinking, because, you know, I've seen a lot of videos of police brutality. But I don't usually see videos of people reacting this empathetically. Have I talked to you guys about my beautiful partner? I gotta take a lesson from them. You know, they're very pro-social. They're very, very pro-social. In this respect, like if they see someone who looks like they're in trouble. Now, okay, I'm influenced a little bit here by sort of, you know, my father is a very stoic man, you know, very stoic, or as they say, as the kids say. I was raised kind of, you know, not necessarily mind your own business. I was given a good social education on the importance of people working together, but for the most part, my understanding of how people interact in public is, you know, most people want to be left alone. But my beloved, beautiful partner, anytime they see somebody who's in trouble, they run up to help. There's something they want to see changed about the world, like a garbage bag in the middle of the street, or like debris, you know, remove the debris, or one of those stupid Lime bikes that's like blocking, like it's in the wrong place. Those Lime bikes are heavy, but they're not as strong as me, I'll tell you that much, but they run up and they, you know, and I help, but sometimes they run ahead of me. They try to move it out of the way. And they do this with everything, you know? There have been times, there was this one time, I'll tell you, there was this one time. We were taking the ferry, in Washington. I don't know which ferry. I'm sorry. There's a lot of ferries, because Seattle, there's a whole bunch of, there's like a fucking archipelago out there. But we were taking it, okay? And we had our car parked on the boat, and we were on the deck of the ship, and we were chilling. And we were at the front, what do you call it? The bow of the ship. And there were two kids there who were behaving irresponsibly. Like they were kind of jumping up at the edge of the railing at the front of the ship. And the railing is not like the railing on a walkway over an overpass or whatever. It's not 10 feet tall. You know what I mean? Like, you could pretty easily jump over the front of the ferry. And then you die. You know, because you tumble down the front. You get sucked under the sort of rip the water, and, you know, you're going to drown or get like hit on the head or something. Anyway, there were a bunch of adults on the bow of the ship. So I'm thinking, oh, those kids are irresponsible. Their parents are probably somewhere nearby. They'll get reined in. Minutes pass. These kids are not getting reined in. They are getting more bold, though, okay? One of these kids is like doing the thing where they're like on the monkey bars, where you grab it and like push it up like this and like lean over the front like this. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I know American parents. If I do anything, if I talk to these kids, instantly, some adult in this crowd, some dipshit fucking parent is going to say, excuse me, why the fuck are you talking to my son? And I'm going to have a 30-minute argument with them when I'm supposed to be enjoying this ferry ride about, like, your kid was about to tumble off the front of the boat. And I'm thinking, like, this is a cost benefit. How much are these children's lives worth to me? And I think, do they pay taxes? No. Are they subscribed to my channel? Possibly, but unlikely. You know, I don't really. I mean, like, what am I to do? But I'm deliberating this. While I'm deliberating, what does my beautiful partner do? Runs the fuck up to those kids and starts reading them the riot act. They pushed through too, because as soon as they went up, another adult up there turned to my partner and said, "Oh, it's your kids." And my partner said, "No, it's not my kids. I'm gonna talk to them," and went up and chewed them the fuck out. We never found those parents, by the way. So those two kids, I feel really bad for them. They have shitty parents, because they absolutely could have died. And none of the other people were doing anything because they were all like me. I was thinking, much like them, they were all thinking the same thing. I guarantee it. They were thinking, you know, yeah, bystander effect shit. You know, I don't want to be the one. But my beautiful partner, with their big round ass and symmetrical face, ran up and said, like, get the fuck away from the bow of the ship, essentially. How did I get to this? Oh, yeah. Anyway, my point is that we should all be more like my beautiful partner. Also, this lady seems nice.
They shot her. Yeah. Point blank. I literally just got it on video. They're gonna shoot. We're moving! We're moving! Stop! She's injured!
LA, man.
Come on, we gotta get across the street. Come on, we gotta go across the street. Where are you going? I live here. Okay. I live here. Come on. I just literally shot her point blank. No, she's not okay. Yeah, try right here.
Am I,
just look at it. Unless you want to go inside.
Am I talking or something?
Holy fuck, you guys. Okay.
Watch your legs, officers!
10-4.
Here.
What? Why is there other audio? Is that where the explosion was from? What the hell am I looking at? This is from the downtown San Antonio feed. This whole time it's made no noise. I didn't think that was gonna change. Okay, well, ignore that. That's not relevant to what we're talking about. What are we talking about? Not this. What are we talking about? This. We found it. You're lucky it wasn't porn, dude. Yeah, you're right. I'm lucky it wasn't the YouTube live protest porn feed that I opened up and left unmuted. That would have been fucking awkward. Jesus, you people, and your mind in the goddamn gutter. Oh, sorry. I was trying to make a point here. The point that I was making about people being fundamentally good, I think, is that I think that if you, with no context whatsoever, gave this video to people all around the world, almost everyone would arrive at the same conclusions, right? This lady is nice. The one who was shot was the victim. Those cops were unjustified, etc., right? You have to have additional layers of disinformation stacked on top to provide the justifications. You know what I mean? Like, the natural state of man is to look at this and be disgusted and appalled and so on, right? And I think that's it's a winning point in our favor, you know? It helps in our direction, certainly. The media has to work so fucking hard to paint over this, you know? Excuse me. Please comment on Australia simping to America. Australia's defense minister was natural decision by Pentagon to review AUKUS defense pact. Australia's defense minister Richard Marles says there is strong support for the trilateral agreement in Washington. AUKUS submarine program. What is this? So the Australian government is getting some flack here because they went to the Pentagon to seek their input on a submarine construction plan. This is a little too insular for me. I don't have the information on this. Here's what you people want me to talk about. Finally, Mamdani leads in a poll. Thank God. Not by a small margin either. The survey conducted by Public Policy Polling for Democrat Justin Brennan's city comptroller campaign found Mamdani beating Cuomo 35 to 31. I wonder, is this first round? I guess this would be first round vote. If it's only 35-31, it's probably first round vote. Is this the first poll we've seen conducted after the debate and AOC endorsement? Wait, these are just... This survey is just asking about comptrollers. What about... Wait, hold on. Am I blind? Where does this survey ask about your mayor vote? I don't see that. That's not here. I don't know why they linked that. Kind of weird to link that when it doesn't have that. The poll of 573 likely Democratic voters was conducted between June 6th and June 7th. Okay. After the debate and the AOC endorsement, 39% came from landlines, 61% from text messages. A methodology that favored Mamdani given his strength with those responding via text, according to results. Okay, Politico. I remember you with your, does Mamdani support the Holocaust? The answer unknown fucking article. I remember you. Okay. Sure, we'll see if this methodology favors Mamdani. I think most people alive today communicate via text. Like, the fact that 39% of the responses came from landlines, to me, if anything, means this is a old person favored by, like, or a bias towards old people with the responses. Because I'll tell you, in my age group, 39% of people are not using landlines. So if anything, I would argue, like, they say text messages are favored for Mamdani, even though everyone can communicate with text these days, even the oldest boomers. But they don't say that landlines might favor Cuomo, because only old people have landlines, and old people break 2-1 in favor of Cuomo. Politico, when I get my hands on you... Look at the third to last paragraph. Politico is not happy with this. Mamdani, a member of the state assembly, has leveraged social media to gain attention in the crowded race, employing slickly, by the way, very backhanded compliment. Slick has a lot of connotations. Highlighting his platform like free bus service or government-run grocery stores. Oh! Don't mention freezing the rent. That's a very popular one. His voters don't seem to mind that he hasn't articulated a robust, realistic plan to pay for those programs. Holy shit, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God. we are never coming back from this level of media control, man. We like genuinely like it needs to be like Mao and landlords. It needs to be like insane. When we take power, historians in the future will need to debate whether it was necessary we went as hard as we did. That's what I'm saying, okay? I want people in the future to be like, no, I get it. It's like how some people are like, you know, yeah, like Dresden deserved to be bombed. Maybe we took it a bit too far. Not a position I hold, mind you. But we need culture wars in the future, arguing over whether or not the great media realignment had to go that far. Easier to ask for an apology than for permission. Yerp. Support for Mamdani was strongest among white and Asian voters, but 27% of black voters surveyed supported him, as did nearly one-third of Hispanic voters, an indication he is gaining multiracial support among New Yorkers. Cuomo's lead with black voters remains particularly durable at 42%, the poll found. So, greater than 50% support from white and Asian voters doesn't get any real accolades, but a 42% support from black voters for Cuomo gets a particularly durable sticker of approval? This is the owner of Politico. Yeah, Matthias Dopfner. Yeah. This guy's a fucking freak. Dopfner considers himself a non-Jewish Zionist. His self-declared motto is Zionism above all, or, in its original untranslated German, Zionismus über alles. Oh yeah. Oh, no. I'm sure. The phrase similar to the first line of the German national anthem, later deleted due to its association with Nazi Germany. Just so on the nose. Why is it German? 'Cause he's German. Dopfner condemned Kuwait Airlines in 2017 for barring an Israeli passenger from a flight. Sat down with Kissinger in 2021. 2022 interviewed Elon Musk. Praised J.D. Vance's Munich Security Conference. He called the response by European leaders whiny. Zionismus über alles. Fucking incredible. Dog, look at my oligarchs. Look at the corporate boards he serves on. Warner Music, Netflix, eMarketer, Insider Inc., a billion nonprofit boards. I'm not chill. No. Man, he's like a magnet for the JQ. He's not even Jewish! Listen, a lot of wealthy, evil people understand Zionism for what it truly is. A settler colonial project where wealthy people with the right political connections can reshape the world the way that European colonizers of old did. They understand this. For example, a lot of the people who backed Rhodesia back in its heyday weren't consistent ideological white supremacists. It was actually a smorgasbord of political views. Overwhelmingly far right, of course, as this guy is, but not necessarily unified in a coherent white supremacist or white nationalist ideology. The big commonality is being far right and wanting people to suffer. Do I believe Jews run the world? No, I think they're actually literally subjected to the most per capita hate crimes in the United States. They are more, I will say, like, in terms of the big, like, Olympic Games, which race / ethnicities winning it out, right now, the Jews are more on the back foot than they have been in 80 years, okay? It is fucking rough, all right? All of the Zionist, you know, flexing and dick measuring and what have you that you've seen over the past few years, this is done at the expense of Jewish people. All around the world. It's all Israel's fault? Not necessarily. There are many factors here, but we're seeing a global resurgence of Nazism, so, you know. No, but that doesn't surprise me, funny rhetorician. Well, anyway. Man, my gripes about Politico aside, pretty fucking cool that Mamdani is polling ahead. We still have 2 weeks. These are likely Democratic primary voters. Bernie Sanders has a total favorability of 85%. 93 for under 45s. AOC has a total favorability of 78%. I should just say the plus. Plus 74 for Bernie, plus 62 for AOC, plus 43 for Zohran Mamdani. Plus 43, dude! That is crazy. Get into the Cuomo. For Cuomo, a net -1 favorability. Eric Adams has a net -68. Cuomo's a weird name. What's his nationality? Italian! Cuomo! Just say it in the accent. Andrew Cuomo! Hey! Like that, you know? New Yorkers don't fuck around. Except for in local elections, when they do fuck around and only a quarter of registered Democrats vote, and then you get Eric Adams for 4 years. That's when they fuck around, actually. Pentagon chief authorizes voluntary departure from military defense from Middle East. What? When was this put out? Yeah, we know they're evacuating the Baghdad embassy. Voluntary departure of military dependents from locations across the Middle East. Families of soldiers? Dude, are we really invading Iran? This is so fucking soy, dude. That's the best way for the regime to fall, though? You're right! Maybe this can be our Vietnam. No, you would know if they were. There'd be months of massive buildup of forces in the region. First of all, that would only apply if we were competent, which we're not anymore. Second of all, in addition, I don't think it would literally be us invading Iran. It would be continued strikes in Iran from Israel, and we would be providing Israel arms. Probably not boots on the ground, at least not at first. In which case, we would need to put ourselves out there. Hold on a second. Okay, the protests are probably going to pick up as it gets darker. Oh, ABC 7 is now live. Great. Okay. But before we get to that, I want to take a look at this Senate Appropriations Defense Subcommittee meeting. Hegseth, Iran. It's a full 2 hours 17, which we're not going to watch. We'll find the appropriate bit. 1 second, I have to piss. You can watch them shuffle their papers while I pee. I know you guys all have attention deficit disorder.
Remind everybody that today's
That's what
hearing
people called ADHD before transgenders were invented.
Not a welcome place for demonstrations, and anybody who tries to disturb the proceeding is going to be echoed out. Secretary Hegseth, General Kane, Ms. McDonald, we're glad to have you here. There's no doubt that the global threat demands from us an uncompromisingly lethal force. And your efforts over recent months to renew the department's focus on lethality and your attention to the concerns of service members at the tip of the spear are worthwhile and appreciated. Of course, sustaining this shift requires a clear strategy.
Did I get some good I can'ts and Kek V's over that one? I thought it was a good bit. I'll scroll up. I'll check. Nope. No, just people boomer posting. All right.
And adequate investments in capabilities. So we're looking forward to hearing in detail.
Wow, that audio is egregious. Holy shit. U.S. CENTCOM chief postpones Senate testimony due to Middle East tensions, officials say. Ooh. Wait. That actually does seem pretty bad. Satellite photo shows U.S. fighters and bombers at key base for Iran. New satellite imagery. How recent is this? This is from today. Reveals a significant concentration of U.S. military aircraft and bombers on the island of Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, including strategic B-52 KC-135. How long have they been here? Military deployment at the Diego Garcia Air Base increased since March amid rising tensions with Iran. Without knowing how recent of a buildup there has been, I don't really know how meaningful this information is specifically. This is basically a neocon coup, right? No. The MAGA types were always lying about being anti-war. They were always lying. Fascist governments start wars. That's one of the things they do. They always do this. Trump has leaned on the, like, isolationist we want peace angle because it got him applause through the elections, but there's no real commitment to that. U.S. intel officials concerned Israel may strike Iran without U.S. consent. Yeah, we saw this earlier, but, like, the intelligence community and the military community are not necessarily the same, right? Our regular venture is in Iran. Venture, are you affiliated with the Iranian uranium enrichment process at all? Like their program? I have to wait for the signal to get down into the concrete bunker. All right, well, if they answer yes, ban them. Don't need Pam Bondi coming after me. Counter-drone weapons diverted from Ukraine to Middle East amid rising tensions, Hegseth confirms. This is also from today? Oh, fuck, dude. Are they gonna invade, like, on the fucking day of the parade? What the fuck is going on here? Holy shit. This is such a whiplash. Stop chatting about me. I'm not watching the stream. Is that because you're too busy enriching uranium, Venture? Ask Venture if they are enriching uranium right now. We saw catnip. Jesus Christ. Is chat is stream lagging? I don't know what the hell's going on. At least 5 USAF B-2 Spirits and 7 C-17A Globemaster 3s have arrived over the last 3 days or are currently en route to the island. Netanyahu's government is on the edge of collapsing, so the war has to be soon or he might get ousted. I don't really think it's about protecting Netanyahu necessarily. He's been teetering on the brink for quite a while. I think we were getting dangerously close to a peace deal with them. Okay. Several provisions. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operation, which monitors maritime security issues, also reacted on June 11th to the increased tensions in the region. Iran threatened targets. Non-compliance resolution. Do you think Trump has been pressing for peace deal just for optics, knowing this was coming? No, I genuinely think that the deep state had a talk with him. He had a meeting 3 days ago at Camp David, and it's been since then that all of this pessimism happened. Before the 3 days ago point, pretty optimistic about the peace deal, making deals. He was even making side deals with them, you know? Bro, my VPN is very slow. Don't make fun of me yet. Venture is not beating the can't connect quickly because under 100 feet of concrete bunker allegations. Didn't expect this to be such a prolonged bit, but you know. Yeah, I think that the deep state sat Trump down. They already admitted to uranium enrichment. Well, yeah, of course. Of course they've enriched uranium. That wasn't in question. That was already known. The question was, have they enriched it to weapons grade uranium? How quickly they could do that, how far away they were from doing that, you know? Israel poised to launch operation on Iran, sources say. What sources? U.S. officials have been told Israel is fully ready to launch an operation in Iran. This might literally happen within the next, like, 48 hours.
We're following breaking news. U.S. officials familiar with the situation tell CBS News that Israel is fully ready to launch operations into Iran. They say this is part of the reason some Americans were advised to leave that region. The U.S. is anticipating Iran could retaliate on certain American sites in Iraq. Israeli officials and White House spokespeople declined to comment on this. President Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, is still planning to meet with Iran for a 6th round of talks on the country's nuclear program in the coming days. We're going to stay on top of this breaking news story. And time for a segment from our CBS.
No.
We discussed a lot of things, and it went very well, very smooth. We'll see what happens. You know, we're trying to do something with a country we just spoke about, Iran. They are good negotiators, but they're tough. Sometimes they can be too tough. That's the problem. We have the right person to do it. So we're trying to make a deal so that there's no destruction and death. We have a meeting with Iran on Thursday, so we're going to wait till Thursday. They don't want to give up what they have to give up. You know what that is. Are
we genuinely playing both sides? No. Trump has been pushing for no war. For several reasons. One, it gets him applause, and two, he doesn't like Israel, or at least he feels about Israel the way a normal person would, I think, which is that his interactions with them have revealed them to be kind of like pushy and needy, and they're just, you know, Netanyahu's unlikable. So, okay. And he hasn't favored them for that reason. But he has broken with what has historically been like a basically limitless commitment to support from us to them. And I think that the powers that be have been worried that we might actually announce some kind of deal with Iran. And they sat Trump down and they just said essentially like, well, this can't happen. He's very easy to, you know, influence. Breaking from less than an hour ago. Breaking: U.S. and Iran not expected to have further nuclear negotiations. So they're not even going to do the 6th talk. Yeah, they're not even going to do the 6th talk. Insane. All of this happened out of nowhere. All of this was after that Camp David meeting. Camp Davis. How did Obama get away with an Iran deal then? Well, I think there are a few things. For one, ISIS was still an issue back then, so I think you could reasonably argue there was a lot of instability in the region that could be managed and dealt with and responded to, even without like an outbreak of war between Israel and Iran. For two, Obama did get a lot of blowback for that, like a huge amount of pushback for that. And for three, Republicans are just more willing to kill people. It just boils down to being as simple as that, right? Like the right now, the current Trump cabinet is like completely no holds barred in their willingness to see death and destruction. Whereas with the Obama administration, which was awful, by the way, I think that like it was possible for there to be cooler heads saying like, okay, we can support Israel, but we don't need to go that far. There's no moderation. It's true, Obama was less subservient to Israel than both his predecessors and the people who followed. They don't want to build power plants. They want bombs to kill people. Iran has a right to build nuclear weapons. They get threatened like every hour of every day. We have nukes. We're fucking crazy. Israel has nukes. They're actually crazier than we are. But I think that Iran is capable of diplomatically negotiating the situation down and not engaging in nuclear proliferation. Western intelligence officials believe Tehran is using the time afforded by ongoing negotiations to make alterations to its nuclear sites that would reduce the effectiveness of any future military strike. Based on what? Iran has been building and reinforcing these enrichment sites for decades. You really think the extra weeks in the negotiations are them like, oh, maybe we should have added more concrete? Like, it's possible, but surely, like, they've been reinforcing these facilities for a long time. This has been going on for decades and decades. Oh, no. The deceitful Iranian is trying to buy time so that he can add 1% extra of defensive layering to the facility that they've been building for decades. So if Israel does strike Iran, what does that mean for the world? We would be committing support to Israel. Iran would retaliate and fire drones and missiles at U.S. bases and at Israel. If it's a real strike, like not just a pithy little, oh, they do one bomb or whatever, but they begin a campaign. Well, I mean, here in the United States, you'll probably be arrested if you speak out against it. I can tell you that much. Would civilian city strikes happen? Israel only wants to kill civilians. What do you, dude? IDF doesn't get their dick hard to killing enemy soldiers. Of course, they would go after civilians. Correct me if I'm overstating, but if Israel attacks Iran, the entire region's going to be at war again, right? Not necessarily. Syria's holding themselves down. I mean, maybe Yemen, and Libya, Iran, but no, the Gulf states wouldn't attack Israel over this. They've been kind of hunkered down this for a while. Also, Saudi Arabia and Iran hate each other. I don't know. We'll see. My main thought, I guess, is like, look at how hard the Trump administration is overcommitting to these tiny little protests in Los Angeles. Oh, the protests they instigated. I feel like the regime might do with any instability in the Middle East what, previously we did with Vietnam, which is, use it to galvanize, use it to draw lines in the sand, culture war. And the Democrats would take their side, too. Get videos from Schumer. I don't agree with Donald Trump on much, but... I don't think Saudi Arabia and Iran hate each other more than they hate Israel, but life can always pull a funzie on you. No. Well, what they hate doesn't really matter. What Saudi Arabia wants is money. And being on good terms with America is way more lucrative than being on good terms with Iran and Russia. especially because they'll never be on good terms with Iran for, you know, a wide variety of reasons. So they would be losing so much for nothing. Whatever, we got to get off this topic, man. We got to get off this topic. Should China just sit out? What's China going to do? Strike Israel? Oh, bit of good news. I mean, not really, but... In Spokane, my neighbor. Protesters, including former city council president Ben Stuckert, blocking bus from departing to immigration detention center. About 75 people. All right, Spokane. Spokane, I think. I think people say Spokane. It's Spokane? Hmm.
Cities. If this turns into another summer of unrest, what are you prepared to do, sir?
About what?
If this turns, well, the protests have spread now to 16 cities across the U.S. If this turns in...
That's what you're saying. Do I believe you? I don't think so.
Well, I got that from the Fox News Brain Room.
What we have is a situation in Los Angeles that was caused...
Fucking phenomenal reveal here. Pardon me for getting a little bit armchair psychologist with it or anything, you know? But first of all, this lady is so fucking horny to hear Donald Trump describe how he's going to kill every protester in America, you know? It seems like these ruthless left-wing agitators might turn this summer into one of unrest. What are you planning on doing about it, sir?
U.S. if this turns in...
That's what you're saying. Do I believe you? I don't think so.
Well,
Trump says, I don't believe you, I don't think so. I think the reason for this, again, is because Trump's just in it for the applause. So I don't think he likes her suggestion, because her suggestion is essentially, what if bad things happen in your presidency? What if lots of people don't like you and there's instability? And he's like, no, I think I'll handle it. Because his way of posturing for strength has always been like, you know, I've got it handled, right? Like, that's very common. Fascists like to play the victim card, right? We're like, we're in the underfoot, you know, we're fighting back against this overwhelming threat, this overwhelming force. Antifa's destroying everything. But Trump personally has always been kind of like a day one solution guy, right? Like, soon as I get back into office, war in Ukraine, done. War in Gaza, done. Everything will be fixed. He likes taking credit for fixing things. So I think he doesn't like the suggestion that things are going to get worse. He doesn't understand the teeing up she's doing, you know?
Well, I got that from the Fox News Brain Room.
And then her response to his disbelief is, I got it from the Fox News Brain Room, because she knows that he just repeats whatever he sees on Fox.
What we have is a situation in Los Angeles that was caused by gross incompetence. They didn't have the police to handle it. The police were asking us to come in. They were very late. We had to go in to save a lot of ICE officers, as you know, who were held up. They were holed up in a building, and they were being attacked. And the military went in, the National Guard went in and got them. The police weren't able, unfortunately, to move fast enough, but we moved fast.
And then he enters the weave. Melania being held prisoner. Yeah, she does not look happy to be there. Stephen Miller talking points. No, Stephen Miller would not talk the way Trump does on this. Stephen Miller would talk about how, like, third world degenerates are poisoning the blood of this country. Well, Trump did say poisoning the blood once. He would post like an AI video of skinny white people running around in what looks like the 1980s, and he would say, "This is what California used to look like. Notice anything different?" I really think those fashy videos, by the way, 90% of their appeal is the film grain and the fact that people have abs on the beach and everyone nowadays is fat. I genuinely think that's the difference. He's 5'10" max. They are literally standing at the same height. It's pretty funny. Do you think the quick turnaround against the Iran deal has to do with the alleged classified documents in Israel Iran recently obtained? My guess would be no. I don't think so. I don't think there's any information there that's scandalous enough that it would have made that much of a difference to the decision-making process. Welcome back, Politico. Oh yeah, I saw this. This is terrifying. This is spooky. We're reopening Gitmo. Well, not reopening. We're really expanding it. Remember how a little while ago, when Trump first came in, they were talking about reopening Gitmo and adding like thousands and thousands of beds? The Trump administration is planning to dramatically ramp up sending undocumented migrants to Guantanamo Bay starting this week, with at least 9,000 people being vetted for transfer. Now, the crazy thing is that it's not all Latin Americans. Where does it say this here? Some 800 Europeans, including one Austrian, 100 Romanians, and 170 Russians, are being considered for the transfers. So, the insane thing about this is that normally, when you hold people for extended detention awaiting deportation, the problem is that it's not always easy to get people back to their countries. For example, a big one is Venezuela. Another big one is Haiti. It's not easy to just pack people on a plane and send them over to Venezuela. We're not on good terms, you know? But Austrians? Romanians? I'm not defending Gitmo in these other cases. I'm not saying it's okay to put someone in Gitmo if they're Venezuelan. That's not true. I am saying apparently, like, Gitmo will be like an all-purpose fucking detention center for undocumented migrants now. There's not gonna, it's not like oh well, there's some situation to be resolved. It's just any of them. That element of the plan has alarmed some U.S. diplomats who note that most European countries are American allies that are cooperative in taking back deportees, and that there's no need to send the people to Guantanamo. Well, we're doing it for the love of the game. We're doing it for the love of the game. State Department officials who deal with Europe are trying to persuade DHS to abandon the plan. They're going to get sacked by Rubio. The message is to shock and horrify people, to upset people. One State Department official familiar with the situation said of the Guantanamo plan, but we're allies. What administration do you think you're working for, motherfucker? We're not allies with anyone. What are you're working for Rubio. What are you talking about, allies? It is not clear how long people newly sent to Guantanamo would stay there before being sent to their home countries. Dude, they are so desperate. They are so desperate for space. The federal government has no space. They do not have the room to detain these undocumented immigrants while waiting to ship them out. They do not have the room. Is there, do we know how many beds they have in total? Hold on. Total number of ICE detention facility beds. It's not specifically ICE. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Keep in mind, the number of people they want to deport is ostensibly around 20 million. How many beds? How many beds? No cheating. Don't Google it. How many beds does ICE have? $32,000. Or 0.2%. And it can take a while, by the way, to remove people, to secure a person's deportation. And this is 32,000 beds scattered all around the country. Really, though, wouldn't they be able to just acquire what they need? That's what they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to do. That's what happened in Newark. That's what they're doing in LA, right? Well, the one in LA is a federal detention center, but in Newark, they commandeered a facility to use it. The same thing happened in was it Santa Ana, right? They were the ones who said they canceled their lease with ICE. They try to requisition this territory, but in order to do so, they have to comply with the city. Glendale, yeah. Okay, not to be that person, but when are the mass graves starting? Because that's unworkable. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's why the final solution. But like, it's worth remembering, right? Hitler wanted the final solution from the beginning. They all did, right? It's not like the Nazis, after the fourth idea for dealing with their Jewish population, were like, oh, I guess we have to. We have no choice. Of course, they always wanted the final solution. They just had to build enough, internal excuses and social pressure and blah, blah, blah. They called it the final solution. Like, does that not indicate already how, like, pathetically, hand-wringingly, like, forcing the issue they are? The final solution? Even the term removes from the Nazis their agency in the genocide. Literally, like, they named it the, I guess we have no other choice, genocide. That's their name for it. Wouldn't the mass graves upset a good bit of Trump voters, though? The way the Republican Party is right now, I'd say right now, I don't know, what stage of it? Because the Nazis didn't openly broadcast everything they did, right? A lot of it was depending on your proximity to the camps. Like, most Germans knew what was going on, but that doesn't necessarily mean they knew everything that was going on, right? They knew enough to make them morally culpable, I'll tell you that much. At first, it was a lot of people getting loaded onto train cars. And, this is where it starts, right? Arrests and removals from population. Okay, so there's step one. Right now, a majority of Americans support the removal of undocumented immigrants in some form or another. Okay, so what happens if it turns out that the Republicans start cramming these immigrants into facilities where they are starved and tortured? Well, we're kind of already there, right? Like, the one in LA is already triple crowded and they aren't getting food regularly. And there are lots and lots and lots of reports of abuse in federal detention facilities. Now, I'm not suggesting that the federal detention facilities are death camps or even concentration camps, because they don't always necessarily meet those criteria, though a lot of them kind of do, at least with the concentration camp part. But they do, there is rampant abuse at these facilities, right? So right now, the average Republican supports this. So what if, immigrants start dying? Well, some have. I think the last number I heard was 7 people have died under ICE care, but it's not people, you know, dying of natural cause. 9 now? It's not people dying of natural causes. It's usually like people's medical conditions being neglected or, you know, that sort of thing. It's a consequence of the neglect and the abuse and what have you. So, like, again, at what point exactly will Republicans start to speak against this? Because everything they're not seeing it for themselves. That's getting filtered through to them, you know, propaganda. So at what point, you know? Right now, I don't think the GOP can start filling mass graves. But I bet you Miller wants to. When Miller takes to social media, wringing his hands and saying about how, you know, explaining how they had no other choice, what he describes will have been the thing he fantasized about from the beginning. You know? Miller wants mass graves, and he will work to get us there. He will absolutely work to get us there. So the question is, from his perspective, what bullshit string of excuses does he need to chain together to bring us to that point? Anyway, schlepping 9,000 people at Gitmo is probably somewhere, it's one of those steps. It's probably somewhere along those. So, you know. A phone charger was requested of me. It was really interesting, top secret stuff, which is why I muted the mic. And now I have an eyelash tickling my eye. Terrible stuff. CIA eyelash gun. Sometimes you're having one of those days. Sometimes it really does feel that way. Wouldn't there be like tons of videos of these death camps if/when they were made? How many videos have you seen of the inside of Guantanamo Bay? That's specifically why they want it in Guantanamo Bay, by the way. Like, you think it's because they want federal land? They need to look for the federal land? They've got there's tons and tons of federal land they could build on freely. Except most of the federal land is in America, so journalists can access it. Not sure what the plan is with putting all those EU citizens in Gitmo, though. Honestly, carelessness. Like, if the Republicans were smart and were optimizing every action they took to maximize how Hitlerite they were being, yeah, they would probably want to avoid that. But a lot of them are stupid and arrogant, so... Cops being bastards over in LA? You don't say. Oh, no audio? Oh, no, there is audio. It's just very, very quiet. Audio is out right now. They're having issues. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for giving me the sit rep. Oh, that's a lot of police.
How do you turn the exterior mic on? Okay, we have sound again. We have sound. It's not. It's external though. It's not from that.
can't keep track of all the different lines. What? Let me see if I can find a slightly less shaky ICE engaged in a hit and run. Federal agents involved in Los Angeles hit and run investigation. Authorities are investigating possible assault with a deadly weapon involving federal agents who allegedly fled the scene. A spokesperson for the DHS told Newsweek this was a targeted arrest of a violent rioter. Wait. Am I reading this correctly? Are officials actually investigating the federal police? Crash involving federal agents. Is there a video of this? Video of it? Thank you. What?
Check this baby out here, this kid too, right? Yeah, we'll check the heart rate and everything.
Okay, wait, so these... They just... Oh, dude, you know they felt so fucking cool when they pulled that off? Yeah, and they shot him. But it's a hit and run, so they must have left after. They left after they found out that it was a citizen? So this was egregious enough that local authorities are looking into it? How is that legal? Well, it's potentially not. Dude, do you have any idea how big and how politically destabilizing trials of ICE agents could be? Dude, what, like, and to be clear, by the way, local prosecutors should be doing this. There's nothing that keeps them from doing this. There is absolutely no rule saying state prosecutors can't bring charges against federal agents. It would get pardoned instantly. No one can't pardon state charges. Only the governor can. And I don't think Newsom's going to pardon those charges. Pardon me for being charitable. But I don't think he would pardon those charges. State Dems are just weak. This isn't the Dems. This is the prosecutors. LAPD investigating it as a hit and run, possible assault with a deadly weapon. The feds are just going to get worse and worse and worse until, like, there are consequences for their actions. Even just a few of them being arrested and charged would probably start to it would make them, like, it would crack down on the worst of their behavior significantly. It'd be very funny if LAPD arrested an ICE agent. Oh my god, it would be so funny. It would be so funny. It would make me so happy. that horse bobbing? Are they chanting peaceful protest? That's so fucking cucked. I don't even care if you're doing a peaceful protest. Chanting it is really funny. Curfew's at 8, right? So curfew's in 1 hour 17? Yeah, it's just really funny. Are things really this bad? Have our boys been given orders? U.S. Army Reserve Protection Program message. Subject: threats from civil disturbances related to immigration enforcement. Oh, is this the, unclassified? Due to these events, R North assesses the threat to DoD personnel in the Los Angeles area as high. Really? Is that really true? This National Guard threat evaluation, the threat to the fucking ICE agents down there is high? How far up does that scale go? Oh, that's why you popped in the chat. Fuck you, Canoe. I don't see you in chat for God knows how long, and that's your second message? What now? What happened? Presumably cops randomly decided to worsen the situation. Great camera work. No audio. Man, I feel like a lot of the goats that we've been seeing lately out there on the street are not live right now. Yeah, where the fuck is Tom?
I can get to Union Station. What's the street go south? Okay. Go south. Come across this way.
How do you think it's going to go down this Saturday? I have no fucking idea. You people are going to hate me for this, by the way. I'm not even going to be able to stream that much during Saturday. I'm taking a trip pretty soon for reasons that have absolutely nothing to do with Los Angeles. You should know. A trip planned, God, how long? Months in advance. But I know planning it that it would be the weekend with the military parade and the invasion of Iran and the big protests and the crackdown. No.
Remember to like the
When the
stream and
fuck did
subscribe in
that
these
get
trying
unmuted?
times.
How did that happen? What did I... Yay! Yippee! You literally have to stream. I ordered a spare camera and microphone. Well, actually, I ordered some cables for it, but I'm bringing a laptop and the camera that I used to stream all the way back when I still lived in California. So it's gonna be. I even tested it. I plugged it in, gave it a look in OBS. Still looks like shit. It'll be a real blast from the past. Throwback camera. Can somebody please get me an archive of this article? Tulsi Gabbard admits she asked AI which JFK files secrets to reveal. Do you think they're doing this with like all classified US intel? Like they're just Control-V or Control-C, Control-Ving enormous amounts of top secret government data directly into Grok and asking it like, well, what would you disclose? The brain rot levels are truly astonishing. Yep. It's joke of a country. Tens of thousands of documents about the JFK. I want an archive of this. Thank you, because Jesus Christ. Why would Tulsi Gabbard admit this? She told a crowd at an Amazon Web Services conference Tuesday. It made reviewing the documents significantly faster, she added. We are the dumbest country. So OpenAI just has the documents now? Oh, God. You know these people are grokking it up with every goddamn question they have. Lol, why is the director of national intelligence at an Amazon Web Services conference? That's a great question that we all know the answer to. When the release was announced, Trump said he never intended to redact any part of the files. Then why go through all of them anyway? I don't, you know, the more this goes on and the more there are no consequences for it, I'm starting to wonder whether the incompetence of this administration might not be something to be thankful for. I'm starting to wonder if competent people would be much, much less capable of doing the damage they're doing. They might have the ideological equivalent of retard strength. That if they were more intelligent and more competent, they would be more guarded and careful, and therefore would not proceed at the pace they are currently proceeding at. I mean it. I think there's some truth to this. It's kind of like how, if you, okay, Stephen Miller's smart and evil, right? If you put Stephen Miller in front of an interviewer, the interviewer, a competent interviewer, would be able to make him lose his shit very, very quickly. Right? Like, this has happened multiple times. He's been given like mild jabbing questions, and he fucking crashes out over it because he's egotistical, right? He freaks out. He's not good in front of a camera. But you know who is? Donald Trump. Donald Trump is also egotistical, but he handles himself marvelously. Whenever he's in an interview, his stupidity, his self-contradictions, his weave, none of it matters. It doesn't affect anything at all. There are no consequences. I don't know, man. I keep saying, thank God the people in charge are incompetent, but maybe if they were competent, they would be more concerned with the, you know, processes of what they're doing. They wouldn't just be breaking shit. Do you think we need a dumb socialist to counteract this? Fuck, maybe. There's been an intelligence community chatbot that's been deployed across the enterprise, Gabbard said, according to Meritalk. Opening up and making it possible for us to use AI applications in the top secret clouds has been a game changer. Gabbard, who oversees the operations of America's 18 different intelligence agencies, said at the conference she would like to expand the intelligence community's use of private sector technology. I'm gonna crash out, man. It's too much. Do you think if we went back in time and explained to Reagan that in 40 years, people who claimed to like him would brag about how they fed top secret documents to Grok so they could avoid making any decisions about their declassification, that he would kill himself and then we wouldn't be in the mess we're in today? We'd have to explain what Grok is, but we could show him like a collage of Twitter screen caps of people seeing tweets like, "It's nice and sunny today," and then the reply says, "At Grok, is this true?" Like, if we gave him that collage and then told him, yeah, I think he'd crash the fuck out. For sure. Didn't he have dementia? He had dementia in the second term. I'm talking about get him at the first term. Well, he probably was symptomatic in the first term as well, but you know what I mean. Last month, NBC News reported that Gabbard was trying to turn Trump's press briefing into Fox News-style broadcast because the president, quote, doesn't read. Gabbard also ordered intel officials to rewrite a report in February so it couldn't be, quote, used against Trump, New York Times reported. I remember this. It's despair-inducing, man. They're literally like, we need to get the Fox 5 to come over. We need Jesse Waters. We need Gutfeld. We need to get him in, dress him up, and have them present the presidential daily briefings to him in like a 3 to 4 minute bit. And then maybe he'll fucking listen. How long until Asmongold handles military briefings for... Trump getting like daily updates on the pending Israel-Iran war from Nux Taco. Get him to do it like the song, like the Twitch Thought song. So you're a Twitch dot, nasty greedy witch. It's very catchy. People make fun of Nuxtaku for that, but you know, that shit's gonna outlast. That's gonna be like, you know, Ming Dynasty pottery, okay? When the historians are unearthing what remains of our nuclear-charred civilization, they're going to have that song from our era. They're not going to remember you and your goddamn sourdough starter, okay? They're going to remember... So you're a Twitch! I'm sorry. Yeah, I learned that recently, Telomeres. I saw this one.
Recently visited Hiroshima in Japan and stood at the epicenter of a city that remains scarred by the unimaginable horror caused by a single nuclear bomb dropped in 1945, 80 years ago.
Holy filters? Yeah, is this like the original video from AP? There's no way they got that much data loss moving between platforms, right?
It's hard for me to find the words to express what I saw, the stories that I heard, the haunting sadness that still remains. This is an experience that will stay with me forever. This attack obliterated the city, killed over 300,000 people, many dying instantly while others died from severe burns, injuries, radiation sickness, and cancer that set in the following months and years. Nagasaki.
This feels tokenizing and racist somehow. This is, it's a Russian thing. Basically, the implicit purpose of this video, which I saw it, the implicit purpose of the video is, we are inviting this kind of destruction by continuing to antagonize Russia by supporting Ukraine. That's essentially the point.
Suffered the same fate. Homes, schools.
Is she the one that killed a dog? No, that's Kristi Noem, and she's the one who runs the Department of Homeland Security.
Families all gone in a flash. The survivors, the Hibakusha, they carry...
Yeah, hold on. I really like this low-rent fucking video effect where it looks like they just have a camera pointed at a still image and the cameraman's just like, ooh.
In a flash. The survivors, the Hibakusha, they carried the pain of extreme burns, radiation sickness, and loss for decades.
Loss?
Survivors of this attack were asked to put in paintings and drawings their own memories and...
Dude, why the fuck was she using all of those filters in the initial part of the video when she's still, like, fucking gorgeous? Not to say, like, you know, women who are 50 aren't able to be gorgeous or whatever. There are plenty of gorgeous women in their 50s. Is she 50? I don't know how old she is. I don't know. I don't get it.
How they felt and what they saw, and those paintings and the suffering that they conveyed, the pain and the sense of loss were almost more powerful than the photos themselves. Yet this one bomb...
She's 44? Okay. I wasn't trying to, like, implicitly insult her by saying 50. I don't know. Listen, I'm 31. I know that I'm not, like, really that much younger than her, which is weird for me to think about because I play lots of video games and I don't wake up at a set time every day. So this is going to be a recurring problem, okay? You're going to have live streamers who have a semblance of dignity and maturity and they know their place in the world, like Sam Cedar, and you're going to have people who remain man-children their entire lives, okay? And I'm firmly in the latter category.
Bomb that caused so much destruction in Hiroshima was tiny compared to today's nuclear bombs. The bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima had a yield of just 15 kilotons of TNT, whereas today's nuclear warheads range in size from 100 kilotons to over 1 megaton. A single nuclear weapon today could kill millions in just minutes. Just one of these nuclear bombs would vaporize everything at its core: people, buildings, life itself. The shockwave would crush structures miles away, killing and maiming countless people. And then comes the fallout.
Weird video. Yeah, I have a feeling that this was put up to her like by Russia, because this doesn't even seem like it doesn't even seem like it's a Trump administration thing. You know, it doesn't seem like it's in line with the objectives or interest of the administration. It mostly just seems like the kind of thing that she would make if she was a content creator doing subtle, like, pro-Russia propaganda, which I know some people are watching and they're thinking, like, well, how is it pro-Russia propaganda? I'll reiterate at the end of the video.
Radioactive poison spreading through the air, water, and soil, condemning survivors to agonizing deaths or lifelong suffering. A nuclear winter could follow, with smoke and ash completely blocking the sun, plunging the world into darkness and cold, killing crops and starving billions. Acid rain would scar the earth, wiping out entire ecosystems.
Which we care about so much otherwise.
This isn't some made-up science fiction story. This is the reality of what's at stake, what we are facing now. Because as we stand here today, closer to the brink of nuclear annihilation than ever before,
there you go.
Political elite and warmongers are carelessly fomenting fear and tensions between nuclear powers.
See, it's about America and Russia. The point of the video is to dress up a Kremlin talking point, which is that irresponsible, warmongering Westerners are provoking nuclear war with Russia by continuing to support Ukraine. But because she heads the fucking, you know, intelligence services, you know, she has to code it, but that's the point.
Perhaps it's because they are confident that they will have access to nuclear shelters for themselves and for their families that regular people won't have access to. So it's up to us, the people, to speak up and demand an end to this madness. We must reject this path.
Like, that's why the video is so vague. Like, you realize it's really, really weird for the national security secretary to just randomly drop a video about how nuclear war is bad and, like, dangerous, but also, like, people want to start a nuclear war, but we shouldn't do that. What are you talking about, lady? You are a member of the presidential cabinet. What are you talking about?
To nuclear war and work toward a world where no one has to live in fear of a nuclear holocaust.
Weird fucking video. Stare. I wonder if she had a contractual obligation to make something like this. She probably has connections with RT or with the Kremlin that have been, like, probing her. Like, from their end, they're like, what can you do for us? Especially now that Trump is apparently going back to supporting Ukraine. And she's like, dude, I'll make a fucking sick-ass YouTube video. Is this about Iran? No, it's about Russia. Why do people in chat keep mentioning Iran? It's not about Iran at all. This is a Russia thing. This is a Russia thing. She's probably compromised somehow. Tulsi Gabbard? Heaven forbid. Weird fucking video. This is weird. Why is the Director of National Intelligence putting this out? Yeah, good question. I mean, the Russians probably have leverage on her. Yeah, probably. They probably have leverage on a lot of people. But, like, does it even matter? What matters? Nothing matters. Who cares? None of this shit matters. Exclusive, Governor Newsom addresses state and nation live. Wait, exclusive. Am I to take from this that Governor Newsom decided to issue this statement exclusively through Midas Touch and not through a, like, broader press conference? Yes? It was on the news too? Was Midas Touch just like the main issuer? Actually, yes, he's been doing this. Well, they say exclusive. I don't know, whatever.
This administration is pushing mass. I want to say a few words about the events of the last few days. This past weekend, federal agents conducted large-scale workplace raids in and around Los Angeles. Those raids continue as I speak. California is no stranger to immigration enforcement, but instead of focusing on undocumented immigrants with serious criminal records and people with final deportation orders, a strategy both parties have long supported, this administration is pushing mass deportations, indiscriminately targeting hardworking immigrant families, regardless of their roots or risk. What's happening right now is very different than anything we've seen before. On Saturday morning, when federal agents jumped out of an unmarked van near a Home Depot parking lot, they began grabbing people.
Yeah, I said this earlier in the stream, but one of the big difficulties that people are having with regard to counter messaging is that it's really, really easy for the right to take a blanket message here because, for one, racists, even if they are very racist, will cheer on mild racism, right? Like when bigotry is the axis that you're trying to create policy along, people don't tend to infight as much. They're just in favor of bigotry, you know? And second, the average American is just very pro law and order, you know? Like, even though, and it's a consequence of decades and decades and decades and decades of propaganda. But like, if you, I mean this, even though it's totally unscientific and I'm making it up as I go along. But like, if you take the average American and you ask them, hey, do you trust politicians? They'll say, hell no. And you ask them, all right, okay. Yeah, you trust our government? They'll say, hell no. And you ask them, okay, you trust our lawmakers? They'll say, hell no. And then you'll ask them, okay, well, do you trust law? And they'll be like, absolutely. Yeah, of course. Without law, society can't function. Do you trust police? A lot of people don't. Like, a lot of people will say, hell no, right? But they'll conditionally support the police as long as they're upholding the law, right? Unfortunately, it's like it's difficult to fight uphill against this because it seems like in the eyes of the average American, even if they don't like the police that much and don't like lawmakers that much, they love the abstract law and order. Probably because, I don't know, they've been menaced by homeless people downtown or something else that's made them a Hitler, right? It's really tough to push back against that messaging.
Deliberate targeting of a heavily Latino suburb. A similar scene played out when a clothing company was raided downtown. In other actions, a U.S. citizen, 9 months pregnant, was arrested. A 4-year-old girl taken. Families separated. Friends, quite literally, disappearing. In response, everyday Angelenos came out to exercise their constitutional right to free speech and assembly, to protest their government's actions. In turn, the state of California and the city and county of Los Angeles sent our police officers to help keep the peace. And with some exceptions, they were successful. Like
this right here is the big difficulty. This right here is the big difficulty, okay? What I'm about to say is true, even in a hypothetical world where the average police officer isn't like a huge piece of shit, okay? By nature of how the law works, the police, ICE, and the Republican immigration enforcement efforts are all on the same team. But Democrats are stuck in the really difficult position of needing to condemn ICE while praising the police. Even when you get to the nitty-gritty, technically the police aren't the ones conducting the immigration enforcement in Los Angeles, so there is a line to be drawn. In a broader cultural context, they are on the same team, which is why Democrats have to keep hedging their statements. They'll say, you know, oh yeah, we support the police, but we also support protesters' First Amendment rights. Yeah, we support the protests against these unjustified ICE deportations, but we also support our noble, valiant police officers in quelling the unrest after the legitimate police protest took place, you know? We know they're not on the same side. So, yeah, it's a tightrope. It's a really difficult tightrope. And unfortunately, no matter how based they might be broadly, you will not see mayors or governors speak up meaningfully against their police. You can't do it. You're not going to see much of that from Mamdani either. There's a reason why Mamdani has not criticized the New York City Police Department. They would make it impossible for him to do his job if he became mayor.
Many states, California is no stranger to this sort of unrest. We manage it regularly and with our own law enforcement. But this, again, was different. What then ensued was the use of tear gas, flashbang grenades, rubber bullets, federal agents detaining people and undermining their due process rights. Donald Trump, without consulting California law enforcement leaders, commandeered 2,000 of our state's National Guard members to deploy on our streets, illegally and for no reason. This brazen abuse of power by a sitting president inflamed a combustible situation, putting our people, our officers, and even our National Guard at risk. That's when the downward spiral began. He doubled down on his dangerous...
I see, I like the rhetoric. It's more just like, this will never match the energy and enthusiasm of the Republicans, ooh rah, get them criminals out, you know? It's nothing in the face of just overwhelming racism and xenophobia. The counter message, the real, like, appropriate, equal counter message would be, fuck you, get out of our city, fuck ICE, and fuck the police. That would be the emotional equivalent, but they can't do the fuck the police thing. They could do fuck ICE, but Democrats won't.
National Guard deployment by fanning the flames even harder. And the president, he did it on purpose. As the news spread throughout LA, anxiety for family and friends ramped up. Protests started again. By night, several dozen lawbreakers became violent and destructive. They vandalized property. They tried to assault police officers. Many of you have seen the video clips of cars burning on cable news. If you incite violence, I want to be clear about this. If you incite violence or destroy our communities, you're going to be held to account. That kind of criminal behavior will not be...
And this, it's implicitly a show of weakness to do this. The delusional belief that Democrats need to answer for every teenager who throws a rock, but Republicans can do whatever the fuck they want and never apologize for any of it. Like, the president can just, like, crow to an audience of soldiers about how he's going to break heads of anyone who disagrees with him, and that's like no pushback needed. Never apologize, you know? But the Democrats, they're like, well, just to remind everyone, we don't support looting. Okay? To me, this is coming across more and more as like a suspiciously specific denial, right? If Trump finished every single one of his tweets with, I never liked Epstein and I never had sex with a kid, do you think that people would, like, less people would believe him a pedophile than do now? Right? You understand what I mean, right? Like, the Republicans have been very successful in tying Democrats to the behavior of every person they don't like. That crazy activist on the street, that lefty who would never vote for a Democrat, that's the Democrats. That fucking, like, random vagrant who hasn't voted since 2004, who just threw, like, a glass bottle at a cop, you have to answer for that, Democrats. Why? What did Democrats do? They didn't create this situation. That guy was just doing vandalism at 11:37 p.m. after ICE showed up. The Democrats aren't on either side of this. The Democrats didn't provide ICE, and they didn't provide him. You know what I mean? So, like, why should Democrats answer for that? In my mind, the reason why Democrats have to keep apologizing for and answering for everyone who's tied to them, even these random activists, these random people, is because the Democrats' messaging itself is really weak. It's weak, so it's easy to replace their messaging with something else. Republican messaging is incredibly strong and incredibly consistent. So whenever you tie people to the GOP, for one, they never apologize. When was the last time you saw Trump or any other Republican official apologize for the overt racism of a racist shooter? Like they're scrawling swastikas on their gun. They have a manifesto full of racial slurs. Do they apologize for this? Do they say, now to be clear, we condemn this? Well, I'll tell you, they used to. Back in Trump's first term, I remember early on, before the MAGA-ification of the Republican Party, I remember there was a period of time where Republicans were still doing that, where they would still say, we condemn racism in all its forms. They don't do that anymore, and the party is stronger now. You understand what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, now they just tweet out that the shooter is trans 8 seconds after the shooting starts, you know? New strategy. Turns out that one works better. Charlottesville was at least a little divisive among Republicans. Yes! Because back then, Republicans would still say, now to be clear, we condemn bigotry and hatred in all its forms. We stand for the ideal that all Americans are equal. Like they would still do this. They don't do that anymore. Even though in every single Republican coded comment section at every protest, there are just open fucking Nazis everywhere. Every time a Republican tweets, the replies are full of open Nazis cheering. And Republicans never answer for it. They never apologize. They never acknowledge it. I think the problem is that Democrats are incredibly weak with their messaging, so it's easy to pin other stuff to them. Their voices are so low, everyone else is louder. That's why the loudest people on the right is the Republican Party. By far. The loudest voices on the right are the GOP. Who are the loudest voices on the left? Is it Schumer? Is it Jeffries? Come on. You understand what I'm talking about, right? This is a fundamental messaging problem. Some people have talked about this and complained that it's just not fair to the Dems. Well, life isn't fair. This is a consequence of bad political strategy, you know? The Democrats are never the loudest voice on their side. The activists are. Fuck ICE. Defund the police. These messages were loud because they were popular. Way louder than anything the Democrats were offering. Nobody's out there cheering for, you know, Pell Grants for people who have served in an underprivileged community for 3 years, you know? That doesn't make for a good bumper sticker. Anyway, yeah, sorry. Right now, Newsom is trying to do what I think Democrats should do. Be celebrities. Be loud. Make yourself known. Become champions of your ideology, not worms who, you know, fill spreadsheets. But there are still problems. The fact that he feels the need to apologize, essentially, apologize for the civil unrest, I don't like that at all. I think his messaging should have been this, because I'm going to be constructive, right? I'll say what I think would be better. I think he should say he thinks it's disgusting that the LAPD were forced to clean up the consequences of the civil unrest that Trump deliberately brought to Los Angeles by sending those ICE patrols. I think, to me, that toes the line very well. Because it applauds the LAPD. It makes it clear that what they've done, again, because you can't really attack the LAPD from his position. You can't really do it. But It doesn't hem and haw about, oh, to be clear, we don't support looting and blah, blah, blah. Because, again, you shouldn't have to say that. It's so weak. You shouldn't have to say, we don't support looting. It's literally like the, do you condemn Hamas thing? It's a weakness statement. It's a meaningless nothing statement, you know? Oh, just quickly, like, prove you can have this conversation by denouncing the thing I'm implicitly, you know, strawmanning you with. Well, anyway, sorry. I'm trying to be constructive here. Even Bernie apologized for the violent protests. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I was pretty disappointed with Bernie's statement. It was indistinguishable from that of a milquetoast lib.
Tolerated, full stop. Already more than 220 people have been arrested, and we're reviewing tapes to build additional cases, and people will be prosecuted.
See, all of this should be scrubbed. Anybody who believes that Gavin Newsom supports criminals will believe it whether or not they watch this video. Anyone who thinks Gavin Newsom, Gavin, fuck homeless people Newsom, Gavin, holy shit, get me to an encampment so I can personally burn the possessions of homeless people Newsom, does not support crime. If you think that, you are insane. Anybody who believes that about him can't be persuaded by your denunciation. So don't waste your time with it.
To the fullest extent of the law. Again, thanks to our law enforcement officers and the majority of Angelenos who protested peacefully, the situation was winding down and was concentrated in just a few square blocks downtown. But that's not what Donald Trump wanted.
These tiny details are unnecessary. You don't need to give it the play-by-play. Stick to strong narratives, big overarching messages. You don't want your supporters to come away from this going, okay, so day one this happened, then day two, and that's what proves the problem. Because when day one went to day two, the change in how the thing went, you want strong narratives. Trump brought chaos. Trump rips families apart.
He again chose escalation. He chose more force. He chose theatrics over public safety. He federalized another 2,000 Guard members. He deployed more than 700 active U.S. Marines. These are the men and women trained for foreign combat, not domestic law enforcement. We honor their service. We honor their bravery.
Weakness. Weakness right there. Again, weakness. This message capitulates to the implicit argument that Gavin Newsom must hate troops if he doesn't want them occupying downtown Los Angeles. A ridiculous argument that no one believes in good faith. So you shouldn't kowtow to it. You shouldn't even acknowledge it. The messaging again should be simple. The National Guards they're well trained. They have a difficult job. They help with California's wildfires. I, as your governor, have had the pleasure of working with them, and I will time and time again. Donald Trump ripping them from their homes, from their jobs, to play politics and occupy a peaceful protest, etc., etc. You understand. Yeah, evocative words, strong messaging. Don't get fiddly with the details. When you praise the groups that are being used to crack down on protesters, you should do so only through implicit language, not explicit language. Explicit language capitulates to the implied argument that you must be against police if you don't think they should be cracking skulls for no reason, or against the military if you think they shouldn't be occupying downtown Los Angeles. You don't want that.
But we do not want our streets militarized by our own armed forces. Not in LA, not in California, not anywhere.
Militarized is not nearly strong enough of a word. Occupied. Like a country under invasion. I represent all of my Californians, whether or not they like me. Trump treats Los Angeles like a foreign country. In fact, I believe Kristi Noem specifically said it's a city of illegals. Invading it with troops, treating the safety of its residents with callous disregard. Why? So he can go to the media and cry about how the people here don't like his immigration policies. Well, suck it up, Mr. President, you know, et cetera, et cetera. You understand. But it's important. The framing is very, very important. He needs more emotive language on this.
We're seeing unmarked cars in school parking lots, kids afraid of attending their own graduation. Trump is pulling a military dragnet all across Los Angeles, well beyond his stated intent to just go after violent and serious criminals. His agents are arresting dishwashers, gardeners, day laborers, and seamstresses.
I think we heard this.
That's just weakness masquerading as strength.
So this is a really, really difficult one, okay? First of all, there is no way around this. You need to be anti-ICE. There's just no way around this. You can't half-ass on this messaging. There is no, we only condemn the excesses of the Gestapo, okay? You need to be clear on this. There's just no way. That it might be politically difficult in the short term, but there is, and I mean this, no way out of this situation without a unified, consistent anti-ICE. And listen, being anti-ICE is not politically extreme. It's only politically extreme, or we perceive it as such, because the Democrats are so weak. Steve Miller is an open white nationalist. The president of the United States campaigned on deporting tens of millions of people from the country. ICE was established like 24 years ago. The Department of Homeland Security is it is the newest presidential administration. Its removal is not that radical of a prospect. Likewise, opposition to ICE broadly, on principle, you don't even have to make it about the ICE officers. You can make it about Kristi Noem. That dumb dog-killing bitch can have plenty of jabs thrown at her without the sanctity of the actual federal police being called into question. You know, there's plenty you can say about her. I'm not saying he should say abolish ICE. I'm saying he needs to take a clear stand. It's not just Trump. ICE is the problem here. And likewise, something needs to be done about the hemming and hawing about what kinds of undocumented immigrants are okay to remove. Remember the Democrat messaging, no human is illegal? What the fuck happened to that, huh? Now it's like, okay. Well, actually, undocumented immigration is a big deal. And like, there are some valid targets, but like, you don't want to go after dishwashers. Why not? If a person believes that there's something fundamentally wrong with a person being here and they're undocumented, why would they have an issue with somebody being taken away even if they're a dishwasher? This appeal to, well, they're a hard worker, they're a good person, they haven't committed any crimes. These don't address the actual argument. The actual argument is that there is something sacred about the United States of America officially, legally recognizing your residence within the country, which is obviously dumb. That has nothing to do with anything. It has nothing to do with your contributions to the country, how good of a person you are, your criminality, anything like that. But they treat it like it's sacred, and you have to break that sacred vow. You have to challenge it at its root. We have to go back to fuck ICE. No person, no human is illegal. And if you can't do that, you just can't win. That's fine. You can pack up and go home. And that's not a day one prospect. I recognize this takes time. You need to build momentum, but that is the only way out of this. And it is a slim light, brother. That's not a clear 50-50. That's not a coin flip. That's not a, oh yeah, just walk right down that way. We are talking marginal odds at getting out of this shit anytime soon. And I think this is the only way.
Donald Trump's government isn't protecting our communities. They're traumatizing our communities. And that seems
fine, but Republicans don't care about causing trauma because, again, in their mind, they're doing law and order. they're going after criminals. Trauma is a bitch pussy word here, okay? I understand. I'm not saying he's wrong. What I'm saying is terrorizing our communities would be better. Terrorist, terrorize, you're the criminal. Traumatize, well, that just sounds like they're triggering you. Triggered? Are you triggered that your mom got deported after living here for 23 years and having several children? Are you triggered? You triggered? That particular word doesn't work with them.
Seems to be the entire point. California will keep fighting. It will keep fighting on behalf of our people, all of our people, including in the courts. Just yesterday, we filed a legal challenge to Donald Trump's reckless deployment of American troops to a major American city. Today, we sought an emergency court order to stop the use of the American military to engage in law enforcement activities across Los Angeles. If some of us could be snatched off the streets...
More emotive language. They want to send troops to your city. They want soldiers looking over you while you buy groceries, while you walk back home from work. They want military patrols going door to door, assisting ICE in looking to find your neighbors. Like emotive language. Don't describe the lawsuit. Nobody can read anymore.
Without a warrant, based only on suspicion or skin color, then none of us are safe. Authoritarian regimes begin by targeting people who are least able to defend themselves, but they do not stop there. Trump and his loyalists, they thrive on division because it allows them to take more power and exert even more.
Trump and his loyalists. Sir, it's Trump and the GOP. You need another big one. Democrats need to drop this like Republican versus MAGA messaging. It's the Republicans. Trump leads them, but it's all of them. They're all doing this. They're totally uniform in this. There is no like meaningful internal division. Yeah, it's not the far right. I mean, it is, but you know, in a relative sense, it's just the right. It's the GOP. Because the problem with this is that what people like Gavin Newsom are trying to do is they're trying to not feel, they're trying to not call out Republicans who might be watching this and are sympathetic to them. But unfortunately, which you should probably have learned by now because the Republicans have been so good at it, it actually doesn't hurt you politically to attack your enemy. Trump has been talking about the Democrats like they're rats or shit on the sole of his shoes for years now. You have to say it. You have to say it, man. The Republicans are bad. If there are tens of millions of Californians who would be implicitly caught up in that, and they deserve it. It's their ideology.
Or control. And by the way, Trump, he's not opposed to lawlessness and violence as long as it serves him.
Weak language, in my opinion. Trump has broken the law nonstop throughout his entire political campaign. He loves chaos and takes advantage of it whenever he can. You need to just tear into him.
What more evidence do we need than January 6th? Ask everyone. Take time. Reflect.
Again, emotive language. Everyone who immediately dislikes Trump off Jan 6 is already going to agree with you on this, and people who don't won't. Remember when Trump sent armed supporters into the Capitol building to murder and kidnap people who wouldn't certify his false election results? Like, emotive language. And that's just one. That's just from 4 years ago. January 6, 2021? That was ages ago. He's broken the law so many times since then.
On this perilous moment, a president who wants to be bound by no law or constitution, perpetuating a unified assault on American traditions.
Gay, highfalutin, liberal, Alexander Hamilton rhetoric. Unified assault? No. This is war.
This is a president who in just over 140 days has fired government watchdogs that could hold him accountable.
Nobody cares. Again, Everyone who already knows what this means agrees with you, and nobody else will change their mind because of this. This type of messaging appeals only to people who already agree with you.
Accountable for corruption and fraud. He's declared a war on culture, on history, on science, on knowledge itself.
On too vague. No. Trump is an Epstein-loving criminal who hates you and would gladly see this country burnt to a crisp if it fattened his pocket or filled his pockets, fattened his wallet. If you don't want to touch on the Epstein stuff, that's fine. But you need to just listen, again, Trump does it all the time. Trump says all the time, these Democrats, they hate America. They want to see it destroyed. You have to be willing to engage with the same level of vitriol. You have to hate him. You have to hate him.
Databases, quite literally, are vanishing. He's delegitimizing news organizations, and he's assaulting.
Nobody cares.
The First Amendment.
Assaulting the First Amendment. Nobody cares.
And the threat of defunding them. At threat, he's dictating what universities themselves can teach. He's targeting law firms and the judicial branch that are the founders.
This is all too much. This is too much. We need to be more focused here. If you want to attack Trump, attack him directly. Attack his character. Call him fat and ugly. I mean it. Call him old. Call him senile. Make fun of the fact that he's very visibly had a catheter peeking through his trouser leg lately. That's true, by the way. Just attack him directly. You don't need to go through the laundry list of canned reasons Trump is bad. You're not wrong on any of them, by the way. You're correct on all of them, but everyone already knows, you know? The difference here is not the knowledge you're presenting, it's the way you're presenting yourself. And overwhelming vitriol is not only what the country needs right now, it's also what the Democrats want. The Democratic voters, that is. The average Democratic voter, if you ask them what should be done with Trump, would tell you stuff I can't repeat on this platform. I don't think that's an exaggeration, by the way. Maybe back in the Obama administration, you ask a Democrat what they think should have been done with George Bush, and they'd be like, well, I think he should have been impeached for lying about weapons of mass destruction. Where if you ask now, like, well, what do you think should be done with Trump? The average Democrat voter, I mean, like 50-something wine moms, whatever, you put the microphone to their face and just a long bleep emerges. 30, 40, 50 seconds long from them. What did they say? Oh, I can't repeat it. You all agree with that, by the way, right? You don't think that I'm just narrativizing? I think this is genuinely true. The Democratic base right now is vitriolic in the extreme. The average Democrat voter, young, old, black and white, whatever, they fucking despise him. You gotta play into it. And by the way, all of that is without encouragement from the Democrats. The Republican Party has done a lot to move their voter base into a rhetorical space they're comfortable with, you know? They've done a lot to condition that. The Democrats are insanely vitriolic, basically despite the discouragement of their leaders. Okay, guys, don't repeat it in chat. It's fucking... Oh my God.
Foundations of an orderly and civil society. He's calling for a sitting governor to be arrested for no other reason than to, in his own words, for getting elected. And we all know this Saturday, he's ordering our American heroes, the United States military, and forcing them to put on a vulgar display to celebrate his birthday.
Vulgar is moralizing language. This doesn't play well. It makes you look like a tut-tutting, you know, northeastern, like coastal elite Democrat, you know, like with a sweater tied around your neck. Vulgar. Ugh. Not good rhetoric. Yeah, and also a lot of this is too broad. You really want to focus in on the fact that he's deploying the military to assist in the removal of Americans from this country.
Just as other failed dictators have done in the past. Look, this isn't just about protests
Also, I don't like the vague allusion to dictators. If you want to say Hitler or Putin or whatever, you can say Hitler or Putin. I get it.
Here in Los Angeles, when Donald Trump sought blanket authority to commandeer the National Guard, he made that order apply to every state in this nation. This is about all of us. This is about you. California may be first, but it clearly will not end here.
You know what this needs to be paired with? This needs to be paired with like TV ads of Republicans in red states where their daily lives are interrupted by the police state that Trump is bringing about. Basically, it would be like a lady's like sitting at the table in the kitchen watching the TV, and she's seeing a report of some illegals that got rounded up, and she's like, whew, happy to be a citizen of the good old US of A. And then you go downtown and there's like police checkpoints, and the police officer's like, ma'am, can I see your identification? And she's like, well, I just brought some cash with me because I'm just going to the store for milk. And then somebody's like, hey, come here. We got her. And she gets arrested. Or like another one where there's like, she's like walking out with her kids and she leaves the grocery store and there's a member of the National Guard standing outside. And she says like, oh, hey, what's happening? And the guard just turns to her with like a dispassionate, dead-eyed fish stare. You know? And the camera pans down and he's got both of his hands on his rifle, and she just steps back nervously. You could, because a lot of these people, I don't think they understand what it would feel like to live in a police state, and that's the direction we're going in right now. And I still believe that in spite of everything, there is still an overwhelming bias in American conservatives towards the aesthetics of liberty. You know, as much as they play into the law and order stuff, I don't think the average Republican voter who's championing these deportations would actually really enjoy living in a police state.
States are next. Democracy is next. Democracy is under assault before our eyes. This moment we have feared has arrived. He's taking a wrecking ball to our founding fathers' historic project. 3 co-equal branches of independent government.
Gay liberal Alexander Hamilton. Shit.
There are no longer any checks and balances. Congress is nowhere to be found. Speaker Johnson has completely abdicated that responsibility. The rule of law has increasingly been given way to the rule of Don. The founding...
gay cringe. Also, it's not Trump, it's Republicans. Trump is just the front guy. It's Republicans. They're all in on it. It's this obsession with making everything all Republicans support, with like making it a Trump thing. It's largely inaccurate too. There are obvious rifts sometimes between Trump and Republicans because Trump just wants to do his own thing, you know. And the Republicans are like, no, we need war with Iran. There are, in a lot of ways, Trump is a lesser evil than many of the people that he works with. And I mean that sincerely. Like, God, what are you going to do when like the next Republican president runs, or when the next, you know, it's some like Republican from the Senate, and it's like, oh no, this guy's also just bad like Trump by coincidence, by sheer coincidence. There was something else I wanted to say.
Responsibility. The rule of law has increasingly been given way.
Oh, right. Also, and this one's going to be really rough for Gavin Newsom to do, for any Democrats to do, but Gavin Newsom is better positioned to do it than anyone else. You need to call out the mainstream Democrats. Everyone, especially Democratic voters, know that people like Schumer and Jeffrey are fucking useless. You need to call it out, because otherwise you will always be anchored by the incompetence of Democratic Congress. You will always be tied to Biden. You will always be tied to Harris. You will always be tied to the Democratic Congress. I know it's scary to break free and do your own thing, but you are the governor of the largest state in the country. You are, and this is no exaggeration, literally the best positioned person in the world to position yourself within the Dems, but against the Dems. And their incompetence and how complicit they have been. You're a governor. You're not beholden to them in any way. There would be no consequences at all to you doing this.
to the rule of Don. The founding fathers, they didn't live and die to see this kind of moment. It's time for all of us to...
No one cares about the founding fathers. Gay, cringe, liberal, Obama, Pete Buttigieg bullshit. Fuck off.
Stand up. Justice Brandeis, you said it best. In a democracy, the most important office, with all due respect, Mr. President, is not the presidency. And it's
gay West Wing bullshit.
Certainly not governor. The most important office is office of citizen. At this moment...
Gay, gay, gay. See, the problem is that this kind of dickless West Wing posting is the opposite of vitriol. You can't do smug West Wing posturing, but also seething, frothing at the mouth hatred. Nobody in real life is doing gay West Wing posting anymore, okay? That was like the first few months of 2017. That's not now. I know Democrats, man. I'm related to them. I'm friends with them. People who aren't as left-leaning as me. Nobody's West Wing posting. Nobody's going out there like, well, what Mr. Trump has failed to consider is the most important office of the government is the office of citizen. Ooh. No one's talking like this. Nobody. They're all Fed posting because they're fucking mad. Boomer liberals are? They really actually are? No, they're not. No, I'm countering. No, I'm not allowing dissent on this. I'm countering. I've seen the way boomer libs talk, okay? They're cringe by virtue of being boomers talking on Facebook or whatever, but they are like fucking, yeah, borderline jihadists with regard to their opinions on the Republican Party, okay? They're like, it's... Also, by the way, all it would take is like a little bit of vitriol posting from the Democrats to fire up the base, okay? Again, whatever vitriol you see in the Democrats now is in spite of the behavior of the party. The party is constantly discouraging that behavior in their constituents. If they played into it, oh.
At this moment, we all need to stand up and be held to account, a higher level of accountability. If you exercise your First Amendment rights, please, please do it peacefully.
Gay.
I know many of you are...
Stop capitulating. If you're going to protest Trump, do it peacefully. Fuck you. Can you imagine Donald Trump doing this? If he was like, now remember, when you go out there and you advocate for citizens and the deportation of illegals, don't be racist. Don't be racist. I don't want you going out there and saying anything anti-Hispanic or anti-Latinx. Like, what do you... Learn from your enemy.
Are feeling deep anxiety, stress, and fear.
Gay.
But I want you to know that you are the antidote to that fear.
Gay.
And that anxiety.
Gay.
What Donald Trump wants most is your fealty, your silence to be complicit in this moment. Do not give in to him.
Gay. You can be a lot more emotive with that, man. You can talk about, like, even in a line or two, like the consequence of remaining silent in the face of an encroaching police state, you know? Your silence will buy you a lifetime of quiet, cowardly regret. Every time you see a police officer asking you or a close loved one to see their papers, to check to see if they're legal or not. Every time you see soldiers deployed outside your favorite shopping destination or restaurant because the president decided to make an example out of your town this time, your regret will last the rest of your life. Like, you could... I'm just saying, you just have to... Yeah, it doesn't help that the whole thing feels like he's reading off a speech, you know? It doesn't feel very fiery. Anyway, the crazy thing is that in spite of all of my criticism, this is still, like, far and away much better than the messaging a lot of other Democrats have taken, so, you know. This is how you know you've lost. Full sentences, clear expression, no threats, no boasting, staying on topic. What kind of American politician is this? If the top thing that your supporters have to say about your speech is that it's not incoherent like the other guys, you didn't fire them up. You made them feel smug that they're not as stupid as the other guy, which is not the same thing at all. The top comment should be the address of... The top comment here should be like a list of like fucking federal agent addresses. That would be like the appropriate... That's how you know you've riled people up. You can't actually do that. I'm told by Christy Nome that's doxing. It's doxing to know who federal agents are, which is why they all wear masks now. This is the political equivalent of on a shit video in the top comments saying, why doesn't this have more views? Literally, though. Fucking literally. Look at this. Canadian here. Now this is the way a president is expected to act. See, this is... The Democrats have spent a long time cultivating this sentiment, but it is possible to undo it. I promise you it's possible to undo it. We have something going for us that the Republicans don't. The Republicans have been whipped up into a constant frenzy and anxiety over Democrats, in spite of the fact that, by and large, the Democrats have done nothing to hurt them. On the other hand, Republicans are actively killing this country and everyone in it. So the Democrats who are angry against Republicans have a little more, like, ammunition to work with. Well, I hope you all enjoyed my rambling on this. Man, I don't... Yeah. The Trump administration found the new Balkan country to host deportees. Kosovo? That's based. I'm cool with that.
Mr. President, why are U.S. dependents being authorized to leave the Middle East? Say it. Why are U.S. dependents of military personnel being authorized to leave the Middle East? I have to say thank you.
You'll have to see. Why are U.S. dependents of military personnel being evacuated from the Middle East? You'll have to see. That rules. Curfew is in 4 minutes. How's Los Angeles doing?
Yeah. Okay.
Looks pretty fine. By the way, has anybody seen any Marines? At all? Anywhere? Because I haven't seen any deployed Marines. I just see National Guardsmen. They have urban camo, that's why. Mm-hmm. Were they the gay ones, or were Navy's the gay ones? They're both gay, but the Navy's gayer than the Marines. Cue people in chat, and the Navy, the Marines are part of the Navy. Yeah, well then, why do people talk about them separately, dumbass? Subcategory.
Yeah.
Since when does LA have a curfew? Since yesterday? Chilling. We'll see if things end up popping off. I guess I'll take the moment we have now because I have run through a decent number of segments. I'm going to run through some tips. Ah, like those. Muck with the tier 1 sub. 6-year anniversary. I'm watching your content soon. Good lord. This guy's got to get a life. Woo. Hamch, thank you for the $5. I agree. Europeans are very racist. Very nasty people. Cini and Rodriguez, thank you for the tier 2 subs both. Visiting Seattle at the end of the month. Any places you recommend to get a feel for the city? Yeah, go to, make sure to spend lots of time around Capitol Hill. Go to Volunteer Park. Go to Belltown. Go to downtown. Go to the pier. I think that would be, depending on how much time you have, I think that's like a top hit. You know? You like the helicopter audio? I'll turn it down a little more.
Hey man, you're in front of the shot, yeah.
What? Okay. A haiku for you, Vosh. Geometric specs slide wearily down his nose. He argues the chat. Love you, dog. P.S. Your media takes are good, actually. My media takes are phenomenal. And people hate them because they hate being forced to critically evaluate their biases. Which is probably why they're also racist, by the way. Asurica, thank you for the tier 1 sub. God, I hope Saran wins. Viathan, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Angry Genius, thank you for the $10. The news makes it harder and harder to feel happiness knowing what's coming. Do you have anything to be hopeful for that keeps you from despairing? Yeah, I like play video games and stuff. Listen, okay, not to be like super glib or whatever, but, you know, the administration's probably not going to personally kill you and your dog. So even if stuff gets bad now, it'll probably get fine, like, eventually. Maybe you won't be around for it, but in the meantime, you'll always have, like, cinnamon rolls, jerking off. I don't know. Try not to get overly obsessive with... I bet you that your life hasn't even been affected by Trump yet. Like, Trump has done a fuck ton of bad stuff, but because the world is so big and so complicated, your life hasn't even been negatively affected yet. Or if it has been, it's been marginal compared to, like, the scope of what he's done. You know what I mean? Like, you've been affected negatively by, like, 1/100th of the things that he's done, but you've despaired over 100 of them. You understand? Basically what I'm saying is, you know, yeah, hang out with your friends. Lord Wormeye, thanks to the tier 2 sub. Remember to like and subscribe in these trying times. True! Very true. Give Vosh enough money to take a fancy vacation. Oh, I'm about to. Ooh. Mindforge, thank you for the 5. Elenita Express, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Likewise, Good Faith Goblin, really appreciate that. Esmilia, thank you for the $5. Second to last paragraph. In Lisbon, poor old Kissinger would have been listening to the head of Palantir, Alex Karp, talk about the militarization of AI. Karp said recently, if you wield these technologies correctly, safely and securely, you have a weapon that will allow you to win, that will scare your competitors and adversaries. In other words, every diplomatic concern that Kissinger has ever pondered has been reduced to, my AI is smarter than yours. Why carry on thinking about war when, as Kissinger admits, there are, quote, no limitations to the potential destructiveness of AI? Why try to comprehend the incomprehensible? This isn't a task for theorists or historians, it's become a job for mystics. I don't know if I fully believe that. I have yet to see the use of AI make any person or institution smarter. Oh, the curfew's on. Jack the Bruce, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. If you had to pick Would you rather go to a scary protest once, do debates every stream for 2 weeks, bring back the ponytail for 1 month, or do OKBV once a year? Whew. Anything but OKBV. I'd do all of them combined just to get out of that. Bring back the ponytail for 1 month. I could bring back the ponytail for 1 month. I bet I could style it way better now that I'm a little bit more conscientious of my, my appearance. What are you two doing? Bamajama, thanks the 2 $5 donos. Couldn't Newsom call up the remainder of his National Guard troops to fight against the Fed? If he really believes democracy is at stake? No, that's not really a viable option. Leaving aside the fact that his authority does not supersede the president's on the National Guard, there wouldn't be much to fight back against. ICE is acting legally. They're not doing anything illegal. At least not, like, broadly, right, with going after undocumented immigrants. I'm a recent viewer, a year or so, and yesterday I watched the FNAF jump scare ranking video and got jump scared by the ponytail. Ha! I guess that was the best jump scare of them all. I was talking about that video the other day with, Conyer. Good-ass video. Nine out of 10 cops agree. Yeah, we're just looking at cops and a few people who've been zip-tied. Does anyone have a protest live stream that you think is a bit more compelling than this one while I'm continuing to read? Snap it, crack it, pop it. Thank you for the $5. If loving Vosh is wrong, I don't want to be right. Stay back. You're not my beautiful partner. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Like, comment, survive. Yep. That's going to be my sign-off for the next few years. Rug Shitter with the $5. Should I propose at my DSA chapter's monthly meeting that we procure 100 riot shields and have daily testudo formation drills at 5 a.m.? My impression of the DSA is such that I don't think people attending those meetings would be able to do much with that. Gruff with the tier 3 sub. Thank you. Got my first big check. And I've been loving Colorado, and I did miss the boulder attack by a day because I got a day off that day, but keep up the good work. Okay! There was a lot in that message. Got my first big check, loving Colorado, just ducked out of the boulder attack. Oh, you've hidden me with a lot here, you know? I'm really happy that you didn't get randomly firebombed. And that you got the money. Wardpipe, thank you for the $20. You should change the donate button to a tips button. Also, are you going to going on a trip to find Tom? Yeah, but Tom will be difficult to find because presumably, you know, he's wherever he is, he's, you know, at least a few miles away from any kind of action. And I'd bring the action with me. I'd have to chase after him. Took me a little while to find the joke in the words there. Thank you, Wardpipe. Bill Clinton Seller, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Believe it or not, you've helped immensely this year. And through some tough times to boot. Thank you, and if I ever play in Seattle, you'll get free tickets. Ah, don't waste them on me. I never leave the house. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Bro, I can't believe he's actually committed to calling them tips for tax evasion. It's not tax evasion! They're absolutely tips! That's not they're what? They're unquestionably tips. How could they not be? They're voluntary contributions directly of cash, untethered to the expected price of any good or service, done presumably as an additional appraisal of the quality of my service. It's absolutely a tip. All channels this bullshit line. Sake, thanks to the 5 tier 1 subs. The only positive application of AI I can think of is TAS-style random inputs to break games and computer programs to find errors by stupid brute forcing inputs. Error finding, maybe, but for like task-style random inputs to break games, I think it would really take away from the fun, you know? Gotta give a human credit for that. Sensuous Psychosis, thank you for the $5. Listen, don't worry, okay? Iran will become less militantly Islamist as soon as enough people emigrate over there, okay? When 10 million Americans move to Iran to join in the Sino-Iranian century, the Ayatollah will have no choice but to allow pet dogs, beer, and anal. Do Muslims care about anal? Is that a thing? Because, like, with Catholics, you have the Catholic girl, the joke with them doing anal to be virgins. Do Muslims have any, like, opinions on anal? Is there any lore there? I'm pretty sure it's just sodomy. Do they also call it sodomy? I guess it's also an Abrahamic religion. Gruff, thank you for the 10 bucks for making you read so much. Here's another tip. Lol, thank you for the tip. Love my tips. Sensuous Psychosis, thank you for the additional $5. Yeah, look, okay, even if it's the Chinese century, you're not going to catch me, like, uncritically lauding the Chinese government or anything. I feel like it's pretty easy to thread that line. 77 Stone Gables, thank you for the $5. My sister says you're a CIA implant, but don't worry, she's just a conspiracy theorist from which there is no escape. Implant, huh? How'd she find out? The Arrived Hussars, thank you for the $5. Happy Pride Month, Vosh. Got my nails done for the first time ever in DC during World Pride. Hey! That's cute. I hope you had a good time. I hear that World Pride got more visitors than expected. Like, initially people were worried about very few visitors, but then it picked up towards the end there. That's nice. Smelody, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Happy Pride Month, Vosh. Here's a pic of the late King Oliver being a cunty icon. Ooh. Him and I with the man bun, huh? As long as we're showing off cunty fits, look at this, was it Dior, Lewis Hamilton collab? Lewis, not Luis, but yes, otherwise I was correct. I don't care so much for this, but, oh, look at that. I'm not as keen on jewelry, but beautiful. Hamilton has some incredible fits to the track. Yeah, I really want a good motorsport jacket. A properly pricey one. Find it thrifted. It's got a bunch of wear. I really like these jerseys too. I don't know if I can wear jerseys. It would be like I'd be like a poser if I wore these, you know? Cuz I don't know what the fuck Dime or Montreal is. I don't know what a Montreal is. These are beautiful though. This one. This one is gorgeous. Get a Seattle Kraken jersey. Seattle, Kraken doesn't make them look like this. Looking at this scene and reminding myself that the rhetoric from the Republicans is that the police here were understaffed and they needed to bring in 4,000 troops. Sake, thanks the 2 tier 1 subs. Vosh delays tip reading because he's never been about just the tips. That's true. Deceptively difficult game. And Kowalski, thank you for the $5. Trump, like Franco, has no successor to his fascist movement. Today, Spain is the most welcoming of immigrants in the EU. Climate change will be fascism. Maybe, but the issue right now is that, like, there is no opposition at all to Trump, you know? There is absolutely none. None whatsoever. If Trump and Vance both just vanished tomorrow, there would be no organized democratic... Or I guess I should say, if suddenly an election was called, we're redoing the election, I think Trump would win again. Right now, I mean. Ozura A, thank you for the $5. The Pendragon reference hit me like a truck in the best of ways. I should reread them after finishing the Omegaverse novels I'm working through. That's, that literature really served you well, really led you down the right paths, huh? You motherfucker. You degen. Iron Pond, I have not played the first two Baldur's Gate games. I tried the first one for a bit, but it just didn't... I didn't really commit to trying it. Why would you willingly admit that? Listen, as long as it's not straight Omegaverse, because that shit exists, and it's fucking foul. How do you... It's like, bro, I've got a crazy-ass kink, okay? It's called F-Preg. Like, it's the fucking... The dynamic, man. It's Twilight shit, it really is. My friend who worked with Human Rights Campaign for World Pride said the domestic market was higher than expected, but barely any international. Tracks. Tracks. Get a fashion jersey? Dude, you know what? You know what fashion jersey? I guess it's a tracksuit. Adidas cotton knit tracksuit. They did this release, but it was only in it was only in China. No. Knit. No, the knit, not the woven, the knit. Why can't I find it? Oh, here we go. Here we go. For the Chinese New Year, I think. Look at this. Okay, they're Iran knit sweaters. But they're like tracksuits, see? Ain't that cool? Or a rugby shirt, in this case. I think that's super cool. Not my style. Nobody asked. Booked. How much were they? Oh, they were only released in China. So when I saw the price, it was in yuan. I have no idea. Oh, Zero A, thanks, the $5. I admit it for content, obviously. It's lesbian Omegaverse at its peak. I don't have to justify myself to this community. Okay, I respect that. Lesbian Omegaverse? Yeah, you have the alphas who, every once in a while they go, I need pussy, or dick, or like asshole, and they're a woman because it's lesbian, so they have to be a woman. And then you have the betas who are like, I do my taxes, and then you have the omegas, and every once in a while they're like, if I don't get fucked to the wall in 6 hours, I'm gonna die, or something. You know? But they're all women, because it's lesbians. You seem very knowledgeable on this. Listen, okay, I just know my shit, okay? Sorry if you're out there fucking, you know, nervously propositioning girls with a request for a blowjob or whatever, because you think that's, like, maybe too kinky for her or whatever. Don't have that stinky dick game. That straight cheese dick fire. Just... What the fuck am I looking at? Can you believe these guys are getting overtime right now? The cameraman's having fun at a Reuters stream. Is he? Hi. Yeah, this is less dynamic, if anything. This is more compositionally satisfying, I feel. Unsubscribing for that dick cheese too. I didn't say dick cheese, I said cheese dick. Like you got that stinky dick game. You wouldn't get it. Okay. Don't I have super tips? Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the 5 and 2. Casual Sheep Gardener, thank you for the $2. Chat, please chant Trump Geppetto on Saturday. Not the worst slogan. Heather, thank you for the $20. Reminds me how Germany adopted their no means no law due to rumors that migrants were raping women. When before, if a man threatened you with death and you did not fight back hard enough, the courts would say you gave consent. Oh, yeah, I know what you're referring to, yeah. The Germany passed, like, was it just messaging or legislation on sexual assault that was motivated by the migrant crisis, but it wasn't like because migrants were raping people, it was because the right wing was talking about migrants raping people. So they weren't anti-rape, they were anti-migrants raping. You understand? Sorry, the phrasing, it took me a second. Farsquare Zero, thank you. Are you sleep deprived? Yeah, I didn't get much sleep last night. Farsquare Zero, thank you for the $10. Honestly, unironic futuristic globalism seems more and more pragmatic and even beneficial compared to today's magic dirt bullshit. Yeah, I would say so. We gotta commit to that. We gotta move on. Meta, thank you for the $20. Not only is it complete overkill to deploy the military, but there are a lot of MAGA types currently in combat roles in the Marines and Army. I see people downplaying who just don't see how bad the us versus them rhetoric has gotten. Yeah, they're fucking psychopaths. Republicans are fucking lunatics. Yeah, 100%. Like, I really... Democrats don't talk about the fact that if half of soldiers are Republicans, that means half of them are lunatics who believe that, you know, China sent COVID to us, the Democrats are the real insurrectionists, 20 trillion illegals. Like, Democrats refuse to acknowledge the existence of any real oppositional ideology outside of Trump himself. They just want to pin it all on Trump. They don't do anything else. Republicans talk about Democrats, like the Democratic population, all the time. They love that shit. Yeah, I saw Drunk Nihilism. Diego B, thank you for the $10. Yeah, now is probably the best time possible for Puerto Ricans to argue against statehood, I imagine. Tajirai, thank you for the $10. Unpopular opinion, Democrats should run on a platform of immigrant forgiveness. You've lived here 8 years, raised a family, and committed no crimes. Honorable citizenship for you. Take that, GOP. Okay, the insane thing is, and I understand this it probably doesn't seem realistic now. Very recently, total undocumented immigrant amnesty was a Democrat talking point. Not all of them, but during Trump's first administration, it was not that uncommon for Democrats to just broadly say, well, we've been putting off this undocumented immigrant business for too long. Let's just, like the path to citizenship talk, like just overwhelming amnesty. When did that stop? With Biden. Yeah, Ronald Reagan did argue for that, I believe. What are we doing here? Associated Press is just walking? Just going for a damn walk? Alright. That's cool. Saucy, thank you for the $2. Fosh, ties are literally worthless clothing items. The purpose of a tie is to make you look sick, not to serve a function. Zach of all trades, Victorious Garnosaurus, thank you for the $5 both. I saw the tanks in person, it's creepy. I'm usually autistic for cool equipment. This time it looks creepy as fuck and un-American. Yeah, I can see how. The context definitely poisons it. 777, a Galactic Moth, thank you for the 2 $10 donations. Well, because there's 2 of you. For the $10 donos each. Thank you. Since Trump's ego parade is the gayest thing to happen this Pride, everyone should show up in the parade in rainbow, like it's a Pride parade. We do need to be very openly gay. Trust me, there is nothing the Republicans want more right now than for you to just crawl in a closet preemptively. JP, thank you for the $2. Hitman 123456780. You going to the Seattle No Kings protest Saturday? I will not be in Seattle on Saturday, I'm afraid. 8th Form Yex, Victorious Garnosaurus, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Donnie Price, thank you for the $10. Yep, hog is out. A yoink. Fucked up, man. At least Hog will have a promising career still as an activist and Substack writer. You hear about all the companies pulling out of Seattle Pride? Not Seattle Pride specifically. I heard about it in the context of San Diego Pride and San Francisco Pride. But, broadly, yes. Still alive. Thank you for the very kind $20. So hypothetically, if we manage to get the perfect candidate elected to the presidency, like Mamdani but USA born, is there a whole lot they could do to fix things? Or are the major problems we face bigger than even that? Even if you had a super-based president in right now, they wouldn't be able to do very much. Unfortunately, what you need is the momentum of a massive cultural movement. You need a pushback. You need public support so overwhelming that people perceive it as giving you an unlimited mandate to power. You also need a complicit party. You need Congress to back you. You need party whips that get everyone moving quickly. You would need to, we're talking about a wave of power that is basically unprecedented. I mean, it might have to exceed FDR, is how, big it would have to be. Also, the Republicans would need to be utterly crushed. Not just the representatives, but the party, the entire party, the voters, all of them, they would need to feel deep shame for what they've done. Like they would need, like they would need to feel the way that like Hoover supporters did deep into the Great Depression. Like they don't want to talk about it. Are we holding the camera at like upskirt height for a reason? Harvey Danger Noodle, thank you for the 5. I do not think Ken Martin has a plan to win. Doomslayer 9316, thank you for the very kind $20. Really appreciate that. Little emoji dude. Destria, Moisture, Jack Walker, and Bay Photo, thank you for the 5 all. Really appreciate that. 9 News is owned by the same billionaire that owns Fox. International Consent Manufacturing. Oh yeah. Murdoch has a lot of power in Australia, in the UK. I don't know. It's a rough hill to climb. Weasel, still alive and beefless stew. Thank you for the $5. Vosh, I had finally overcome my unhealthy parasocial relationship with you, and then you had to go and use Pendragon for political analysis. Love you, bud. Sorry. It was a deep cut for me, too. Rorschach89 and Gibberpuff, thank you for the 2 both. Doomslayer, thank you again for the $20. I don't know what to say, but here's to you. Hey! My friend. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the kindness. Where is this street footage being sourced from? The Associated Press. I don't know what it's in service of. Just keeping the feed running, I suppose. I don't know what's going on over there. This guy over here isn't even handcuffed. He's just laying... Now he is handcuffed. Mamdani's ahead in the polls. I've heard that rumor. Resubbing for the quality known POV coverage. It is a little bit charming. Thank you. Nice, Kowalski. Rhaegar99, thank you for the $5. The Ken Martin leak had me seething, sounding like a pathetic crybaby. Yeah, it is difficult to imagine a Democratic Party being effective. It's difficult to imagine a Democratic Party ever deserving donations ever again, basically. We're just... chilling. Is it third party time? No, that wouldn't really make a difference. What is wrong with me? I'm getting nostalgic for downtown LA. Sinister Splinter, thank you for the $5. Hey, I found the donate button. Tip button. Thanks for reading my chats the last few days. Kept my long work shift interesting. I try to engage with chat. Thank you. I appreciate that. Man, I'm tired. Snorcore and VenQuest 1000, thank you for the 5 both. How do you feel about tomorrow's NYC debate? I cannot imagine a world in which Mamdani doesn't dog walk Cuomo. The only real gotcha on Mamdani is just accusing him of being an anti-Semite, basically, and it seems like he has really good canned answers to that. I just can't imagine Cuomo not getting dog walked, you know? He doesn't fucking care. Weston, good luck running for every office in Michigan. I hope it's going well. I want him to call Mamdani a Palestinian. Oh, you know, he wants to. A little part of me is legitimately worried the other candidates will start attacking Iran, prepaid by Cuomo but not disclosed. Since the debate, 2 people have randomly turned on Mamdani, right? There was that city councilwoman who dislikes AOC, and then there was a person who attacked Mamdani for saying that ICE should be defunded. Ramos and Adams, right? Either way, I'm afraid the debate will take place while I'm in the air. I will not be able to cover it live. I'm very, very sorry. But after I'll try to record something after I land. Where are you going? Visiting an undisclosed location. He's literally in front of my apartment, lol. Self-doxed. Noah, have a wonderful time at your local No Kings protest. Thank you very, very much. Bieber Hole 69. My God, what a name. What a name. It's a powerful name. Thank you. How much do you pay for that apartment? Downtown LA is expensive. It's not like Seattle expensive. But it's still pretty expensive. Why are we watching a leisurely stroll in downtown? Well, there's a few reasons. I'm a little sleep deprived because I was up having stinky cheese stick style sex with my beautiful... they wouldn't want to be involved in that term I've settled on either. They wouldn't want to be associated with it. But we were, you know, up late. They wouldn't like that one. I had to be up early. I had an appointment, so I'm a little sleep deprived. But also, I guess the news lately has just been so bad. And I was a little disheartened to find that there were essentially no protests in LA today. No, I know it's a Wednesday and everyone's charging up for the No Kings protest. I understand this, you know. I'm not... trying to be unrealistic. Well, and now I'm just looking at downtown LA. God, look at how empty it is. I don't think the curfew is in effect in this area. The curfew is in effect in a part of downtown LA. CTSH1. That is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 time you've linked that. 6 times. 6 times you've linked that. What have I done to offend you? What have I done to earn this disrespect? I've seen it every time. I've looked at it, and I've decided, no, I'd rather focus on other things. Do you think I need to acknowledge you? To everyone in chat who wants my attention, I have to look at you and say, thank you so much for your special, special link. It meant a lot to me. Unfortunately, I'm not looking at it. You put me in a difficult position because that makes me sound like a massive cunt. But it is also a practical necessity. See, the polite thing to do is to not say that and instead to think that. which I do every stream. No, you're right. No, I know I'm right. You don't need to tell me. But I appreciate the contrite response. Sometimes people get defensive. They're like, what am I supposed to do? Not link it 6 times? They don't understand the answer is yes. Can't have a conversation with somebody like that. But you I can talk to. You, CTSH1, you're alright. Like with your take on ripping off the Band-Aid with leaving Afghanistan because it was going to be bad either way, do you feel that way about accelerating U.S. collapse? I don't know. It depends on the kind of collapse, right? Economic harm undermines the Trump regime, right? Like, nobody likes a bad economy. But Republicans like, say, for example, a police state in Democrat-run cities, and the deportation of good, fine people, you know?
Are you getting footage?
So it's a matter of, like, acceleration along axes that hurt the administration and not just the American people. Obviously, a bad economy hurts everyone, but, you know, we're all gonna be hurting no matter what, unfortunately. No way around it. I find this oddly peaceful. I know all these streets. Also, there's just, a very consistent ugliness to downtown Los Angeles that I unfortunately do find charming, presumably due to Stockholm Syndrome. Stockholm is much nicer. I don't doubt that. Not for real, put a CRT filter on this, play some Vaporwave, that'd be chill as fuck. I tell you, man, the thing that makes cities truly ugly is the emptiness and the car infrastructure. As long as things are packed densely, the ugliness of the city almost doesn't matter. Dude, there are so many places that you can look at in, like, Brazil, where, like, in an objective sense, the neighborhood is ugly as shit. Like, in terms of the architecture and how well kept everything is, but it's lively, full of people, and it's densely built, so it's gorgeous, you know? We're right near the Los Angeles market. They built this. For me, this is new. So it's not new. Or is it? Am I thinking of a different place? Go up the little steps. Take a tour. What do you think the chances are there's going to be some serious violence against protesters on Saturday? Probably pretty low. Unfortunately, like, the energy of these protests and of the opposition right now is so low that I genuinely don't know how necessary it is. Alright, well, if I'm just wasting time now, then I should probably get some early sleep. Tomorrow morning, I should be able to stream for just a little bit more, but after that, I'm out. I'm on my way out. But I should still be able to record content while I'm out. I'll see what I'm able to do. I'll try my best. There's so much going on. Image HQ, thank you for the $5. As an Australian, Mamdani rizzed me the fuck up from everything I've seen through you. Giggling and captivated at his Asden speeches. Don't fuck it up, Yanks. Yeah, no kidding. He again, generational talent. Very, very good at what he does. Thank you. Broody B, thank you for the $20. Gotta take a risk and start a t-shirt business. Wish me luck. Here's the tip. Thank you. And yeah, good luck. Good luck, seriously. It's very difficult. Designing your own clothing, very, very difficult. Sorry, I got distracted by chat for a second. Hope it goes well. Super tips, super tips, super tips. Stefan Good Trouble, thank you for the $5. Have a wonderful time protesting in Utah. Snazzy Nappers, thank you for the $5. Yeah, long stream. Beeper Hole 69 with the other $20 donation. My goodness, rounding it out, hitting it with with another. Thank you. Beeper Hole 69, what an incredible name. Thank you. Austin, thanks for $5. It's just Austin Voss, I rebranded. Well, yeah, I've not met one single person who's disagreed with me in one form or another. We can just dip. Ah, nice. I mean, if no one's disagreed with you yet, you might just win every single office in Michigan. Still alive, thanks to the $2. No, I have not been to the last bookstore. I do, in fairness, rarely go into bookstores because I'm illiterate, so you understand. Alright, I am gonna get some rest. I love you guys. Take care. Thank you for the long rambling stream, or the opportunity to deliver it, I suppose. I'll see you soon.